Damn, I thought I had my microphone muted in the background. I'm making all that noise. Yeah, so we are here. You see the title. It's all about whether student loans can be removed, eliminated, or not. Okay, this is not a beef video. This is not a name calling video. We're just going with the information. The subject is, or the topic is, or the debate is, can student loans be eliminated? Yes or no? You know, and if they can, where are those fine lines? So we're gonna get into that. I hate when people talk to me while they're eating, or they go live and they're eating, or on the phone and eating. I just hate to smack it in my ear, and I got to be a hypocrite. I got to eat this damn sandwich. You dig? So, pardon me if y'all feel like me. Y'all hate when people eat and talk. But I was working from home. I just realized I didn't eat since breakfast. So you get that little nauseous kind of feel. You dig? I was getting that like, damn. So yeah, that's crazy, man. You dig? Like people, like there are no sides. You don't got to pick a side. You can watch who you want to watch. So you got people who are seeing people in my chat room and they're blocking them. They are punishing them because they're listening to a side. You didn't pick me over anybody. You're listening to the information. As a responsible adult, you decide whether what I'm saying is true, so, or straight BS, false, pseudo. You dig? Allergy. But like that's weak for people to block people just because they're listening to a side. But that's that, what I mean? A lot of us are stuck and tied to our old cult, um, you know, behavior, where it's either this or that, and that's not reality. In real life, you get to go to Nike, you get to go to Adidas, you get to go to Comcast, Verizon. They ain't gonna say what you was at Comcast the other day. You can't come in here. That's not reality. Like you get to ask, right? You ask a legit question, and you got blocked. Um, just yes or no. That's all. So I'm gonna go in. My So as you can see, I got a couple books right there because just because somebody was doing something for so long doesn't mean they were doing it correctly. And we say the same thing with like religious folks, that they call in and say, I've been studying the Bible for 20 years. And what do we do in this community? We act like that means absolutely nothing because we believe they were studying it incorrectly or they shouldn't have been studying it. You dig? So that's like not a good not something all the time good, especially in this community. Like that doesn't really hold any weight. Is the information accurate or is it inaccurate? That's all that matters. Okay, is the information accurate or inaccurate? So, like people say, I got three books. I just realized I had this book right here. I didn't know I had this book. You dig? So, as the title says, can student loans be eliminated if they are reported accurately? So that's the question. Disclaimer, I am not calling out names. I am not speaking to anyone in specific. I am just bringing the receipts. The reason why I say that, because I was hearing out other agencies, just Googled a couple, called them up, and I heard what they had to say as far as can it remove student loans. And, a lot of them was honest. Some of them were dishonest. Just trying to take your money, whatever. So, dang. Oh, so I had to throw away a whole loaf of bread. I went to go make a sandwich. I put the bread in the toaster. I see some white stuff on the side real fast. Because once I toast it, I'm eating that damn thing. Or once I make my sandwich, I'm not wasting that food. I'll pick around it. But once I seen it was molded, I said, damn, I threw away the whole bread, the whole loaf. I wish I had somebody come in and hold it down while I eat real fast. You dig? But dang. You want to talk about someone who's hungry as hell, man? God, man. Time just went crazy on me. Right. So let's go here. I looked through my collection of books. I said, oh my God, I got a credit repair kit for dummies. I forgot. This is by Steve Bucci, B-A-M-A, nationally syndicated columnist for Bankrate.com. Credentials. Steve Bucci, B-A-M-A, is a personal finance expert. Okay, and a nationally syndicated columnist whose column is carried by the financial magic site Bankrate.com and the Scripps Howard News Service. Okay, so I'm not just pulling up any old books. We got to source up or shut up. All right. So let's see what my man got to say. Let me get right to the page. About student loan removal. Man. Give me a second. Okay, here we are. It reads, peace, Amber. It reads, educating yourself about student loans. Student loan collections used to be a joke, but no one is laughing anymore. The bankruptcy law has granted student loans non-dischargeable status. What did the bankruptcy law grant it? The bankruptcy law has granted student loans non-dischargeable status, and lenders purse delinquencies forever. Forever. What does forever mean? One more time. The bankruptcy law has granted student loans non-dischargeable status, and lenders pursue delinquencies forever. Forever. Depending on how many loans are involved, you may have as many as one for each semester you were in school. So you may have as many as one for each semester you were in school. The effect on your credit of being in default. Default is defined differently for different types of loans. Check with your lender to determine when your loan enters into default. Okay. So the effect on your credit of being in default varies from bad to nuclear meltdown. A lot of people ask me if they owe the money, even if they didn't graduate or finish a semester. So that was interesting because we talked about this the other day. A lot of people ask me if they owe the money, even if they didn't graduate or finish a semester. The answer is yes. You borrowed and spent the money and you need to repay it. What you did with it is of no interest, no pun intended. What you did with it is of no interest, no pun intended, to the lender. In fact, if you die while attending school, your estate or your parents' estate, if they co-signed the loan, often still owes the debt. A student loan isn't secured with collateral in the normal sense of the word. When you leave school, whether you graduate or not, certain situations such as economic hardship or unemployment may enable you to defer payment for a period of time. See the section identifying the best repayment option for your situation in chapter 22 for details. However, after your student loan is in default, you lose your opportunity to defer payment. To make matters worse, you may have to pay back the loan all at once unless you come up with an acceptable repayment scheme. You're also unable to receive further student aid. Your school may withhold your transcripts. Your state and federal income tax refunds may be taken to offset the loan amounts, and your wages, if and when you get a job, may be attached or garnished. See understanding wage garnishments section earlier in this chapter. Okay. So if you can't pay back your loans as originally hoped, use all options available to you to defer your loans for as long as possible. Okay. However, after you've exhausted your deferments, you'll be in default if you don't agree to a new repayment plan. Depending on how your loans were issued, what may seem like a single loan may be as many as 8 or 10 individual loans, one per semester, because each loan is reported separately. So the loans may show up as 8 or 10 separate trade lines in your credit report. If you end up in default, you may get 10 times the negative information on your credit report you expect. And your credit score may crash from all those negative individual loan entries. For multiple student loans, consider the Direct Consolidation Loans program. The program provides borrowers who have at least one up-to-date federal student loan the opportunity to consolidate into a single monthly payment. You may also extend the repayment term on a student loan, which can reduce your monthly payment. Eligible loans include the Stafford Plus, caps lock on, PLUS Plus, Perkins Health Professional Health Education and Nursing student loans. You may also be able to consolidate most defaulted education loans if you can make satisfactory repayment arrangements with the current holders or agree to repay the new direct consolidation loan under an income contingent repayment ICR plan. For information on the Direct Consolidation Loans program, see www.loanconsolidation.ed.gov. Delinquent student loans can be a hiring issue. Getting a job with bad credit is a lot harder if your employer pulls a credit report to see whether you're reliable and stable. If you have any unpaid loans, explain early in the hiring process why you haven't paid them and that you'll make good on a loan repayment plan as soon as you get a paycheck. Working with a student loan creditor is essential to moving on with a normal life. Working with a student loan creditor is essential to moving on with a normal life. Working with who? Working with a student loan creditor is essential to moving on with a normal life. Dealing with these folks is very much like dealing with the IRS. You need to get in contact, have a plan, make an offer to repay the loan, and follow through. See Dealing with the Collection Process in Chapter 22 for more information. Okay? So it said what it said, right? So now I'm going to share something. This is where we're going next. Oh. Okay. So this is Mark Claiborne, all right? And I'm going to get it. I bought his book many years ago. He teaches about credit repair. He also tries to teach people to, if they wanted to get into that endeavor also, he teaches them how to do that. So he has his client dispute manager software here, whatever, right? So I have this book and I'm going to go into it in 1 second. Boom, right here. That's my book. Okay, Ben had this. So give me 1 second. Let me take a few bites and then we're right back at it. Right, so this is pure information. You know how I do. I share the information. I invite you on. We talk about it. And, let's just be objective and honest as possible, unbiased. Give me a second. So he is a credit repairer, okay? And he has a section, what to do when a school loan's in default. Let's see if he advises he can get it off, if it's accurately reported. Give me a second. Okay, so Mark Claiborne, certified credit consultant. Mark is the CEO of Met Credit Solutions LLC and lead training at Startup Credit Repair Business Training Center. He is also a certified credit consultant, marketing expert, credit repair expert, and trainer for startup credit repair companies. He is the creator of self-credit repair dispute software, client dispute manager, and the host of the radio show, Who Else Wants Better Credit? Mark is a diamond expert author on a zine articles with over 120 articles written in the area of credit repair and credit scores. Okay. I'm almost done with the sandwich. I hope everybody's healthy. I hope we're like taking this serious, this virus, this pandemic. If any of you know any loved ones or friends that are sick or tested positive, please let us know. Type it in there so we can know like how really serious it is, because we hear about reports of people, you know, being contaminated or whatever, but we don't really know anybody for the most part, for real, for real. If you do, type it in there. Okay. Okay, God body. Okay. So as soon as I'm done, I won't be long. I got 2 more books, but this book right here will be short. The last book is going to go in a little more in depth because he is the absolute expert in this field. So be patient. Let me take a couple more bites. Dinas Amir, who's that? Chief, who's that, Chief? OW, you know someone? Is it like a friend or somebody just around the neighborhood? That's crazy. And that got to be scary if you know somebody around you. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I want to probably get Divine Prospect on here and let's talk about like what to do if it goes like to the worst, to the extreme, like what to do then. You did? Because I think we're like, I think some of us are pretty much, I think most of us are pretty much optimistic, but then you got the few who always believe in that doomsday doctrine. You dig? Yeah, okay. I'm glad we talking about this. They talk about the million masks coming from China. This is what I suspect. Okay. Now it's probably true, and you probably knew before me, because there was a bunch of national statements, and you even had international statements from Canada, whatever. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah. So I believe, and this just speculation. I believe that when they get those masks over here, because those masks don't look like the mask that prevents the virus. It looks like the mask you put on your face so you won't spread it when you cough. I think they're getting ready to put us back out there in the work field. but I think the mask might be required and maybe gloves, something like China. Like I just had that weird thought. Like that's probably what's going to happen. They're going to put us back out there because the economy is going to fall, jobs going to be lost. A lot, I mean, a lot of people going to be hurt. So I don't think they want that to happen. So I'm thinking like this, they want to get us back out there in the work field, and we're gonna be forced to use those masks and maybe gloves, something like that. That's just my little weird thoughts or my optimistic thoughts. And the roommate was hospitalized. Wow. He said, I need new friends. Kansu, what can be self-taught? I missed that one. Oh, you said that? Oh, wow. I thought about it, but that's something you would think about if you're optimistic. If you're pessimistic, you think about, damn, let's get guns. Let's, buy all the food. Let's, look out the window, Malcolm X style. You dig? I'm more of an optimistic. Like things have to crash for me to start looking like for the worst. But to me, it's like opens. Yeah, so I want that. I want the mask thing because the stat is like most of us gonna get it anyway. Like they predict 96 Americans will not avoid the virus. Okay, right. I got you. Really? Who asked you not to use the mask? Indigenous? Your job? If that's so, that's crazy. All right. So yeah. So I really believe that we're gonna be looking like we laughed at China with SARS. We made fun of them, and look at us. We'll be doing the same thing for like probably 8 months. But I don't give a damn. Get me back out there, man, because I know some of us are blessed to have a lot of savings. I'm not one of them. You dig? I'm BMF, blowing money fast. So listen, I can't last 2 more months. So get us back out there by any means necessary. Okay, so I'm ready. Let me get my book. All right, page 95. Okay. According to Mark Claiborne, right, who has his book, The Hidden Credit Repair Secrets, third edition, 6-step dispute plan included, certified credit consultant. According to him, he has a chapter. It's called in his book. Let me go back. It's called. So this chapter is called. Chapter 4 is called How to Remove the 11 Killers from My Credit Report: Late Payments, Collections, Charge-Off, Judgments, Wage Garnishment, Car Repossession, Student Loans, Medical Bills, Back Taxes, Bankruptcies, Foreclosure. I want to go to student loans. And I was very impressed at his honesty. Student loans. I have defaulted on my student loan. What will happen? Okay, so we already read that. How do I get out of default status? Okay, so look what he says. He says, ask the lender for a payment plan based on your income. Try to get into the loan rehabilitation program, or consolidate all of your defaulted loans, or settle your balance by seeking a compromise with the lender, or file for bankruptcy after proving undue hardship, You must show that your present income is too low to pay the loan, and there are various steps you must take to prove your case. Or file a Chapter 13 and your interest, collection attempts, wage garnishments, and tax refund interception will stop while you are paying back your loan. Okay, so it says, is there a way I can cancel the student loan? The loan can be canceled if you are disabled and can't work, in the military, teaching in a third world country, performing community service, working as a healthcare professional in needy populations, or working in law enforcement. Check with your student loan provider for various options. You can also have your loan interest rates lowered if you consolidate your loans or set up an automatic debit for your payment. Okay, so for more information, contact Federal Student Aid Information Center at 800-433-3243, or visit them at www.nslds.ed.gov, or the Direct Loan Servicing Center at 800-848-0979. I think that's responsible information. Can I remove a defaulted student loan from my report? Yes, but there's a catch. There's a catch. Yes, if the reporting of the account is not 100% accurate. According to Mark Claiborne, that's the only way. Okay? Dispute the account with the credit bureau and the student loan provider at the same time. That's assuming that is not reported accurately. Don't forget what my subject is. My subject is, can student loans be eliminated if they are reported accurately? This was a hypothetical no. They're not reported accurately. So it says, that's it. And it just goes to programs to help with my payments. So he was very responsible and honest about removing student loans. He did not say he can do it. He said only if it should not be there. You dig? It can come off. And that's what most people say. So let's go to the next book. My books, I took a picture of today. Okay, The Smart Consumer's Guide to Good Credit. How to earn good credit in a bad economy. Damn, that's perfect, right? John Alzheimer. Okay, who is John Alzheimer? Now check this out. John Alzheimer is a nationally recognized expert on credit reporting, credit scoring, and identity theft. You want to talk about credentials? He is the president of consumer education at smartcredit.com, the credit blogger for mint.com, and a contributor to the National Foundation for Credit Counseling, formerly of FICO, Equifax, and credit.com. John is the only recognized credit expert who actually comes from the credit industry. I'll read that one more time. I got a book that says John is the only recognized credit expert who actually comes from the credit industry. He is a regular guest lecturer at the University of Georgia and Westminster Schools. There you go. So the little books I got hold some weight. All right, let's go further. So let's start right here. So I'll skip that right there. That's not necessary. We'll go here. Okay. It says defaulted government guaranteed student loans. Interestingly, the Fair Credit Reporting Act does not govern the amount of time defaulted student loans can remain on your credit reports. What happened? It says, this guy. It says, interestingly, the Fair Credit Reporting Act does not govern the amount of time defaulted student loans can remain on your credit reports. The amount of time is actually governed by the Higher Education Act instead. Defaulted student loans can remain on your credit report for 7 years from the date they are paid, 7 years from the date that they were first reported, or 7 years from the date the loan redefaults. The point you should take away from this, pay your student loans. That's his advice. pay your student loans. Okay? Let me just go further. Okay. So it says, when you send them a dispute, they will send notification of that dispute to the data furnisher. Okay. The credit bureaus generally will send the creditor collector an automated form called an ACDV, Automated Consumer Dispute Verification, via a web-based system called eOscar, online solution for complete and accurate reporting. There is very little human involvement, and the credit bureaus will simply report what the data furnisher tells them to report in response to the dispute. This is called parroting. If your disputed item comes back as verified or as accurate, that's what this is about. If your disputed item comes back as verified as accurate, then you should really contact the creditor directly and take up the argument with them. There's no sense in redisputing. Here, listen. There's no sense in redisputing the item over and over through the credit bureaus, and eventually they'll consider repeats as being frivolous, which then allows them to ignore your disputes. Okay, so that's out. Moving along. Moving along. Okay, so here we go. Reading. Are you guys following so far? Are you following? All right, we are here. Okay, so what does a default look like on a credit report? Let me count the ways. So it talks about settlements, charge-offs, voluntary possessions, involuntary repossessions, foreclosure. It talks about forfeiture of deed, short sales. Okay. I don't want that. I don't want that. Okay. $53. All right. So this is about myth busting, because I hear this a lot. There's a secondary myth to this one that says keeping your utilization percentage at or below 30% is the best for your score. That's also incorrect. So when you hear guys say keep it at 30% there or around there, that's incorrect. Nothing magical happens at 30%. It's better than 40%, but not as good as 20%. In fact, according to FICO, consumers who have scores above 760 have an average utilization percentage of just 7%. Okay, so it says bottom line, shoot for lowering your balance to zero if you can, but if you can't, get them as low as you can and your FICO scores will benefit. Note, this only applies to credit cards, not installment loans. So the 30% thing, that's a myth. Okay, so drop that. I hear that a lot. Don't know where that came from. That's probably jail talk. All right. Okay. Let's move on. 117, baby, 117. Two more and we are finished. Okay, so it says credit repair services. I write, you decide. Okay, watch this. The subject of credit repair is a powder keg, lightning rod, PR loser. Choose your own metaphor. Opinions on the subject seem to be polarized, meaning you either like credit repair companies or you hate credit repair companies. First off, what is a credit repair company? Okay, pay attention here. First off, what is a credit repair company? According to the Credit Repair Organizations Act, CROA, C-R-O-A, The federal law that defines how credit repair companies must do business. A credit repair company is actually referred to as a credit repair organization, or CRO. So they're called CRO. They are referred to as a credit repair organization, or CRO. And CRO is anyone who sells, provides, or performs any service in return for the payment of money or other valuable consideration for the express or implied purpose of improving any customer's credit record, credit history, or credit rating. Okay, so again, CRO, Credit Repair Organizations Act, CROA, the federal law that defines how credit repair companies must do business. A credit repair company is actually referred to as a credit repair organization, right? That's what it is, CRO, Credit Repair Organization. And CRO is anyone who sells, provides, or performs any service in return for the payment of money or other valuable consideration for the express or implied purpose of improving any consumer's credit record, credit history, or credit rating. Okay, so that's clear. There are some exceptions to that rule. Let me see if I miss anything. Nope. If you're a nonprofit, then perform those duties. Okay, so nonprofit, no problem. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, so now, according to credit repair experts, CRO states that CROA, the act, CRO Act, states that a CRO, the person who are fixing, servicing for credit, must do the following things and other things in order to be in compliance. Provide mandatory disclosures, letting consumers know, among other things, that they can dispute credit information directly with the credit bureaus. Avoid making any misleading or untrue statements about any consumer's credit worthiness. You can't say, we guarantee we can remove your negative items. Excuse me. That's in the act. This is the law right here. You cannot guarantee that they can remove your negative credit items. That's illegal to say that. Watch this. Avoid charging or receiving any money in advance. Avoid charging or receiving any money in advance of any services. So it doesn't matter what you come up with, what you call it. You have to avoid charging or receiving any money in advance of any services that have not been fully performed. You can't charge $100 for services that will be rendered over the next 30 days, or you could become FTC roadkill. Okay. Avoid charging or receiving any money in advance of any services that have not been fully performed. You can't charge $100 for services that will be rendered over the next 30 days, or you could become FTC roadkill. I mean, damn. Well, damn. So let me just skim through. I'm almost done. Okay. Okay, so I think we're done right there. One last chapter, and Wheezy out of here. You know how to do. 135. Last thing. Okay, here's a question and answer period with the expert. Can paying off student loans early hurt your credit score due to the length of the loan? No. This is a common credit scoring myth. Paying off your loans early doesn't have any impact on the age or length of the loan. A loan opened 3 years ago is still 3 years ago, regardless of whether or not it's paid off early or still unpaid. You got that? Question, can paying student loans early hurt your credit score since banks want the full amount of interest? No. The banks don't control your credit scores like that. So they don't harm your score because they're not getting the full amount of interest. Further, the amount of interest you pay or don't pay is not reported to the credit bureaus. So it's systemically impossible for it to have any influence on your credit scores. Okay. Question. Can paying off your student loans early hurt your scores because of the decrease in the average age of accounts? No. The answer to this question is essentially the same as the first one. The average age of your accounts, which is important to your scores, includes both open and closed accounts. As such, paying any loan off early and then closing the account, if it's a credit card, has no negative influence on the average age of your accounts or your credit scores. Question. Can student loans be reported in triplicate so one loan looks like three loans? This is a possibility. Student loans are often reported as a disbursement by disbursement basis. So if you're in school for 4 years and you get one student loan per year or per quarter or per semester, each of those disbursements of funds can be reported as a unique loan on your credit reports. So if you have 8 loans over 4 years, it can show up 8 times on your credit reports. Does consolidating student loans help your credit scores or your scores? It certainly can. If you can eliminate multiple accounts on your credit report and replace them with only one loan, albeit for the full aggregate amount, then you'll likely improve your scores because you've eliminated several accounts with a balance. Does it make sense to pay off the smaller loans faster to reduce the number of loans? Most certainly. If you've got small loans and larger loans and you can knock out the smaller loans without compromising things like savings and emergency funds, then go for it. It will eliminate accounts that have balances, which is always a good thing for your credit scores. Note, the strategy to increase your scores by eliminating accounts with balances will work if you can pay off small credit card balances as well. And that's it. So 3 books, nothing says it can be removed. They all say pay it off, work it out. Okay? They all say pay it off, work it out. That's it. Pay it off, work it out. There's no, from what I read, there's nothing else. All right? 3 different books. People qualified, you did certified, first credit expert in the credit industry, all that type of stuff. Ain't happening. Pay your loans. So that's what I got. Okay, so I'm gonna send a link. If anybody, Godbody or anybody want to, peace, Melvin. If nobody comes on, then we out of here. You dig? This was just simple that. This is no name calling, no beefing, nothing. It's just the topic of whether can a student loan be removed, yes or no. It's just that simple. And nothing I read suggested that a loan can be eliminated that actually belongs there, that's accurately reported, that's verified. Okay. No, yeah, so we're talking about student loans. Now, student loans, we read forever. I read 3 different books. Forever. There's no statute of limitations on student loans. None. Even bankruptcy doesn't get rid of it. It holds it off for a period of time until you can like handle your payments, and then whatever happens, it kicks right back in. So bankruptcy can't even save you. That loan ain't going anywhere. So that's the link. I give you 5 minutes. Nobody wants to, I guess it's just what it is. I read what I read, and that's just it. It's probably no questions. It's just what it is. But I did have receipts. I do have books, been had books. And so I don't have to Google. Nothing wrong with Googling. Nothing wrong with Googling. But I like to have the material on me. It did, because it shows a different, different type of respect on what you do. BC, click that link and tell us how that can happen. Because nothing we read here, we can go to Experian website itself. There's 3 things. where you can not pay. It's not coming off. Okay, unless it doesn't belong there. Right, that's one. The other one was you consolidate or make some payment plans, so still there. And the first one I forgot. That's right, Melvin, pay that thing off. So again, like I know you guys have feelings and you believe something for a while, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. But like I would never be convinced by somebody's testimony. Like you got to pull up some stuff because we read Crow, CROA. You dig? And we read other things that said it ain't coming off. Now, if y'all want, I could go to Experian right now. Or hold on. Watch this. Can student loans be limited? So you have student loan forgiveness. It talks about, oh yeah, so it has like all these things, you know, that you got to fall in, all these categories you got to fall in. So when most people say, can student loans be eliminated, they're acknowledging that they, it belongs there. Be removed. There you go. Okay, so I'm gonna go right here for you. Okay, so let me just go right here. All right, so let me do this right here. Yeah, so the same way I'm pulling up stuff, you guys got to do the same thing if you believe that you can remove it, because I have not read that yet. So let's go here. So it's just Experian itself, right? I read this the other day. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so if the infant, let me make this bigger for you. Okay, I guess everybody can see that. If the account information is accurate, so that's back what this is about, accurate information. You probably can't remove student loans from your credit report. I mean, like that's just plain English. If the account information is accurate, you probably can't remove student loans from your credit report. Student loans that you have defaulted on or are delinquent on are going to stay on your credit report for 7 years from the original delinquency date of the debt. That's just it, bro. That's it. Student loans are a type of installment loan like an auto loan or mortgage, Missing a student loan payment is no different than missing a payment or any type of installment loan. These late payments will remain on your credit report for 7 years from the date the account first became delinquent and was not brought current. Here's the good news. Can it be removed? Nope. Is that the further in the past the late payments occurred, the less of a negative effect they will have on your credit. Okay, let's see what Credit Karma says. Okay, so I never read this before ever. I just happened to click this because I'm curious. It says, will my student loan be removed from my credit report? The student loan shows as a closed account due to transfer. What does this mean? Will it be removed from our report? It does not show up in collections. Top contributor, whoever this is, it means that the account with the company was closed. Closed accounts do stay on your reports for a certain amount of time. Accounts are not removed due to closure. Do some reading on the difference between federal and private student loans. The 7-year fall off applies to private loans, but not federal loans. Okay. So it says, so this person says, the only way student loans are going to be removed from your credit report is after they are paid in full, no matter how long that takes, or if you were eligible for some type of forgiveness program. Right now, they are being transferred from one loan servicing unit to another. It won't likely show as collections, but that is their job. So it remains, now I don't know who these people are, they probably nobody's, but it remains like common knowledge to most people that the loan is not coming off. So again, if you guys know a different way, then you could type it in the chat, you know, and remember, I must add this, to be fair, student loans that are in default, okay, if they're not in default, maybe you guys are right. Student loans that are in default, delinquent payments, all right, stuff like that is what we mean, not just any of student loans. So you guys might be right, so let me just clarify. I'm talking about student loans that are in default. Amber, did you want to add or say anything?
I just wanted to kind of, because I I don't like extremes.
Right.
But saying that like you can't do this, you can't do that, or even saying that you can definitely get it eliminated, or you can definitely,
Right.
it, everything is pretty much circumstantial.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Nothing's absolute.
exactly. So yes, you can get debts removed, student loans removed from your credit report, but normally it's under, and I'm not even going to say normally, it's under specific circumstances. Now, there are a variety of different circumstances, and I'll just read briefly a few things that's on the studentaid.gov website. For student loan forgiveness. In certain situations, you can have your federal student loans forgiven, canceled, or discharged. Learn more about the types of forgiveness and whether you qualify due to your job or other circumstances. Now, skipping down, understanding loan forgiveness. Forgiveness, cancellation, or discharge of your loans means that you are no longer required to repay some or all of your loan. Find out more using the link below. I'm gonna scroll down. Differences between forgiveness, cancellation, and discharge. The terms forgiveness, cancellation, and discharge mean nearly the same thing, but they're used in different ways. If you're no longer required to make payments on your loans due to your job, this is generally called forgiveness or cancellation. If you're no longer required to make payments on your loans due to other circumstances, such as a total and permanent disability or the closure of the school where you receive your loans, this is generally called discharge. It's important to remember that outside of the circumstances that may qualify you to have your loans forgiven, canceled, or discharged, you remain responsible for repaying your loan. Whether or not you complete your education, find a job related to your program of study, or are happy with the education you paid for with your loan. Even if you were a minor under the age of 18 and you signed your promissory note or received the loan, you are still responsible for repaying your loan. So then they go into talk about the types of forgiveness, cancellation, and debt.
Right.
Again, the studentaid.gov website, but I'm gonna just go back and read that part again. It's important to remember that outside of the circumstances that may qualify you to have your loans forgiven, canceled, or discharged, you remain responsible for repaying your loan. So you have to, it has to be a circumstance that already exists currently.
Right. Right.
So outside of that, no, you will have to repay your loan.
Right. So I called up a couple credit repair companies, and they were like very dishonest because they don't know me. I had a fake name, and I said, I have a student loan that's in default. I said, it's mine, it's accurate, so we don't gotta go with that. But I just want to know, is there any way it can be removed, because it's holding me back. The whole story I'm making up. And they said, yes. They don't know anything about me. They don't know my circumstances, nothing. And their first answer was, yes, it can be removed. What's your name? I just banged on them. And I called another one. So like a lot of them was dishonest. They were just saying, yes, it can be removed, not knowing anything about me at all. And like I made sure I said, it's mine. I defaulted. I stopped paying, or I never paid. Like whatever I said, I made sure that there was a lack of payments. And they still claim it can be removed without knowing anything about me. So a lot of people just want your money.
And that's the thing. Like at the end of the day, if it's just a random program, like, oh, we got this program and you could just join the program and that's absolutely, I'm gonna have to qualify.
Right.
You're gonna have to know something about me, my situation,
Right.
something that puts me in the qualification to be eligible for forgiveness, cancel, some type of forgiveness, which I think they said cancellation, discharge, or I guess maybe it was forgiveness was the other one. But
Yeah.
either way, I have to fall under that one of those banners. I have to qualify in order to be eligible for that. Everybody is not going to qualify. I'm not going to qualify.
Right.
I know I'm not going to qualify for none of that. So
Right.
at the end of the day, and like someone said, yeah, in certain industries you can go in and they have it set up where, in this industry, like he said, maybe some type of public service or government service, they'll allow that. But at the end of the day, it's not like I'm working at Walmart and I went to college and I'm not working in my field and I'm gonna get my debt forgiven. Like, no, again, disability, yeah, that's another thing that you can qualify under, but
Right.
there has to be you have to meet the qualification
Yeah.
in order
Exactly.
to be eligible for it. So I'm not, and unless I meet the qualification, and it would be dishonest to me for me to join the program or be accepted into a program that does this if you haven't vetted whether or not I'm going to be able to benefit from it.
Right. Exactly. That's the main thing. Like a lot of them, they said this. One dude said, and this was a credible agency, by the way. This dude said letter. He's like, yeah, I got a letter for that. I'm like, oh my God. Did you just say you got a letter for this? This dude said he got a standard letter for a student loan elimination. A letter. Now, mind you, nobody knows anything about me. I give my name, I tell my little fake situation, and I hang up. I get what I want to hear. If they try to extract more information, I just bang on them. My man said he got a letter. This is a credible agency. I got a letter for you. And and I did ask about the dispute codes that was mentioned, that people mentioned, and he said, "What is that?" So like, wow. And this, like I said, this is a very, very top branding in this business. Like it's a top credit repair service. My man had he never heard of a dispute code that could eliminate your credit, or I'm sorry, your student loan.
And not to be I don't want to be abstract, but I think these two things kind of correlate. So I'm gonna try to draw the comparison, and hopefully everybody can follow where I'm going. So another recent issue was whether or not Asar is a linguist, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of the argument is, well, he plagiarizes text, so obviously he's not a linguist. He's not, blase skippy woo woo. And one of the things I kept saying, well, what is the industry norm? Like you can take his work in isolation and say he's doing this, but are other people in his same field? Have you looked at their work? do they have the same types of structure where they heavily source other people's work, or inaccurately or accurately sourced? Is this a standard? Because, and I'm going to switch to the other side with the credit repair. A lot of people say, a lot of people do this. A lot of people do this. And then we will go and look at the law and say, well, the law says this. And like you said, you call several companies that are listed that you can call up, and seemingly they're practicing things that are outside of the law, or quote unquote illegal, or at least unethical, right?
Yep.
But this is common practice, right?
That's why in the book it talked about, it said many people either hate them or love them, and like they like looked at as like these agencies are looked at as
like used car salesmen.
Exactly, like kind of scandalous. So like it's not like it's nothing to brag about, to say, yeah, I fix credit. Like they look at you as like you said, used cars. Like, yo, you probably sharing a lot of people.
But I highlighted this.
Sold it out of limit.
I brought it up to show that you can have a law and the way that things are supposed to be done, and then you can have industry norms that kind of deviate or skirt around that. And a lot of people will say, well, this is how we do it, and that's normal. And then you have to question, well, just because it's normal, is it right? Or
right.
Is it, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know that it's accepted in your field among
right.
other professionals like yourself, it's the right thing to do. Right. So that's just what I wanted to highlight, because like I said, people thought I was trying to be funny when I was talking about the Asar thing, and like, okay, well, you have to show me other people in the field, because it's okay to isolate him and say, yeah, he doing this, but you don't know what the standard is in that field if you haven't measured him amongst a nice, you see what I'm saying? If you take one person in isolation, it look like he doing something completely wrong, and yeah, he messed up because the rules say this and you ain't supposed to do that. But if everybody's doing it, you know what I'm saying, then is he really out of order?
Right, I got you. Yeah, right. And it comes, but somebody has to, like, back just to the credit thing. So although, like you said, there's a bunch of sharks there, everybody bending rules, because I made it clear that another company said this. I was just jiving and stuff. I was capping. Another company said I could do this. Like, I was trying to see they could bend. But when I pressed them on the are you sure you can remove my student loan? Are you sure? Because another company said this. So then I got them to say, and like I said, this is a major one in that field. And actually, they named this one in the book and use an example for them. It's crazy. So they're that big. So when I said, well, another company said this, he backed off and said, okay, well, we'll look at it together. So I'm like, yeah, but damn, when I first called, you said yes. And now all of a sudden I compare you to another company and they said so-and-so. Now you like, all right, well, let's look at it together. What's your name and number? Click.
Right.
But yeah, but like you said, it's like things can be norm, but doesn't mean it's right.
And that's the whole thing. And I'm not saying, because I want to reiterate that, because I don't want anyone to be misconstrued like I'm defending, because it's not a defense. But it is so you can be aware that if these things are normal, people tend to get comfortable when they're in that field. Like, well, I'm not doing nothing any different than anybody else is doing.
Yeah.
So we don't want to make the mistake of focusing on one person when it looks like it may be an industry thing. That it just needs to be cleaned up, period. People still aren't following the guidance, the legal guidance as to how they should operate. It's not a one particular person. It just happens, and this is the issue of why people tend to frown on credit repair, because of the industry norms.
I'm glad you said that, the industry norms. Well, in our community, we had norms too. And it's the nitpick. It's to hold you to the standard. We call people pseudos. We call people frauds. We call everything. We are ruthless with our terms, our derogatory terms. And in our community, nitpicking is very normal. So when this person nitpicks a book and they write a book, they're going to be nitpicked. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how it goes. If this person has a presentation and he's nitpicked, don't you putting out yourself. That thing better be perfect because they're gonna nitpick you. You know what I mean? So in our community, we definitely nitpick. We hold each other to a high standard because we all nitpick. So if you nitpick, you gotta be prepared for that smoke when it's your time to be nitpicked. And you have to concede. You gotta say, you know what? Yeah, all right. Like you said, the way you explain it, Amber, that's all they gotta do. And like it will make sense. You're like, okay, I feel you. That you know, to the outside world, like we look at it as like, what's the law? But in that industry, they could say, yo, this is standard practice here. So now, if it's explained like that, I think people would relax and take a exhale for the most part. But people don't do that. Like they explain it another way. Like they double down, they triple down, and it just gets worse and worse and worse.
Well, and also I think too, it's you're not hearing what's being said. You understand what I'm saying? So and I'm not gonna say any names, but when people tell you you don't understand how it works because you don't do it, I've been doing this and you don't understand how it works, that's essentially what they're saying. Like you think you're gonna learn how to do this from reading something, but we do it our way and we know the different tricks that which is really pretty much, yeah, those are the rules, but we've made up our own to get the results that we want to get. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so, and that's like but in truth be told, that's with anything. I'm not even gonna, like, you have the norms, and it's not necessarily to make things more illegal, but you always have the way that you learn it in school, and or the way, like.
But is it considered illegal? Because what we read in the book, it said the FTC would have them as roadkill. So once somebody report them, that's prison time.
Right, I understand that, and I'm just talking about in general. It's general practice to change up the way you're supposed. Think about like the first day you ever trained for a job, that first week, that first month you on a job, you doing everything by the book.
Right.
Once you see this person doing it this way and that person, you're like, oh shit, I ain't gotta do all this extra shit. I can take a shortcut here, shortcut there.
Right, but that shortcut didn't jeopardize your ethics.
But and it may not, but in some cases, and I use the post office as an example because that's where I work. We have a lot of things that are safety that we're not supposed to do, right? And for the most part, I don't be doing no extra shit because if I get hurt, I want to be able to get compensated. But it's a lot of people that do things that they shouldn't do to get the job done. They're so worried about getting the job, but let them take a slip and a fall. Okay. Let them get fucked up. They're not going to get compensated for that because, yeah, this is normal practice. You do this around supervisors and they don't say nothing. You do it in front of the postmaster, they don't say nothing. But guess what? They're going to bring up that rule of how it's supposed to be done.
Exactly.
Get hemmed up.
And guess what? Well, my background was the pharmaceutical industry, okay? And when a batch was finished, when we got done bottling and capping and sealing and labeling the tablets, so depending upon what's the next batch, if it's the same or similar, you just clean it. It's like a minor wipe down, minor, and run the same batch. But if it's a whole different product, that's called, some people call it C clean, some people call it major clean. You gotta wipe that thing, blow that thing down perfectly. So in my field, shortcuts fired. Shortcuts, the company get penalized. That's FDA. So in my field, shortcuts, you're fired. Shortcuts, the company is penalized. And when you get penalized, you might not have first dibs on the new patent Tylenol that's now generic, and you're last in line getting that thing, manufactured in your business. So, we held a high standard. So, now there are some companies that went around that rule. And a lot of them are out of business right now, or fined heavily. You dig? I worked at one company was closed down because of inside trading. Straight closed the whole damn thing down, gone. And from that was my last 9 to 5. Then after that, I realized, okay, let me go ahead and do my own thing. But yeah, so yes, you're right. I'm not arguing anything you say. That's true. People do shortcuts. People do their way. And as long as, like you said, as long as you don't slip and fall, so to say, I like that terminology because that's fitting to everything we're talking about. As long as you don't slip and fall, you are good. you know, and that's a fact. You are good as long as you don't slip and fall. You slip and fall, and everybody's going to see what was your bruises, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and my man Indigenous said drug dealers. That's a great point. That's another one. You know, they bend the rules. They sell drugs. They don't get caught, but when they slip and fall, that's when they get arrested. You know, but yeah. So I agree. I don't disagree with anything you just said. Nothing. There are some businesses that's relaxed, but when people tell me their experience in something or their expertise in something, and if you are caught saying things that you contradict later on, like, and not just to me, just in your promotional videos, you know, that's a big no. You dig? And like that's not something we just could look past in our community, because our community is, you know, Sanetta got a song intro. We do it for the people. So in our community, it's a little different than some type of industry, because we like supposed to look out for each other at the same time, try to like make a living, so to speak, or offer services and products. We try to look out for each other. So if somebody's product is BS, and because I ordered it, then it's my duty to tell the community, because like we look at ourselves as a family to some degree. You dig? And we will say, hey, look out for this right here. You know, we throw the warning shot out, like, look out for this. It just came in the mail, it was all smashed up, whatever. I order something from somebody, like during that whole wave of buy black, man. I don't know I don't know what I ordered, candles or something, but Amber, every last one was smashed. Every last one. I was like, damn. I don't know what it was, but every last thing I ordered was smashed. And I'm like, damn. And I just chalked it up, like, oh well. It's a donation.
You don't even want to see how I be handling shit at work. You don't even want to see.
Yeah. I'm more like easygoing. Where like as long as I'm not outright disrespected, which I don't think I was disrespected. You know, when like my problem, I don't think it was like against me. So what I mean is, when I think they did it to me because it's about me, then that's when you'll get like the other side. But if I think it just happened and it was not about me, it just happened, I won't be so aggressive, you know, handling it. I might let it go. But if I find that it was done to me because it's me, then I respond a little differently. I get a little crazy.
Yeah. I mean, and at the end of the day, I just try to, you know, give everybody, you know, a little wiggle room. Now I ain't finna let you. I'm not crazy. I'm not gonna see warning signs and then ignore it and then be like, oh man, I can't believe this. You know, I don't like having regrets or, you know, going through certain issues. But I try to. I'm a customer, you know, and I've also been a business owner. So I know how it feels to have an issue about a product, service, whatever. So I try to handle people how I would want to be handled. I know I don't like excuses when it comes down to my coin, so I'm not trying to give out none. And I've heard a lot of things. Like I said, I've heard more turnoffs about products than I have heard turn-ons in this community. Because just people's attitude about when they're in the driver's seat, when they're producing a product, and their attitude about not caring, well, that ain't my fault that you ain't got this, or you ain't got that, and you get it when you get it.
Yeah, and I agree. Yeah, the community, like servicing this community that we call a community, which is not, but for the sake of this communication, servicing the community. Yeah, a lot of the products it don't be right because they got this buy black mind state. You know, it's like, well, buy it because I'm black and buy it because you know me. You know, or put up with it because you know me. I know I ain't send it ain't right, but put up with it because you know me.
Right.
You know,
or like I owe it to you to patronize. Like, no, I don't.
Right. Look, I ordered mad books for the community. There's only one book I felt like I was like sliding a little bit. Like I felt like they could have did better. There's only one book I bought, and I'm gonna throw out some names, and you guys could just use your own imagination who you think it was. So I got Dr. Wesley Muhammad. I got Sheikh Anta Diop. I got Brother Asar. I got Brother Wujawu. I got Smash. I got Brother Polite. I got Brother Unk's book. And those, I'm gonna throw the names out only. Only one of those books I felt like was pure copy and paste. Now I ain't gonna say no name, and like even the compilation period, the way it was put together, I felt it was like kind of cheap. You know, I would be embarrassed to go out and I would be embarrassed to go out in public, like Barnes and Noble, chill out and read that book because it looked just so fake and cheap. So no names, y'all could just use your imagination. That's the only book that I felt like, damn, damn, man, dude, this book looks so cheap and fake. Like they put it together themselves. Like, and I think we deserve better than that. And that's what we was talking about. Like they look at it as, you know me, here's my book, support me.
And then, I mean, and this is just, like I said, I look at stuff differently because my minor is marketing. So
right.
I look at stuff differently. So I'm not sure what Melvin meant by expectations versus reality. But what people fail to realize is at the end of the day, I'm a consumer out here. So most times the goal is to get the product at the best price you can get it and not have to jeopardize quality, right?
Yeah.
So
cost efficient.
Exactly. So when it comes down to making a decision as a consumer, I'm going to evaluate based off of what is in my best interest. And I will hope that other people are doing the same thing. Because when you allow people to tell you to forego your interest and do it just because it's going to benefit me, in what world does that normally work? And like, where do you normally do that in life? Where you say, well, fuck it, I'm gonna just take a L on quality. I'm gonna take a L on the price, and I'm gonna just buy this just to support. You normally wouldn't do that. You normally wouldn't put yourself at a disadvantage to do that. And it's crazy because just merely buying black has become a marketing strategy, and it's not an effective one.
Right.
So at the end of the day, that's why I don't buy into that. Because guess what? For the cost I'm paying to pay you for this product, I can go and get a product of better quality at a cheaper price.
Yeah.
Now, I know there are a number of reasons why that is, but at the same time, at minimum, if you're going to charge me more, you could at least give me excellent service. See, I wouldn't mind doing it at that point. Or if I was taking an L on service, it got to be dirt cheap. Meaning, oh, this is just the lowest I can get. But what I'm not going to do is take an L on both.
Right. Yeah, I get that. And that's why, like, I give like some advice that's like controversial as far as in the food industry. People who like when they start a restaurant, and you know, you got certain food that sell itself. Chinese food sell itself. Jamaican food sell itself. Like certain food just sell itself. But if you're trying to do your own thing, you're trying to sell like turkey sandwiches or fish sandwiches. I always tell people, my advice was like, dude, you might want to give them more for their buck, because they're looking at you like, why would I go here? Like my whole life I've been eating over here and there and there and there and there. I really don't need you. You could like go out of business. I would continue eating from Popeyes or wherever they're eating from, McDonald's and Chipotle, Adobe, Qdoba, whatever. So I don't need you. So I tell them, listen, you might want to give them more for their buck just to start with. And then when you got a guaranteed customer, maybe you start taking a little bit back, I don't know, or raise the prices. But to go out there and compete with prices of well-established company food restaurants, I think that's like suicide. So I give that advice. Like, listen, man, you probably got to take that L. Just get yourself out there, and then like reinvent yourself later on somewhere. Like an example is like out here in New Jersey, New York, there are two major stations, Hot 97 and 105.1. Now Hot 97 is, you know, it had it on lock. 105.1, they caught up by just advertising commercial-free music, you know, and they did. It was music with no commercial for like a whole year. So people was loving over there. You know, Hot 97 going commercial break. We all go to 105.1, but they playing the same music, just back to back to back to back to back. So we were all over there. And they just said, yeah, we were all over there. And then slowly but surely, Amber, they start adding commercials, and now they got just as many commercials as Hot 97.
They got your ass now.
Yeah. So that's what I say with businesses. Like, yo, if you are in a competitive market, you might want to take that L just to get out there and then slowly build some type of trust, a brand name, and increase those prices, and then justify why you are just as much as anybody else.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. You got to put in the grunt work. See, what happens is, and this is what happens a lot of times in the Black community, because we don't normally we're funding startups out of our own pocket.
Right.
You know?
Yep. Majority, I think 65% of us.
Yep. We're not getting, no
loan. Right. No head start. No advance.
A lot of times people don't have property to use as collateral, Yep. So they're funding this shit out of their own pocket. So what ends up happening is they try to make the consumer pay for all the costs that they've incurred just to open. Just to have the good. They try to make the consumer pay for that. Not the cost of the good. Everything that went into this startup, they want to now recoup off the price.
Right. Yeah. Oh my God.
It's not realistic. And then on top of that, they don't have a contingency budget, for those first few years when they're not going to turn a profit,
Right.
So it's just, and like I said, I understand the reasons why they struggle, but at the same time, that means you just have to plan better before you actually launch your business or start.
Yeah, that's why a good business plan is needed.
Because
so
what you're going to end up doing is you're going to put in all that hard work and you're still not going to be able to sustain yourself.
Right. So that's why, I don't know this, right? So this is just my lone opinion. As far as nails, doing nails, and manicure and pedicure, the Asians kind of got that on lock. I'm thinking, my weird lone opinion, that sisters can compete if they were to drop their prices. Because a lot of times Black folks don't really have the money, and we just look like quality got to be damn near the same as theirs. Mm-hmm. If the quality's same, money drop. But the money's cheaper. I think we'll run towards the lack, the cheapest basically. And I think we get in that field, and we don't realize you're a minority. And not only that, you're almost, you probably had no business. You can't compete in suicide to charge the same prices. They are well established. They have so many happy, satisfied customers. Nobody gonna go to you and take a chance. So I think you drop those prices, you'll get those young teenagers first, because they wild and reckless. They don't give a damn. Hey, I'll try it out. They don't have real income. They don't work like that. So you'll get them in there. You hook them the hell up. They walk out.
Another thing is targeting your consumer. You have to put together a marketing strategy. You can't just say, "Oh, I got the product, people gonna come," or "Buy Black," so everybody your damn.
Buy Black.
Yeah, you have to actually strategize and think of creative ways to set yourself apart, where you do differentiate yourself from the competition, but you also can draw people in, the people that you want to become your long-term customers. Like I said, as a stylist, there were people who literally took everybody that booked an appointment with them. And guess what? They never held down a client base because they was getting the people that was just looking for the cheapest price. They was doing anything to get somebody in their chair, running specials every other week. I did not do that shit.
Right, okay.
When I first got there, literally, probably my first week in the salon, I posted a picture of a hairstyle, told them that, the service will be free, just come with your hair, I'm just trying to promote.
Yeah. That's smart, right. But that's how I do it. I don't mind doing a week's worth of free work just to get my name out there and get people, a trusted face. So I want to say this. So when you see Pepsi commercials during the Super Bowl or any big event or whoever it is, they don't buy that time, that space. Now I got this from my economic books. they don't buy that time to sell products. They buy that name, they buy that slot to establish a trusted brand. For them, it's about just trust. You know, the brand, like knowing the brand and trusting it. That's all they're doing. They just getting a brand out there that you see a lot, and they try and get your trust. If they get your trust, they get your money. So the product they have out there, the Mountain Dew commercial, they don't care about that. They're like, that doesn't sell it. They just want to keep having it on TV so you can trust that brand. So when you go to buy soda, there's a whole bunch of them, cola, all these cheap off brands. All you're gonna see, all that's gonna catch your eye is what you've seen on TV. That's the Mountain Dew, Pepsi Cola. Those gonna catch your eye. You're like, all right, let me try that out. The ones with the commercials, and that's why they sell so much. It's all about branding.
And that's wonder how some people can, like, literally, you've seen them change the quality of their work over the years, but people still just fucking with them. They just still, but that's what you call brand equity. They at the point where they don't even really gotta do shit no more.
Right, at all. Yeah.
That's at all. Their name just speaks for itself. People gonna rock with them just because of their goddamn name. But I wanted to say
I'm not mad
about Melvin Jefferson. Because he said poor product quality, poor shipping and handling, and poor customer service is often underlooked in our community. I thought he said overlooked, but at any rate, I would say it's just outright ignored. I've literally heard people make complaints and then they get cussed out behind it. Like, just for asking the questions like, hey, when I'ma get my, and get cursed out. And I just can't understand, like, why would first off, why would you demean me and I've supported your business? And
Right.
then second of all, why would you talk to a customer like this? So any future customers that's sitting back, they looking like, oh, this is what they do.
Right, that
But
could be
then
me.
again, right. Like, that's just, it's crazy to me. But it also speaks to let you know that a lot of times consumers aren't making the decisions on who's what and who's where. You're allowing the producer to say, and these are goods that you don't even need. It ain't like this is your electric bill and they telling you you're gonna pay this and you gonna like it, and this is the rate, and I don't give a damn what you're talking about. You gotta pay it because you need your. These are optional things. These are impulsive buys.
I could do without you, yeah.
I don't have to have it, and they literally telling you and cussing you out and telling you what the fuck, and you like, okay, taking it. And to me, that it just kind of speaks to some of the trauma that we're dealing with as a people, and how we kind of almost expect abuse.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
It's expected.
So you had anything?
Yeah, I was listening to the bill. Like, man, I see that the difference I see right in Atlanta, it's a lot of like see a lot of black franchises, a lot of successful black franchises. And the major difference I see is they have a standard, man.
Absolutely.
A lot of black businesses don't have a standard.
Right.
To where listen, as a waitress, you cannot talk to the customer this way. When I walk in and I order my food, you can't be like, can I help you? You see what I'm saying? And the ones that do well, man, when you walk in, you feel like, okay, it's a standard here. You know what I'm saying? And you feel that vibe, and you want to come back. Versus the other place you go to, and you see like, yo, this is raggedy. You know what I mean? Like this is straight. That's the owner right there, and he just letting this go down like that. You see what I'm saying? So the crowd you get ain't gonna be the type of crowd you want. And you know what I mean? And that's the type of, and that sets your business up for success or failure. The kind of crowd you get in there. You know what I'm saying? Because the people that want to spend money and going to tell their friends and in groups, they're going to be like, I'm not telling my people to come here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I might pass through on a solo dolo tip. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think that's the major thing I see.
And another thing about Atlanta, because I stayed out there for probably almost a year, and I worked in the salon out there. And it was after I had just moved from Texas, where the vibe was a lot different in Texas. In their salons, just their in general. But a big thing with Atlanta is a lot of people present themselves, and I don't want to diminish it like that's the only reason why they provide good service. I don't want to say that. But I will say one additional thing that makes them provide exemplary service is the fact that you never know who is who. It's so many wealthy, affluent people, out there that you just can't treat nobody any kind of way because they look regular. You have to be very careful because you can make or break their business with how you treat somebody.
Wrong person. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Because you don't even know that they said like my auntie, she had a clothing store. And you had NFL players' mothers coming in shopping in her store. And and he came up there like later on and tipped my auntie just for the sake of she went through the store with her and helped her pick out an outfit, newscasters, councilmen. Like you just never know who you're servicing. They can look regular as ever and you never know who you're servicing.
Yeah,
so a lot of times they just maintain professionalism all the way around because they don't know who's sitting in their chair or who walking through their door or who they seating, for this big party. They never know.
Yeah, and if you get it right, you attract them. They'll come check you out.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like a celebrity to pull up on you, like just hey, what's good? You know what I'm saying? Like if you get it ringing like that. So I think that helps too. That helps too. You know what I mean? But I be seeing like a lot of, and I like that, and like while you were saying unbiased, how you need to when you come into the game, you gotta eat, you gotta give more.
Yeah.
You gotta give more food at a cheaper price.
Yeah.
And a lot of black people don't do that because I mean, just a lot of people have good business ideas, but they're not good.
I'm gonna say even not necessarily more food, more quality. You know what I'm saying? You can't just do it like.
I'm saying like either or.
You gotta give more something.
More something.
Yes, you do.
More something.
Yeah, more something. You can't be the same. Like if I go to a soul food spot and your macaroni and cheese don't got the real cheese in it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, come on, fam. Like, I don't gotta come here.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Yeah,
that type. You feel me? So
and and here's another thing that I noticed because since you brought up the macaroni and cheese, because you have your soul food spot, right? And you have your soul food spot that been kicking for years. Everybody know it. So they didn't cut down on some of the products. They ain't got the good cheese no more.
Yeah, right.
You'll have the new competitor that enters, right?
Yeah.
And they got the same macaroni and cheese with the not so good cheese, but they price is higher. So then you wondering, well, why are you pricing your good this way when it ain't like you have a better quality? You know what I'm saying? So now I'm trying to figure out, you new to the game, your price is higher, and you ain't even giving me something that's better quality.
Right.
So now at this point, I start to question your integrity. Oh, you trying to overcharge? You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Don't think you finna make an ass out of me. I'm just gonna pay for some high shit. Oh no. Like people talk about Chick-fil-A's food. I mean their service, like Chick-fil-A ain't all of that. And truth be told, Chick-fil-A ain't all of that to me. It's not something I have to have, but they customer service is fucking
man, A1.
Excellent. People go there just so they don't have to deal with the nasty attitudes and getting their order wrong. And that's the whole thing. People will pay a little more because their prices ain't cheap. People will pay more for better service.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so picky eating out, man, that like I'm gonna say 85-90% of my food, my meals I make. That's how picky I am. So when I do go out, it's Chipotle or this black chef dude that makes seafood. That's it.
Chipotle, I like Chipotle. So Chipotle, the Chipotle over here, they're pretty good with the customer service too, and their food comes out quick. You know what I'm saying? I said, that's another advantage. Like you got to eat. That's another more. You know what I'm saying? Either be quicker.
Right.
Quicker. You know what I'm saying?
Because look, the Chinese shack and the pizza, you gotta wait. Yeah. I don't want to wait. Here, put it in the bowl for me. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I want that, and I'm out. Yeah, I don't want to sit there and wait at all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's another thing about like Chipotle, because it's kind of made to order, and you're watching the process.
Right.
Even though typically Chipotle has long ass lines. People know
Them
once I get up here,
lines be
my order
moving,
gonna be
yo.
right. My
Yeah,
order
yeah,
gonna be right, and I can go right to eating my food. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
don't have
Those
to worry
lines
about
be
having to come back
moving.
up here and stand in line, and you ain't give me this, and you ain't give my shit gonna be right, and I can just
yeah.
go eat my food.
Yeah, let me ask y'all this: if you're a real Chipotle head, you remember like about 2 years ago that they was promoting this thing was if you order so many bowls, you get a free meal.
No, but you
Dang,
know
man.
what? It's funny
I
because
wasn't going back then.
in the marketing class, well, in one of my marketing classes, we had to pretty much analyze companies that had went through like a major trauma where they needed to rebrand. So
Yeah,
we selected Chipotle because they big you know thing was the E. coli outbreak.
yeah,
So we came up with our own marketing strategy as to how they would rebrand, but that was part of, even though they didn't use our strategy because we never submitted it to them, but that was part of their rebranding strategy. You understand what I'm saying? They were
yeah.
trying to draw people back in because a lot of people, when I did, because I actually had to do a survey, create a survey and market it to different people and ask them how they felt about Chipotle during that time. And a lot of people were not eating Chipotle because they were
Right.
scared.
Oh yeah, that
You
that
know,
line was thin as hell.
hmm
Yeah. And that's
and
another thing.
it was some people who actually increased. Like my sister, she's a person who had increased going to Chipotle because the fact that the lines were longer, it made her more apt to go eat there. I mean, because the lines were shorter.
Yeah, me too. Because at that time I was a vegetarian, so I'm like, yo, fuck all that salmonella. I ain't getting nothing but rice and guacamole anyway. So
And that's another thing too with some of these black businesses that be suffering. Like they'll be in the suffering stage and won't make no adjustment.
for nothing.
They
Yeah,
just keep it right there. I'm like, bro.
yeah,
Like,
But that's the whole thing. They don't know how to analyze their business and
yeah, like
how
this
to
might be a
adapt. Like,
time
okay,
for
what is something going on here? What
this might be a
they don't
time
know how
for
to do a
buy
SWOT
one,
analysis.
get the other, buy a dinner, get the next dinner half off or something.
right.
This
You
is
got you.
this is a time to shake a move. Like you hustling now. They sit right there, bro. Sit
Do
right
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
how many? No, 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 no. Do you know how many times I have like literally? It was this one spot. I'm gonna just use them as an example. I ain't gonna say their name, but it was a new breakfast spot that we had in Gary. And when I say it was slamming, banging, right? They had just opened up, but it was like real home cooking, like real home.
Yeah.
And then they closed down and then they did like a dinner,
there. Yeah.
greens, all that, all the shit black people love. So after a few months, they started picking up. And I noticed that they started, the wait times became longer, the prices were higher. Occasionally you might have something missing. So it was one morning I had a whole lot of family in town because they had a funeral. And it wasn't like a funeral on my side, but you know how you have your cousins and then the ancestors, one of their people died. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so they was all in town. So I'm like, let's go to this breakfast spot. You know what I'm saying? Food was bomb, but at the end of the day, some people was eating when other people wasn't. You know what I'm saying? And then
Yeah.
finally, my auntie, she real particular. Her pancakes came out burnt, and they was burnt. You know what
Oh
I'm
my God.
You can't
saying?
burn
I'm like,
pancakes.
Hell no. Who
and
gonna eat those?
they brought them out anyway, right? So when she told them like, oh, these is burnt, they was like, oh well, we finna shut down for breakfast, and we extended the time anyway because y'all was a large part. Like they was doing us a favor. Like literally, it's like 20 of us in there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And they like, well, we was, we did like pretty much like, oh well, she's like, oh well, I'm not paying for these, and they're like, oh well, so I'm looking because I actually know one of the servers. I went to school with her, and I was like, y'all just can't do business like this. I'm not trying to be funny or nothing, but this is embarrassing. I've invited my family to come eat here, because I fuck with y'all. I understand what y'all trying to do, but to be perfectly honest, taking the pancakes off shouldn't have even been a problem. And I know y'all feel like y'all might be tight on money or whatever, but you realize that not only am I never coming back, but I'm never gonna refer anybody here. And anytime I hear somebody going here, I'm gonna let them know how fucked up y'all is. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and
Yeah, that's
word of
real
mouth
though.
is proven, but
Yeah, that's
word of
real.
mouth has proven to be the most effective form of marketing.
Hell
Period.
yeah.
Yeah, it's real.
Other people
That's
telling other people how great your business is the most
Yep.
effective form of
Yep.
marketing.
real. See,
So why would you? And that's the thing. People don't understand. You're gonna take a side. You think you're shitting on me? No, you're shitting on your own business.
Yeah, because
You know
I
how
done
many
better
times?
established. Go ahead.
You know how many times I know people like I've had the client that come in and want to look like Beyonce, and baby, I can give you Beyonce hairstyle, but I can't make you look like Beyonce. But they're like, oh well, I don't like this and I don't like that. Okay, baby, don't worry
Beyonce.
about it. It's on me.
Right. You said Beyonce.
Because I done been in establishments where like I order something and I order something. When I get it, I taste it, I'm like, this shit ain't worth nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I leave it. You know what I'm saying? My girl might finish it and dude walk up and be like, yo, what's going on? You eat it? You ain't like it? And I'd be like, nah, man, I ain't really. You know what I mean? And they'd be like, hey, well, you want me to take it off? You know what I'm saying? On some, I'd be like, you know what I mean? You get that type of service. Now, I might be like, you know what, bro? Nah, I'm cool, but I appreciate you.
Exactly.
I'll try something else, but I'm definitely coming back.
Right.
You know
Right.
like,
Exactly.
So yeah, man. Like, I mean, a lot of folks, man, just lazy and just don't really have, you know, just like a hustler, bro. Like they don't know business. They don't understand. Like I can charge less. Either I can charge more because my numbers ain't gonna be that big, but my quality gonna be great. Like if you selling drugs, you feel me? Like nigga, I got the top notch shit.
Now look,
I ain't finna get that much people.
Now look,
but you know what I'm saying?
Look, listen. I was going to a Jamaican restaurant, you know what I mean, and I told them, now I don't know why, whatever. This is just how I do. Do not microwave my food. let that shit alone. I come home and warm that thing up in the oven. And look, and they know that. Do not. I told them, listen. So they know when I come, just give it to me how it is. Don't worry about it. And that's with anybody. If I see a microwave back there, I'm not ordering. I'm good. So I told Chinese when I back when I ate Chinese food, not anymore, but I ate it. Like they knew when I called in, do not. I say egg foo young, brown rice, no microwave. They start laughing like, yeah, do not microwave. So now, so when I call in, like they know don't microwave. But anyway, now the Jamaican lady cool and like they normally never microwave, but we were talking. You know how you go to your natural habit. Yeah. And they put it in there before I could catch them. Like, fuck, they put it in there. So I'm like, and then they realize it too. Like, you know how like nobody's talking, but we all like mind talking. Like, you forgot, and they're like, yeah, I know I forgot, but I'm gonna give you shit to you anyway. And like, I ain't like that. They should have been like, put that somewhere else and just gave me a new plate. But they gave me that anyway. I'm like, I never been back since. I just, I mean, you can't do that.
Respect. Yeah.
I'm one of the most, and I ain't gonna say I'm one of the most particular people in terms of how you treat me as a customer. I don't play about that because to me it's a million motherfuckers selling the same shit you selling. What I'm not finna do is you're not finna talk to me crazy. You're not finna treat me any kind of way and take my money. I'm just not going for that. Like
I'm big on that too.
I'm real quick to give me my money back and let me move around.
Like, look, if I walk into a gas station, right, and I gotta use the bathroom, and you ain't got no bathroom for the customers, I'm not doing business with you, bro.
Oh yeah.
That's just flat out, bro.
No, I'm so petty. I called the health department. No, I did.
What, a sit down restaurant with no bathroom?
No, I'm saying even if I walk to a gas station.
No, but that's the case.
Different with a small gas station. But I walk in a regular gas station and you got a bathroom, customers is out of order type sign, the customers can't use it, bro. I'm out, bro.
No. So I'm in Minneapolis. So over north is, the real hood area. When I say one day I was in the nail shop and I didn't even ask because most nail shops, they be a little particular, so they may not have, a public restaurant. So I didn't even bother to ask the nail shop.
For the customers?
A lot of nail shops don't because they're so small. They don't really even, do that. And I had never been to this nail shop. So I just, I assumed that they didn't have one and I left, right, to go to Walgreens. So Walgreens like, oh, we don't have a public restaurant. So I'm like, all right, I'm finna go. It's literally like 3 restaurants right there. I'm like, oh, I'm finna slide to one of these restaurants and use the bathroom right quick. So I go in, I'm like, where the restroom? Oh, we're like, oh, we don't have a restroom that's open to the public. I was like, oh, so if I buy a drink, because I know they probably tripping like, oh, you ain't a patron. Okay,
right.
Buy a drink then. Oh no, we don't have no restrooms open to the public. Period. What? So
even if you buy a drink,
even if I purchase something. So then I go next door because it's like Wendy's and Taco Bell right next door to each other. So then I go next door, like, okay, fuck it. I'm gonna just run over to Wendy's. Same shit.
Wait. Stop. Wendy's don't have a bathroom?
They have one. It's not open to the public. This
What?
is
I never heard of that shit before.
so I'm fucking heated, right? I'm heated. Now I go to this McDonald's every day when I'm, dropping off my kids and get my coffee. So I'm like, I'm gonna slide to the McDonald's because I know they got a restaurant. But no, McDonald's is a little ways down the street. So I'm holding it, I'm, dancing. So I finally get in there, use the bathroom. So I get back to the nail shop with my mom. And I'm telling her, like, oh yeah, this is, and she was like, oh, well, the lady said you could have used their bathroom. She didn't know you had to use the bathroom. I said, well, I didn't think that they had one. And then another lady was like, oh yeah, you ain't know over north, because no, I'm not from here. They're like, yeah, over north, they don't be allowing people to use the restrooms because some junkies be going in there and using and stuff. So they don't allow nobody to use the bathroom. I said, oh, they got me fucked up. I said, so pretty much in this area that's heavily populated by Black people, they don't offer public restrooms to their patrons.
That's
so
great.
if I'm sitting down eating and I got to use the bathroom, I got to go down the street to another restaurant to use it? Absolutely not. I call the health department on their ass.
Yeah, there's a spot like that in Atlanta, like at a Popeye, nigga. Like you gotta, in order to use the bathroom, you gotta have your receipt.
Okay, I mean, yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that.
You gotta show the security guard your receipt, bro, to get in the bathroom. He got security guard at the door. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's weird because up here, like they're not that. Like you gotta. Yeah, they're not that strict. Like some would do that, but for the most of them, you can use the bathroom. You probably got to get a key or they buzz you in. But like they're not too. I seen some say you got to buy something. So some do say that. But it's not too crazy like that. So I'm shocked to hear from Amber that they don't open to the public, because we got the same crackhead problem too. That's why they buzz you in or give you a key.
And that's the thing. So the McDonald's that I go to, they do buzz you in. So they do that, and honestly, I'm there so much they don't even trip, because normally they do trip about you not purchasing something. But they know well, not no more, but I used to hit the drive-through 2-3 times a day, buying 2 cups of coffee at a time. So they're like, oh, she don't use the bathroom, girl. But other than that, I couldn't believe it. I said, oh, this is ridiculous. Like,
hey Amber, I used to go to McDonald's. If my stomach start rumbling, I'll go to McDonald's. I'll be like, yo, yeah. Now I don't eat beef at all. But I'll be like, yeah, let me get a cheeseburger. I'll pay for that shit, and I go to the bathroom and walk right out.
You might have been better off ordering you a cup of coffee and shit. And that's the thing. Now I'm not eating there. I just can't do it. No.
Yeah. Well, you can't grow out of that McDonald's.
They got one of the best cups of coffee for $1 though.
Melvin said, "I received to use the bathroom."
For real. Yeah, but they be on that bullshit, and how they make sure you gonna buy something. They got the key up there. They got baby, you ain't getting in that bathroom.
Now you see why I didn't buy those 2 black guys going to Starbucks acting like they was crazy. Now the chick was definitely racist, but they did some bullshit. Exactly what we're saying. Exactly what you're saying. Like, people know you just can't go in a restaurant. You can't go to a restaurant and use the bathroom. You ain't patronizing shit. So when they did that, I was like, man, I don't know, man. I seen little schemers right there. Like, niggas knew she was racist, and niggas, got her.
Yeah, well, shit, well played.
Yeah, definitely well played.
But sometimes it do be that, because like it was one time my sister she went into the gas station. Was it the gas station or it was a restaurant, because I ain't gonna lie, my sister real funny, so she didn't even do gas station bathrooms, so it had to be a restaurant. She went into a restaurant and my son was with her, my oldest son was with her. He had to use the bathroom too. I want to say they was on a road trip. She went in to try to use the bathroom, and the lady was like, well, no, you haven't purchased anything. But whole time a guy walks in, because of course they on a road trip, so they don't really know where it's at. So they pretty much asking at this point, you know what I'm saying? Like, where's your restaurant? So she seen a guy that walked through the door, and walked like back to the restaurant. So she's still standing there like, is it that way? And she like, you haven't purchased anything. And so my sister, as she walked, she's like, you don't know if I'm gonna purchase something or not. I might be purchasing on my way back, bitch. You like, but right now I gotta use the bathroom.
Yeah.
So she told my son, like, boy, go ahead, go use that bathroom. So they went use the bathroom or whatever. And then she walked out. So as she walking out, the lady's like, don't come back.
But you know, that's what it is. Though. Like I don't got that. Like I don't go in places like that, right? And you know, you go in, you gotta use the bathroom first. And
Right.
you can feel the vibe, like, yo, I'm about to eat here, bro. Like, just chill out. Let me use the bathroom. They're giving that look like,
yeah. I'm surprised to hear that. Like, where y'all from?
I hate that.
Yeah, but my whole thing is, especially at a restaurant, baby, I could be going to the bathroom to wash my hands. I'm at a restaurant.
Right. Yeah. Amber, I'm shocked that y'all get it like that out there. That's crazy.
There's certain spots, you know, normally when I go to spots though, like I'm big on like getting comfortable with the people in there. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to just be a face. Like, look, so when I walk in, I want you to know who I am. Like, yo, you see me, and that way we can have a certain rapport. So I don't got to go through the rigmarole when I show up. You know, they walk in the building, oh, that's social right there. What's going on? So you know what I'm saying? They know what I want. They kind of have an idea what I want. You know what I'm saying? I tip them well.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So when they see me, they know, oh, okay, boom. You know what I mean? So I try to keep even the stores I go to, man. Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, how you doing, bro? You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
You know what I mean? So you get a type of respect going. Otherwise, you just another face.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I can't use any from my experiences. I don't like using Starbucks bathrooms. They be fucking disgusting, man. Starbucks, all of them. Like, god damn.
I ain't gonna hold you. That's one thing. If I go in your bathroom, like let's say this somewhere I've been fucking with and I ain't never had to use a bathroom, but today I gotta use the bathroom. I go in there and it's nasty. You ain't never got to worry about me coming back to the That's one thing I think. I hate a nasty ass bathroom.
Yeah, Starbucks, man, that should be disgusting.
Hey, look, if I'm out on the go, I'll either go Publix, because Publix keep their bathroom clean while I'm over here, and then and Whole Foods. You know
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Like Kroger's, oh my God, like that should be looking, woo, be like, I don't even want to pee in there. Like, like this is disgusting, bro. Yeah, Kroger's be horrible, man. Shit, even Walmart be like that. Walmart be horrible, bro.
Yeah.
And that's one thing. Well, first off, I literally just probably started shopping back at Walmart within like the past year and a half or so. Prior to that, I was going to school in Indiana at IU 2011, and I was actually working there at the time. And then I had a class where we covered, you know, different social issues and stuff. And Walmart came up as a company that didn't have the best practices. And it wasn't even domestically. They was talking about abroad.
Right.
But then I was having my own issues, you know, because I clearly had told them when I started, like, oh, this is my school schedule. Could you work around that? They were consistently scheduling me outside of my hours. And I'm like, well, what's the point of you asking my availability if you're going to disregard it? Like, I can't be in here all night, you know, 2, 3 in the morning, and I got to get up and go to school. So it started to become an issue. So once I finally went on ahead and quit, like, oh, I'm not going to be able to do this because I'm not jeopardizing my education for this job. So I finally quit, and I swore off of Walmart because I did not like their practices as a company, and I didn't like their practices as far as how they treated me as an employee.
You sound like Suge Knight as a record label and as a motherfucking crew.
Yeah, I just was not fucking with it. And my sister, she loved Walmart, so she used to be so mad because I would not even step foot through the door. I'm not going in there.
Yeah,
now, I finally broke down, but I'm that type of petty.
Like, that's petty. Yeah, that's petty.
I'm petty too.
Yeah, how you don't go to Walmart?
Yeah, Walmart used to be terrible. Like with their employees, like shit, they was like damn, like slavery out there. Walmart, for real.
But no, and like where they was and I forgot where they was actually making the goods at, but where they was like manufacturing a lot of the goods and stuff, it was literally a sweat. Like they had bunk beds in the fucking factory. no AC. They had like, it was hot. People were sweating. Like they had the fans going, and then they didn't even pay taxes on their goods that was coming back in. It was tax free. So
And back in the day, they was working people like they would never get nobody full time, so they have to get the benefits. And everybody
yeah,
had like 30 some
no,
hours.
no. That when I found out that hustle, that's when I quit. When I found out, so what they would do is they would work you for like 30, 40 hours. Well, really like close to 40 hours a week for 3 weeks straight. Because the fourth week, the system will automatically kick you into full time. Automatically, without them having to, make you full time. If you worked for so long, so many hours, so many weeks straight full time, you would automatically become full time. So they would use your ass up and have you working full time, even though you're a part-time employee. Then
right.
Rapidly cut your hours and then reset the system and then work you all the way. So pretty much they're not giving you no benefits, but you're doing full-time work.
Damn. Wait. Wujabu came on at 12 o'clock? Oh my God. He be checking in at 2 o'clock.
I've been here for a minute.
Okay, I didn't see you.
But I was going back and forth on the computer. Yeah, but I hear y'all talking about public bathroom hygiene and all that stuff. I did want to when I came in, I did want to say something about y'all. It was back when y'all were talking about Chick-fil-A and what was
you were here that long?
With a service, Chipotle.
Yeah, you were here that long? Wow.
Yeah, I came in, but like I said, I wasn't sitting at the computer. I had to speak.
Okay, I looked up. I seen the logo.
But I wanted to say when y'all were talking about that though, is I don't know how old all of you all are, but if you like just kind of sit back and look at the pattern of like society, like the social patterns, evolution, you'll see that like right now we kind of say this, that we live in a microwave generation or a microwave world where everything is sped up, everything is fast, and you notice that it spills over in all different areas of in social interaction. So we got fast emails, fast text messaging. We could contact each other real fast.
Right.
That spills over into the manner in which people study, where people want the fast Google search and stuff like that.
Right.
Nobody goes to the library and use the calling cards anymore and all that other kind of stuff. But if you think about it, what you're all talking about as far as service, that took a hit from this thing as well, because like if you look back in the day at Walt Disney World or different restaurants, these people, the employees, part of their training, they were taught etiquette and they were taught customer service and they were taught etiquette before they were even allowed, during their probationary period.
Yeah,
they'll be taught. Like I know some people who worked for Walt Disney, and they actually put you through like a formal class on how to talk to the patrons of the park. And where I'm from, from DC, and so up in DC, the closest amusement park was Kings Dominion, Busch Gardens, and it was a water park called Wild World. Same thing. Like if you get a job there, they actually put you through a 2 or 4 week training, and it'll be so detailed. Like they tell you how to talk to somebody. Like if they say this is what you should say in return, and this and that. So they actually invested and spent time to actually train people on how to deal with other people. But that stopped. And so nowadays you got people who don't have any people skills, but they're the first ones to be put at a drive-through window, or at the register.
Right.
The positions where you have to interact with the public.
Right.
And so, but I blame it on this kind of slow wave or the slow evolution of this fast microwave stuff. And you see it everywhere, even in music. Everything has been diminished. So the quality versus quantity ratio is lopsided, where now it's all about quantity, like how many numbers, how many followers, how many likes.
Yeah, definitely.
And or how many books you can put out. And it's no longer about the quality of everything. And it spills over even to music, where now, like my daughters, they don't even like my daughters. If they download a YouTube quality track, to them that's normal. That's nice.
Yeah.
But when I listen to it, I'm like, man, where's the fidelity, the you know,
The
Yeah.
stereo now, man.
Right.
Yeah, that's,
like you
yeah,
could barely hear the hi-hats and the cymbals.
Yeah.
I can't hear that
yeah.
Christmas no more. But to them, that's normal,
Yeah.
you know. And I'm like, man, so it's a shift, and it's just spilling over everywhere. And so we gotta, you know, I don't know how we would have to reverse that. First, we have to recognize that's happening, but we have to reverse that. So I heard y'all talking about customer service in the so-called Black community and everything, but that's part of it where we minimalize everything. We bring the bar down instead of leaving the bar where it is and rising to the occasion. We pull the bar down to us, and now everybody becomes everything. And like the professionals call it the democratization of information, of the internet and everything. And so the internet is like at the core of these conversations. When people psychologically analyze these things, they realize that the internet itself is a major causing factor for all of this, because we weren't prepared as a society. We weren't prepared for the internet when it actually dropped and came out,
Yeah,
because
I think it's. I think they talk about though. But I think they were saying too. We're still in the evolutionary part of it. Like in evolution, when it first happens,
Yeah.
nobody's ready for it. So we're not gonna. It's probably gonna take another 30, 40 years before everybody's evolved fully. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
but see, but well, if you grade, you know, internet came out on the public side from what, 1993 or 1995, and
Yeah, but
even then,
that shit went from dial. It was dial up.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
right,
The cable was like 1999 because I worked at a subcontract for Comcast, and like so I definitely know it was around like the '01 2000 over there somewhere.
yeah, but that's high speed, yeah, high speed, and you know, the fast or high speed or broadband and high speed came out later, but the internet access itself, dial up and things like that, that's what kicked it off. But see, we haven't adapted to it, and see, there's nothing in place that forces people to intentionally adapt to it. Like, everybody's winging it, you know, basically. And so
Yeah.
it's reflecting in a lot of these things that you all are bringing up, and plus a whole lot of different areas of life,
Yeah.
and it has a psychological impact that you may not think it's related, but it is, because think about it. Look back in the day. Do y'all remember TV dinners? Are y'all old enough to remember TV dinners?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all telling your age too. Okay, so remember, before TV dinners, everybody had to fix their meal, and it took like an hour at the very least, like an hour. You know, somebody's in the kitchen, put something in the oven, put something on the stove top, and all this and that. It took an hour. Like, dinner was an event, like a household event. That was dinner, supper, dinner, whatever. And then TV dinners came out, where everything was in one tray, throw it in the
Yeah.
oven, and you got everything in one time. But at least it took like 30 minutes or whatever.
Right.
And then from there is the microwave. And now you got a whole meal in 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes in the microwave. And then you have fast food restaurants that blew up. And then they became drive-throughs. And so people are eating on the go. They're eating at stoplights.
Yeah.
They're praying for a red light so they can take another bite of that cheeseburger.
I beat him while I'm driving, man.
Yeah. So everything's sped up. And so this has a an impact on your thinking and behavior. So now you want it quick. You want everything quick. You want everything fast. And so the quality gets reduced, because now it's about quantity. It's about spitting things out fast and things. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up, because that's where we at. That's where we are with all these things. And you know, as a community, it's all about, you know, another thing. When people say separate business from personal,
Yeah.
that's really outdated at this point, because it should be an understanding that the way you interface in commercial interface or intercourse with somebody, that's business, but that interface is going to rely on how you are as a person, your character, and how you deal with things personally. And so separating business from personal is really the old way of creating an excuse to dog out people. and things like, you know, to do things that you normally wouldn't do. It's like creating a veil um around your business practices versus your personal practice. And so we have to kind of get that back and realize that the way you are as a person should also mirror the way you are and interface with other people in your business.
Yeah,
And
that's the spots I mess with. Yeah, you got to be, man, your character got to be good. You know what I'm saying? That's the spot I mess with now. Like the owner, she cool. She's close. You know what I mean? I could talk to her. She come in, hey, how you doing? Everything
Right.
good? Do you like that last thing? You like that? You know, I got the so and so. You know what I'm saying? And then to come in, hey, you know, so and so is real good. Like we recommended stuff. You know what I mean? So hey, so that's my little spot.
Yeah.
and it's
And
you know
and
it's
I've
flip.
never bought into that whole idea that it's separate. Like, why do we have to say, if you, like you said, if you personally, if you're an integral person or just a generous person, a nice person, then why would you have to separate that? Now, I understand maybe on a level of you can't be trying to be friends and allow those relationships to show up. Because I know a lot of people who have failed because they didn't know how to treat their friends as customers. Like, see,
Right.
I have several friends who own businesses, but at the end of the day, they've never put me in a position to want services for free, and I've never put them in a position to want services for free. However, the fact that they don't ask for it makes me want to give them a service for free. Oh, girl, don't worry about it. You know, I know you doing this, that, and the third. Don't worry about it. But people fall into that thing of thinking that they have to be like complete jerks in order to be respected as a business person, and that's just not the case. You can still be who you are, be a good person, and still be very astute when it comes to how you handle your business. Like, you don't have to separate the two. Like,
Agree. Yeah,
Right there.
agree.
Wait, I mean, where that comes from, technically though, is that when you run a business, you've actually created a fictitious entity,
Right.
and you're supposed to keep it separate. It's like having a child.
Yeah.
Where you create your identity. That's the extent of what that is supposed to mean.
Right.
But
Because
people
it's not you.
right,
but,
people
but
take it too far
yeah,
and use it as a way to become a different person and just act all different and everything. And so that's where it's a bit different. So, but when I first tuned in, right, and before I came on the panel, I know y'all were talking about credit repair and everything, and I saw um I can't scroll back now, but I saw somebody brought up a good point. I don't know if they're still in the audience in the chat or not, but I don't know what they exactly said, but that's a good point. So I don't know if y'all even mentioned it before I came in, but y'all were talking about it, was dealing with credit. And you probably covered this already, unbiased, but credit, so some comment about credit reporting versus credit elimination.
Oh yeah, somebody said that.
Yeah. And that's a good point. So I don't know if you talked about already, but
I think Amber did, but you could go over it again.
reset it again. Credit what? What?
well, I don't know where the comment went, but it was about credit report versus credit elimination or something like that. Reporting.
Okay.
Yeah, he said, did you explain the difference between eliminating debt versus getting something removed from credit report?
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
and I
I
think
did.
that's oh, y'all
I
talked about
didn't cover that. I didn't cover that. I don't unbiased.
Yeah, nobody really covered that because I was dealing with elimination. Yeah, so we really ain't touched that.
Oh, okay. Because just from little bit that I know, that's an important like distinction to make, and I don't know if people do it make that distinction, but there's a difference between credit report, because when we say on my credit, we're really talking about your report, but you can be in debt to things that may not show up on your report at any given time. That it may be off, it may be on, something get put on late, whatever the case is. And so what I noticed that some people who deal with credit repair, they're really dealing with credit reporting repair and not credit elimination or debt elimination. So there's a difference between like eliminating debt by again being discharged or cancellations and things like that versus getting something removed for your from your credit report. Because when they pull your credit report, if you're trying to get a house or trying to make a business transaction, and they pull your credit report, sometimes people get something removed knowing that it's only temporary because they're about to make a move. So
Yeah.
like if I'm going to buy, or if I'm seeking a loan, a business loan for whatever reason, and I'm able to remove a couple of things off my report for a 90-day period, which is going to automatically boost my score up and everything. And by the time the people pull my report and this stuff is gone and I'm able to get that loan, then mission accomplished.
Right.
Yeah.
Knowing
Touchdown.
that knowing I still owe, knowing that it may pop back up on my report a little later on and everything like that. And so I don't know if people are making these distinctions when they're offering services.
Well, I asked that question directly. Now, so, and I was told that does not happen. So,
What does not happen? What doesn't happen?
So now let me just run the scenario by you so you could tell me if this is what actually happened. So I said, is it possible for you to report something and for it to come off giving the appearance that it is off your report, and then it can later appear? Is that a thing that is possible to do? I was told that if you, so basically, essentially, you would dispute something. Is that what you're saying? Dispute something?
Investigate, right.
So that it comes off temporarily, knowing that it's going to go back on there because is that what you're saying, Wajawu?
Yeah, I've seen people do that because of, they would dispute whatever is reported for whatever the reasons are, and then the company, and then through that process, they are required to
temporarily
remove it while they do the investigation, and then if they find out that it comes out true or whatever,
they put it
then
back.
they have to put it back. Yep.
But by that time, you got what you need to get, so you don't care. But that's going off of the assumption that that's what you're doing.
Can you guys see my screen?
I asked that question directly. I was told that doesn't happen. It stays on your report the entire time they're investigating.
But then a person came on and said, I think when I like unbiased and went through it, the response was, another credit person, another collection agency could have bought it, and they put it back on, so it gets back on there, but from a different agency.
So right here it says, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
It says, can a deleted item be put back on a credit report? It says federal law states that if the lender verifies that the deleted account is accurate, it can be returned to the credit file. Experian will then send a notice to the whatever. So that might be illegal.
So hold on, wait. That's the point. See, for them to even say that the lender verifies and it can be returned, that means that this does occur, and people take advantage of that. People take advantage of that, and it's a strategy. So it's part of a strategy. If you know that it becomes part of a strategy where people will do that and then hit a home run with whatever they got, knowing that these things gonna creep back on their report. But by that time,
you already got what you wanted. Yeah, you already got what you wanted.
And Amber, my statement was, don't forget, mine was hypothetical. It wasn't like a real, like a claim, but people took my hypothetical and they made it literal, and I got to defend that. But
well, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like, first off, it does not matter if it's literal or hypothetical, because at any rate, hypothetically, you could charge someone to remove things from their credit, knowing that it's going to be removed temporarily. Because see, my mind always thinks a few steps ahead. You know what I'm saying? So if there's a potential for something to come off your credit during a dispute, right, then there's a potential for you to use your knowledge of that to say, well, let me dispute it so everything appears to be removed, because I know that it's going to be temporarily removed because it's under dispute. Therefore, giving the false appearance that I've actually done something,
Right.
but really it's just under review.
Hey,
That's where I was going with it, because if
y'all
there's
didn't-
a potential there,
like I said, they wouldn't. You don't like they had it here in Atlanta. I don't know if you went through it. They used to have a hustle where they can pay your phone bill. You do it, you give them a little bit of, you give him a little partial payment. He'll knock the phone bill off, knock the payment off, get a erased off your account. Well, the trick is, it does happen, right? And you good for about 30 days.
Yeah.
And then they figure out what it was. Then your next bill be what you got took off plus what, you know what I'm saying? And now your shit's so high, you can't pay it. You know what I'm saying? That was a hustle down in Atlanta for a little minute.
Right. And I guess
Like-
maybe
but
because
like
I
I
live
said-
there and in Gary, I be having my eyes peeled for the hustle. But just to reiterate, because I just want you to be clear, I asked that question directly to an expert, and they said that it stays on your credit even while it's under dispute. So,
Well,
and I asked it for
yeah.
a purpose. I asked it for a reason, for this reason. But yeah,
Well,
I
I
asked
think
specifically.
that's a case by. I think it's on a case by case basis, because I personally know people who have actually used that strategy, and knowing that it's gonna, that the account was really theirs and all this and that,
Right.
but they prepared all the legal jargon, they wrote
Yeah.
all the correct letters and sent it all to the right people, and got something removed off the report, but then it ended up coming back later, but they didn't care because that was part of the strategy. So I know a few people. I used to flip houses, and I know people who getting
That's the move.
free
That's the move.
fries and all kinds of things.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, and everything. So now I don't know if they tightened up. Like I said, it's going to be a case by case thing probably, or whatever. And I don't know.
Yes.
But that's
All right, look,
I mean, but that's the whole thing. That's negligible. I asked, was it possible? Period.
Right.
No.
Right.
Not is that all ever the is that ever
Right,
the case?
right.
In any case,
Yeah.
can that happen? And I was told no, it don't happen. It's gonna stay on your report. It only come off if it's an inaccurate account, or if it's supposed to come off. That,
Yeah,
I mean,
but here's the thing. Like, if we say repair credit, if you're repairing credit, you're saying it's broken.
Right.
And so if you, let's say you have 10 outstanding debts that's
Right.
being reported, that's nothing broken about that.
Right. And that was my point. Like, it's supposed to be there.
Yeah, but okay, so I'm saying fixing or repairing assumes something broken. And so
Right.
if you actually own 10 accounts that are outstanding, then there's nothing broken there. So there's a distinctions that need to be made when people are having these conversations. So like I said, I don't know the history. Like right now, I know that that there's a little backstory with why you why you doing these videos and stuff. So I'm not getting into that. Hold on, I'm not trying to get into that at all. I'm just saying
I ain't heard nothing about it.
Yeah, well, yeah, but in general, I'm just speaking in general. Fixing the actual fixing of somebody's or repairing of your own credit or somebody else's credit is really literally when things are misreported, are there that shouldn't be there.
Right. And every book I pulled out, Mujawu said that. And look right here. This guy right here is the author of one of my books. This is a website, and he says basically what he's saying. Here's the question. He says the answer to her question is it depends. It depends on why it was deleted from your credit report initially. So that's what Mujawu was saying. There are only a small number of reasons why an item is deleted from your system. Only a small number.
Right.
Small. Right. It doesn't happen that often.
Exactly. That's what I said. It's a case. I've seen people do it. Now I know people personally who did their thing and got it done for strategic reasons. But my point is that fixing a report is because now here's the thing too. What often happens is that you have delinquent accounts on your report that are past the statute of limitation.
Right.
And so even if you owe or once owed, by law, it should be removed from your report. And so that is a valid fix or repair. because you want to get those things taken off because of statute of limitation. That's where you cite law
Right.
and commercial law and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Amber,
or like a credit card, right? Where they make even though you haven't paid and it's been delinquent a certain amount of time, they keep running the tab up
yeah.
when the account should have
Yeah.
already been closed after a certain amount of days, but they keep
Right.
running it.
Amber,
Exactly. And then you may have false, like on some reports, you'll have your name may be spelled wrong.
yeah.
And that may tie you into a whole nother account or whatever the case is. And so that's those are like literal fixings and repairs.
Right.
But the actual elimination of debt is a whole nother legal strategy if it could be done or whatever case is. That's when you get into bankruptcy conversations,
Right.
chapter 11, chapter 7s.
Yeah, consolidation.
Amber,
Yeah.
this is for you, Amber. This is experience.com. This is actually one of the barrels. And look what they move out the way. What is that? Move. Okay, it says if an account is deleted as the result of a dispute and the lender later verifies the account as accurate, the account can be re-added. That's simple to the credit report. That's the answer right there. So nobody can say they never heard of it. It says it right here on the website. This is experience.
Yeah, they got to be able to because you owe it.
I mean, but
You owe.
but my thing is, these are things that I never really just my novel understanding of how these things work and a little common sense. I did not need to be told that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
So me asking the question was just to see if I was going to get an integrable answer.
Yeah, I got
So
you.
like, and
Hold up. I'm sorry. I'm biased. Can you go back
Experience?
wherever you were just with that dear case KHC?
Oh, that was credit. That was Credit Karma. Oh no. You to my experience. Hold on.
Yeah. Just I'm sorry, Amber. Because you
fine. But when it's
through something was
like
important.
I said, I don't like the extremes of it never happens, it don't, this, that, and the third. You know, I don't like the absolutes because at the end of the day, when you do that, I have to say you're starting it. But it's the same thing when you was like, you know, they don't, you know, you're not getting the student loan removed. Like you just not getting the student loan. And that's why I said, well, I want to know more about what this elimination entails.
Yeah.
I want you to be specific because there are circumstances where you can, but it sounds like a overarching, like, oh, I just got a program that anybody can enter that got student loans. And
Right.
that's just not the
Man,
case.
you know the horror stories behind student loans? Man, you're not getting, man, they make jokes about that, bro. Like,
Right.
you're not getting out of that student loan, bro.
But that's the whole thing.
That thing said forever.
Some
certain
people,
stipulations, certain stipulations. They got like certain stipulations you can get out. You know what I'm saying? But
It
if it ain't,
depends.
But
Blah, blah,
the
blah.
average college attendee,
done deal, bro.
yeah.
That's Sally Mae. It depends. It depends. You're not gonna get around that. But now that you're back on that page, see that paragraph right there. It says what happens when an account is disputed. It says when an item is disputed as inaccurate, Experian contacts the lender and asks them to check their records and verify the account information. The lender has 30 days. See, so they have a limitation of 30 days to respond to dispute. If they do not respond within that time frame, Experian may update or remove the account. And so this is what's been happening. I know in the past where the lenders will have a longer delay than the 30 days, and then that account is temporarily deleted. So if people want to know how it gets deleted, even if you still own it, it's because of the response time for bigger companies is longer than what these was a TransUnion or Experian, whatever, are required, and then they're going to remove it, but then it'll get up on there. So that's the answer.
They got statute of limitation, right?
Absolute thing.
Oh, look right here. Look right here.
Go ahead,
It says, however, if the information being disputed was accurate to begin with, the lender will typically verify the debt even if it is after the 30-day mark. Federal law states, this is federal law, states that if the lender verifies that the deleted account is accurate, it can be returned to the credit file. Experian will then send a notice to the consumer to inform them that the account has been re-added to their credit report.
Exactly. And it happens all the time. So this is normal. This is normal. That happens all the time with a lot of people.
Then I'm gonna see what happens with mine. With Jogger. Look, I got one right now. Right, they got to April 6th. Because I did the credit card, but they give you a date, like the target date. Now, gotta be done.
Now I'm gonna tell you something else too. That this is totally different lane. Like I said, with actually discharging debt, is that there are laws where you can challenge the debt and whoever holds the actual note and stuff like that. And a lot of companies resell debt. They package them in I forgot what they call these things, and they resell it to make a profit off of debt. And so the original contract that you had with a lender or what have you, they sold it. And I forgot the technical terms, because this is like a long time ago when I was done with this. But there are companies out there that can no longer legally, if you know all the right legal ways to challenge these things, where they have to kind of just give up on trying to collect the debt that you owe because they had already sold the debt to another company, and that other company is not your primary lender who you actually have a contract.
Yeah, basically, you haven't signed a contract with that company, so you can dispute the fact that you haven't signed a contract with them. I know what you're talking about.
It's within the transfer laws. Now, a lot of transfers are valid and you can't fight it, but there are some that are done correctly or whatever the case is, but most people don't know, so it just happens. But if you dispute it and you know what you're doing, there are some that you can actually discharge, even if you had owed. It's because they resell debt and they don't transfer it properly. So, it's things that people look into.
Yeah, I got a title to my mom's truck like that one time. The dealership she bought the truck from, they went out of business. And they sold it, and somebody else bought the debt, but the other person didn't pay them the money to declare it, and through some type of, because everything wasn't done correctly, I was able to get the title and not even pay the remaining balance.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, like I said, trust me, it's a case by case, vendor by vendor, consumer versus lender basis. I mean, it's not no cookie cutter thing with that, but it is something to be done. So like I said, I don't know one way or the other as far as the backstory unbiased of what's going on. I'm just saying this stuff, I know people who do things or did things before, and stuff like that. So but anyway, that's that.
Yeah, I ain't
Credit
trying.
repair. I know.
Boy, Zen, what's going on, Zen?
What's up, bro? What's going on? What's up to everybody on the panel? Matter of fact, I've been just listening.
Peace.
See, it got kind of quiet.
We know you hate the dead air.
Yeah, that dead air, man. I can't do it. But I hope that that people got to do due diligence on everything. So yeah. But like I said, I know the title of your show is "Can Student Loans Be Eliminated?" And see, even with that, can they be eliminated? Can the debt itself be eliminated, or can it be temporarily removed from someone's report?
Yeah, like you can go back to school and it can come off your report. It can be forgiven and then come off your report. You know what I'm saying? But
I was about to say, like, those credit repair places, they kind of operate off of that gray area. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people don't know the specifics and everything, and there's like a gray area. So I mean, they sell that to you, and
I've worked with attorneys. I work with attorneys on.
I don't know what the hell that noise is, but it's killing me.
That's King Silver eating chips. I see him.
All right, go ahead.
No, I work with attorneys with criminal issues, but within the firm, they had people who deal with civil commercial issues like this and everything. You know, I kind of ear hustled a lot of things that they would do, and like I said, especially with foreclosures and mortgage issues with houses and stuff like that, and there are things that you can dispute. You know, there are consumer laws and protections and things that on the lending side and the business side, these lenders and businesses actually abuse. You know, and so consumers are protected by certain things, and if you know what you're doing, you can actually dispute some things and get out of certain things that you actually do owe and whatnot, because some certain things are abused. Like if you owe me $100, but I'm abusing you in a different way, you can bring that up and do your thing, and then eventually, even it's like I'm a business, I forfeit you paying me back that
The
100
right
because
to collect. Yeah.
yeah, because I'm trying to do some abusive stuff in another way with you or whatever, some other violations, and so some of that goes on as well. So, but I mean the rule of thumb though is if you take out a loan, or if you have a credit, because loan and credit are different, but if you take out a loan or you have a line of credit and you actually use the credit and you did it, then the rule of thumb is that that's yours. It's going to be a report. That's
Yeah,
what the reporting agency is all about.
yeah.
That helps you too. That actually helps you. Um, unless you abuse it, and then your scores go down. But the credit reporting is what's used for integrity, uh, commercial intercourse integrity. So they judge your integrity, your ability to, it's a risk factor. I know all y'all, y'all know that. The higher your score, the less risk. The lower your score, the higher the risk, and everything is according to that.
Yeah, I went. I got quiet. I went and found my. I went and dug up my stuff, my credit report from that time, and I wonder what it means by it got medical and it got closed in like parentheses. I wonder what that meant. So I'm looking at my report from way back then. I had a score of like this was a LifeLock three barrel credit report. 2006 2017 May 16, and it says medical close. And then it says that's 5.2. It said medical close on the
What,
5.
5.2 million that you owe?
5.2.
What'd you say?
Nah, that's just like the page, I guess. 5.2.
Nah, I'm just messing.
And then it says 740. Now, I remember paying for this right here out of my own. Like I said, when you pay your debt, it's a record. That's all on file. So I remember paying 746 in my own pocket, and I paid it a bunch of times. But over here it says I owe Nationwide Recovery 746. So here these are medical bills, 746 again, and then we go to okay. So page number 6 says consumer statements. It says Equifax. It says consumer statement fraud victim. I ain't a fraud victim. I'm a fraud victim. So it seemed like somebody sent this out like I claim like some fraudulent shit. It said extended alert. Consumer has requested an alert be placed on their credit file. I guess that's that free shit.
Wait. No. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, the fraud claim and to put an alert on your account is one of the first steps that credit repair people and companies will tend to do
Okay.
on behalf of somebody, or that's what people do on their own. That's like that's like the number one, 2, 3 steps.
So
You're basically saying, listen, I don't know about this debt. Like, this is fraud. So I think
Yeah.
my name, my identity, and some people actually file a police report for identity theft, and they pass this on with letters to these companies as well.
okay.
That's the
Would
extent
that
that
be
people.
making a false police report though?
Well, I mean, they won't be able to prove it, so it happens. You know what I'm saying? It's like they don't know if your identity, if you lost your ID somewhere or whatever, and the way you write it, you don't say that. You say that you suspect that your identity has been stolen
Yeah.
and this, that, and the third. I'm telling you, it's a strategy. It's people are doing these things. I'm telling you, I
Yo,
know.
I got so many. I got out of 16 goddamn pages. Like I ain't paid shit. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, damn, Bryce, what the hell you was doing, bro?
Matter of fact, it's a total of 27 pages, man.
God damn.
I never paid shit up to that point.
Shit, hey.
Your credit report must have been like 160. your FICO score is 100.
Shit, when I went to do my credit report, I went to get something. He was like, man, you ain't got nothing on your credit, bro. He's like you don't even exist in the system. So he was like, yo, you gotta get something on your credit, bro. He was like, no credit is worse than bad credit. Like having nothing is worse than having bad credit. I was like, damn.
Yeah, that's true. And have y'all heard of dang, I can't know why I can't think of these numbers. It's like an alternative to your social number.
EIN?
EIN?
No, not the EINs. Another one. It's CPNs.
Okay.
CPNs. Have you heard of those? Well, you know, people. That was a big thing at one point. A lot of people getting CPNs, and
still doing that.
And
I know
using
lady
that
got
to
the hook up on there.
to create a different credit profile.
Yeah, I know a lady right now got the hook up on there. She got like a list of things she do for the number amount.
I got a homie with Social Security number.
So it's a lot of things that people are doing surrounding all this. And then I don't know if y'all you yourself have been through it, or you know somebody who actually goes through a legitimate bankruptcy, bankruptcy 11 or 7, chapter 7. And the moment you do that, the moment that hits your credit, about 30 days later, man, everybody and their mother is going to try to give you a credit card or a loan or whatever.
Why so?
Because they know that you have a fresh start. So they treat you as an adult, like as if you're an adult, but as if you are just coming of age. And so they know that you're going to need credit. So they're going to offer you everything, but it's going to be a high interest rate. But they're going to offer you these low limits, but they're going to be freely trying to give it to you. They're going to send you notification after notification. And, try this card. You get a lot of these cards in the mail. Everybody's going to try to lend you something or offer you a low.
I never fell trap into that right there, though.
I actually started to file. I considered it this year when I found out that they was that they had took offset my refund for my student loan debt. I considered. I'm like, fuck it. I need my coin back. So I started to file, but truth be told, outside of my student loans, my credit ain't really fucked up, and I could just do the rehab program and just get it reinstated. I was like, I'm not finna do all of that. Just chalk it up, and then next year I'll be good.
Yeah, bankruptcy is a viable strategy though. If you
know the game, right?
If you plan and know what you're doing.
Nothing wrong with
even wealthy people.
Oh yeah. That's definitely a great strategy. Yeah.
Yeah, you see 50 Cent when he got sued by old girl, he filed bankruptcy immediately. Like,
that's a great strategy. It's a great strategy.
It ain't just 50 Cent. I mean, it's very common.
Yeah, a lot of people. Donald Trump.
So you got the chapter 7. I think at 13. I think at 7 you get to keep some shit. I think it is.
What's the difference between what's the situation with 7 and 13? Like 13 is like all bad. Like what's the difference?
The worst. Yeah, I believe 13 is the worst. I think 7 I'm guessing, so we can Google this shit, but I think 7 you work out some type of
plan. Find out what the deal is on that one.
I think right now.
I mean, to my knowledge, I think 7 is the favorable one for.
Yeah, that's what I say.
But 11 and 13 are specific to other things, but
because I wonder, like my grandma did it back in the day, but that was a long time ago, and I wonder like if she got swindled into doing the 13 when she could have done a 7 or 13.
Yeah, my mom got swindled too. Yeah, my mom got swindled too and lost the crib. And
my grandma lost the crib too.
But my mom buying some black dude swindled my mom to lose her crib and shit.
Yeah, my grandma lost the crib too. That's what I was wondering now. But I was so young when it happened. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Shit, credit back then was like a mystery. Shit, like, it wasn't.
Yeah, I know my mom
Yeah.
filed like back in like 2010. I know she filed. She really didn't. Honestly, I can't even remember what her point in filing was. I'm trying to remember what she was trying to get off of there, because she still kept her house, but the house was paid for anyway. But she still kept her house. She still kept her car. I don't even remember what she was trying to get off.
Can you guys read that?
Chapter 7 bankruptcy. Chapter 7 bankruptcy doesn't require a repayment plan, but does require you to liquidate. I can't see it. That's something.
Or sell.
So that might be the worst.
Liquidate or sell non-exempt assets to pay back creditors. Chapter 11 bankruptcy is a reorganization plan most often used by large businesses to help them stay active while repaying creditors. Chapter 13 bankruptcy eliminates debts through a repayment plan that lets you pay back a portion of your debt over a 3 or 5 year period. Chapter 7, Chapter 11, and Chapter 13 bankruptcies all impact your credit, and not all your debts may be wiped out.
Yeah, so 7 is the worst.
7 is the worst?
Actually, 7 is like probably one of the frequently used by regular.
Nah, because these right here, you pay back. So that's not that bad. You paying back. This right here, you just gave the fuck up. You just said I can't pay it, and now you're liquidating everything.
Yeah, but
it doesn't require repayment.
But here's what happens. You don't have to pay, like, your debts are discharged, but whatever you own in assets, you have to report your assets to the bankruptcy person in charge of your case.
Yeah,
you have to report your assets, and so what they do is you have to fill out all the things that are attached to you by your social and everything like that, and then they do their research, and if they find out that you are concealing things and try to hold on to something, you can get penalized. But if you really don't have much in your name that can be counted as an asset, that's the best. That's what people do. They're like, no, I'm discharging. Like, hey, you can have this, but all my debt,
you can have this Pinto. You can have this Pinto.
And they start and they
start. They don't even want that shit. They keep that.
And they start you off and see. Once you do it, your name is on a public record as a clean slate, and that's why these companies will prey on you and try to lend you all kinds of cards and stuff. Yep.
I'm about to file Chapter 7 and get a damn car.
It's a dirty game, because when I got my credit up to like close to 650, man, them credit cards started hitting that mailbox like on the regular. First it was like, call, see if you're you know what I'm saying? And it was like, you're pre-approved.
Right.
All you gotta do is call. Like, wow.
But I thought they also had limitations after. Yeah, can you scroll down a little more? Because I think they have limitations on what you can and cannot do after you file. Let me see.
That's what they say. Don't burn it. Like they say, if you do it, you burn it. It's like almost like a one-time thing in your adult financial career, basically.
Damn.
First offenders and shit.
I mean, that's like the general advice. Like, don't burn it unless you have to. Like don't just go out there filing things just to get rid of debt. Like, don't abuse it like that. It is one of those last resort type of things.
Yeah,
that be done.
Because I heard a lot of people though, when they got that money though, that's 7 is they move, like they'll profit on that 7. You know what I'm saying? It'll be some fraudulent stuff that goes into it, but they go ham knowing good and well, like, I'm finna do bankruptcy 7 on this thing, and I'm finna pocket this. They gonna get this. I'm gonna keep that, and then I'm gonna be fresh. You know what I'm saying?
It's an actual strategy that people need to really understand and know what they're doing before they even execute something like that. It's not something to play with.
Oh yeah. That's for the big boys. It's definitely for the big boys.
But you know what? I remember why she did it now. She had she won a lawsuit from a sexual harassment suit that she got from her last employer. So I believe that she knew her debt was gonna be she knew her settlement was gonna be taken. in order to pay, because I think she had real bad outstanding student loans. I don't even think it was in order to take them off her report, but in order to halt it long enough where she could receive her money and not have to worry about it going back to repay that debt.
Well played.
Read
Well
that paragraph,
played.
that last paragraph. It says when you file a petition for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. Oh, let me move this thing. I can't read it. It says typically all collection actions against you come to a stop. This means creditors should no longer be able to garnish your wages, call or demand payment, or initiate a lawsuit against you. About 40 days after filing your petition, a meeting with your creditors occurs, and you must agree to answer all questions under oath. If your Chapter 7 bankruptcy is successful, you receive a discharge that releases you from personal liability for your debt. And so this is what happens.
That's a cold game, right?
When you file your bankruptcy, right? The bankruptcy court is going to contact you and set up a meeting, and at that meeting is when all of the creditors that you owe they're allowed to come and question you, and they record it. What happens most of the time, these creditors don't show up. They don't send a representative. They don't show up. They don't do anything. So if they don't show up, your caseworker will ask you some questions to make sure that your assets are properly filed, and they'll go over your paperwork, make sure you filled in everything properly, whatever. Man, they stamp that, they sign off on that. Then a few days later, you get this discharge letter. You are good to go. But now if a creditor shows up, they're allowed to ask you questions and probe, your ability to pay them and what you can pay them and all this and that. And you have to answer the questions under oath and record it. But I'm telling you, it's a strategy. See, I know people who did it, and like I said, I work with attorneys who part of their firm, they dealt with this kind of stuff. So I'm familiar with a little bit, but it tells you right there, about Chapter 7. And that's that. So
yeah, because I had a dude break it down to me. A partner of mine, he was about to buy a club, but his whole scheme was for bankruptcy. Like, you know what I'm saying? He was like, yeah, I'm finna do this. Like the end game was bankruptcy. And then he was like, and then after that, he was gonna get serious. Like for what he really want to do. You know what I'm saying? And he was breaking it down. Like he was like, I'm finna do this, I'm gonna get a little club, do the whoop, gonna run that, then boom, hit the bankruptcy. And then I'm gonna go initiate my real plan. After I run it up on his bankruptcy 7. I don't know if it was 7 at that time. He was talking about bankruptcy in general. But I think that 7 must have been, now that I'm hearing what 7 is, that had to have been his move.
Yeah, it's people do it. I know, like I said, I have a few folks I know who took advantage of that, and they did their thing, But it's a strategy. It's not something you want to mess around with. Play. But you definitely don't want to perjure yourself. You definitely don't want to sit there and lie and then get caught in some lies under oath, boy. That's not.
Yeah, a lot of millionaires do it, boy. A lot of millionaires do that. And we the consumers be like, oh, he filed a bankruptcy, he broke.
But that's the whole thing. They got enough money to pay people to do it. They know exactly what the hell they doing.
Get that paperwork right. Yeah.
But the reason why is because a lot of not even black people, like a lot of regular people, when they file bankruptcy, it don't work out for them. Because like he said, they don't know what they're doing. They filing the wrong thing for their situation. So they just pretty much file and then because I know it's one of them you locked out of utilizing credit for a time period.
Yeah, that's why I think they got my grandma house like that. The same maneuver. She wasn't really she didn't really know the game like that, really understand a lot. So this is back in the 80s. She ended up losing, losing the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so people gotta be mindful of that. But yeah, I hope that all that stuff works out. Whatever's going on, like I said, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I hope all that stuff's working out. I'm biased. What else would I seen? Some videos, cheap
I know scammer shit going on.
Well, like I hate
that word.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you, man, this that's why I call the HOK community a circus because it's just all over the place. Like a lot of drama, a lot of stuff. It's a lot of exaggerations. You know, I know there's legitimate. I know people who have been legitimately scammed. I know people who exaggerate and say scam. You know, they bring up the word scam, and then it's a big thing. All that kind of stuff, man. People accused of this, accused of that, then come find out it's not really real. Yeah, people who were friends one day, not friends another day, got scammed the other day, get paid back, and they back to buddies, and they get back like nothing ever happened. You got
Hey, as
media
soon as
activities
somebody
going
says
on.
scam, the first thing I'm doing is just taking a back seat and just trying to listen to the story. Because I don't have nothing else to say. I just want to hear all sides of the story and then come to my own conclusions.
Man, I've seen the
But
scam
also,
go into all-out war. Both sides accused each other. The whole nine in a public forum. Next thing you know, everything
and all that
everything
kind
cool.
of
They
boils
back
down
together.
to me is, and see, guess what? If we are to believe any of y'all, then that means, guess what? Both of y'all scammers and y'all was cool with the shit. Y'all was cool with scamming as long as y'all was getting away with it and y'all was cool. I don't like and that's why I'm like, I can't take people serious when they only have something to say when they fall out. Like,
right. That's like a
I
relationship.
just can't take you serious.
That's a typical relationship when a
Yeah, you score. You have like a scoring lover.
Yeah, nothing exposure.
Exactly. See,
that's where I have to step back.
Exactly, and that's when most stuff is made known is when there's a fallout of a close relationship, whether it's business or personal. I mean, business connection or a relationship is when you split, when people air out stuff. But during the time it was all good, everybody was all good, and that's, to me,
everybody eating off the scam.
That's not cool. That's not cool. But and then here's another thing too. I don't know if y'all talked about this earlier, but with just about every business, there's gonna be or a few disgruntled customers and people, because you want to do your best, but you can't please everybody. And so people who never run a business may never understand this, but if you run a business, you're gonna rub somebody the wrong way. But but here's the key thing: it's how you deal with the situation which matters. So if you did wrong by somebody, or somebody, you
Feel
offer a
like you did
product.
wrong.
Yeah, if you offer a product and somebody bought it and they never got it, or if you offer a service and the expectations didn't meet what the customer thought it was going to be, that happens. So, but the key is, how do you deal with it? How do you handle it? And that's what I don't think some people give freedom for, on that side. But then on the other side, some people just don't handle it properly. So we got a lot to learn in
Yeah,
this
but
community.
we touched on that earlier. That's how we kind of got into the whole customer service, and even the weird, part that you kind of tapped in on when we were talking about public restrooms and just different things. Like something so small as, like I was saying, how out here over north, in Minneapolis, in the heavily Black area, a lot of these restaurants like Wendy's, Taco Bell, even though they're sit down restaurants, they don't offer even their patrons a public restroom. So I call it the health board because I'm petty. But at the end of the day, we were talking about this, and that's something that I mentioned previously on one of the last, something that I've mentioned actually to parties involved, is just that if I'm a business person and I'm operating in the public or promoting in the public, what I'm not going to do is get out here and cut a fool on somebody who says they had a bad experience publicly. I'm just not going to do that, because I still am running the business here. So I still have to maintain a certain level of professionalism. And I've seen too many times in the community where people have, and not even just trying to be funny, like literally they just may make a comment like, hey, I was just trying to figure out when I'm gonna get this because I got that. And I mean, niggas will go straight in like they done cussed out their mama or wish death on somebody. Like, and I just don't understand like how you had that attitude with someone that's patronizing you.
Sometimes I think that we have to learn that, like, being as though we first generation business owners, or you know what I mean, some of us have to learn that. And I might just be empathetic with certain people, but you know, I still might not deal with you if you do act ignorant in that way. But in the same time, I'll still be like, well, eventually you'll realize that your sales are going down or something, and it'll click eventually. I'm just that optimistic when I think about that type of thing.
Well, and I would be willing to go with you if this wasn't a community that didn't pride themselves on information and having the correct information and knowing shit. So if you're gonna endeavor to go into business, wouldn't you want to know the proper information and the proper things that you need to know in order to, handle the business effectively, in order to run one effectively and efficiently, in order to make it to where people want to come back and patronize your business and for your business to grow and thrive? Wouldn't you want to know the stuff that it takes to that's the crazy thing that I don't
I
understand.
agree.
But
I
so many
agree.
people that's pushing the business thing and black people and black ownership, they care so little about the actual study of running a business and operating a business. This is an actual field of study that you can look into. And if you're going to talk about religion but have a business that's not even tied to religion, I have to question your priorities.
But these are, I mean, if you're talking about the quote unquote conscious community, then you have to think about it like these are the same people who running around here talking about vaccines aren't important, the earth is flat, and all this other type of crazy stuff. Like, I can't expect them to be like, for example, like I got a friend who really is trying to be a business owner, but is following Ali Muhammad's.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's a bunch of
Out here,
garbage, man. That
but
indigenous stuff.
yeah, the
Oh, you
silence.
mentioned name. You mentioned names tonight. I thought you
Nah,
said
Oh
you.
he
yeah,
put his
yeah.
whole
Oh
business.
yeah,
Sometimes we'll
yeah,
go
yeah,
in.
yeah. No names, no names.
Listen, he put his whole
Oh, is it
business.
no name night? All right.
Yeah, no names.
Because sometimes we go in. You got the videos.
Yeah, not tonight.
You got
Tonight
the
is a
whole. You got the whole video.
It's a smoke-free night. No
no,
smoke in the
no.
building.
My video. Nah, tonight is no names.
All right, no name night. No name. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Smoke-free tonight.
Hey,
You got
hey,
you
real
got to
quick.
make up. You got to do like Alibaba, or like you got to do like a little pseudonym, like a little movie title or something.
Yeah,
I'm
y'all
gonna
can do nicknames. I'm not doing nothing like that.
Nah,
I'm gonna make my way back. I'm gonna hop off here, but I'm gonna make my way back. So I'm gonna say peace for a bit. I'll be back if y'all still on. I know
Yeah, yeah.
guys will probably be asleep, but
Yeah.
I'll check y'all out.
peace.
Yeah. So y'all, you know what I mean? If y'all want to make a point, yeah, you can say, something that we know the person by, and it's all good.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say the indigenous trust.
There you go. Indigenous trust. Everything's indigenous. Indigenous soap, indigenous toothpaste,
I cannot. Y'all get on my
indigenous
nerves.
strippers, all that, man.
Indigenous right hand.
or the bachelor degree of science.
Indigenous liar.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's like how y'all gonna be, selling a product to everybody, but y'all, you and this indigenous,
Right.
like I can't understand that, because they trying to like be out here competing with other water companies,
Yeah.
and companies and stuff, and I'm like, yo, how are you doing it by doing that, yo? And for real, like, I attempted to start a solar company with these guys, like, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
we really had a legitimate source in India and everything, but my man signed it all up through this EIN number through the indigenous trust. And it's like, we going to the city council and we getting all this stuff to these people, and then they looking into the company and they like, who are y'all? Like, and it's kind of like, yo, this is not legit. And I'm like telling them, like, man, we can't be putting ourselves out there like that. You know what I mean? And it just kept going, and I just had to leave eventually, because it's just like, yo, y'all still, going around in circles, and to this day they still at the same level with the shit. And I'm like, man, y'all might as well just keep selling vegan dinners like y'all doing to the same motherfuckers, because this shit ain't
Yeah.
working.
But in this community though, right? Like, we don't. It's like a lot of people don't really care if the person has the skills to do what he's saying he can do.
Yeah.
Right.
They just like the person, and what you're talking about sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's when we get into like the visions of grandeur, right? When you trying to put something together and you don't even have a team capable enough to put this big plan you got. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? You talk about putting a squad of people over here, a squad of people over here, state to state. Like, do you know the type of employee structure you need in place to manage that?
Yeah, right.
And sometimes it's not even that because they can very well have people around them that have the skills, but the ego won't allow them to let someone else take the lead.
Delegate certain,
or they have a dead set in their mind that they want to do it this way to prove they want a certain outcome so they can prove, you can do it this way. When it's like you could actually achieve the goal that you're trying to do, that you're trying to achieve, but just not by the means that you're trying to achieve it.
And you've never done anything remotely close to this in your life.
Right.
You have no experience. You got to get some type of people around you that can coach you through this.
Right.
But you're representing it like so. You know what I mean? Like the Prince of Pan Africanism. Bro, like you need some help. You know what I'm saying? Like,
the Prince of Pan Africanism.
Like you can't just go from a guidance customer to I'm running to go attire. You know what I'm saying? Like just without just jump 9 steps.
Hey yo, picture we had grant writers, we had all these different people that could help us, but these niggas wanted to be so blackology that unless certain people was black, they ain't want to fuck with them.
Yeah.
And it's like, bro, we gotta get the fuck in the door at the end of the
day. But no. But that Polite has spoken on, and that's the thing why the technical, whether he's scientific or whether or not he knows what he do know about is common fucking sense sometimes that people just overlook and miss. Like, if white people got all the money, how you expect to maneuver without having to ever deal with a white person?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or
common logic, right? Yeah.
Right. Or if they have, even just the resources of the experience, because a lot of times they have the companies that's been up and running and doing this thing. So, and it's not to say that there aren't black people that can do it, but it goes back to the quality and the price. What's the trade-off here? What am I sacrificing in order to have this black person working for me? It's not to say that black people don't do magnificent work and don't do magnificent. That's great. But if you want to build and grow, eventually you're going to have to branch out from that. Because even if you find the most spectacular black people, guess what? You're not going to find them in abundance like that.
Yeah.
You're just not. You're going to, at some point, if you want to continue to grow, you're going to have to touch some other types of hands. So when people have this unrealistic idea that they're going to have this spectacular business and they just not going to have no dealings with the white man, period.
All black.
It's completely ridiculous, especially when at the end of the day, in order to have lights on, water, I bet you dealing with some white companies. You can't tell me that you got all black everything. So you sacrificing in some areas. You're gonna have to.
So look, I used to sell shea butters and black soap and stuff like that too, right? So I used to get it from this chick whose peoples is from Liberia and whatnot, and they used to tax us, you know what I mean, and we used to have to make everything raw, everything. We was paying top dollar, so I mean the prices would reflect that, you know what I mean. Man, come to find out, you know what I mean, we put up like $700. Her peoples ended up stealing some money from us one time. We ain't never get no product, nothing. Got out of there.
Yeah.
So we end up finding this place in like I think it was Indiana or something, where they mass produce shea butter and black soap, and we got that shit for cheap. Like we was getting them off. But I mean, we ended up buying it, but at the same time, you got certain people who wouldn't buy it just because it's not coming from a black source, quote unquote. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I was gonna say that. I knew, you know, I was in that buying black shit. I bought a lot of black soap online or in person, but I knew the game was up. When Walgreens started selling that shit, like, it's over.
Yeah, I seen that.
Yeah. Because I started buying it from there, bro. It was over. In my black allergy, I was like, yo, this shit just way better, way cheaper. As a black allergist, I was cheating and shit.
There's a little restaurant I going to right now, right? They got called like Taste Buds, right? They got like a dope little setup shrimp they cook like in pineapple. It's dope. Right, man, I go in there, and man, when I walk in there, I'm like, I keep telling, I'm like, man, why are y'all here in the middle of the hood when you could take this show on the road? Like, nigga, you got they got like a steel vault door.
Damn.
So nobody don't break in that thing. I'm like, you like, just because you don't have to just like pigeonhole yourself.
Yeah.
To black people.
Yeah.
Like take it on the road, get it going, then you can bring it back.
Right.
But go get top dollar, like at least where your life can be safe. You ain't got to worry about like I don't even like your food dope, but like I don't even like coming around here. I don't have to bring my gun in the restaurant.
Right, I don't feel safe.
I gotta bring my gun in the restaurant with me because I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, but
yeah, from a business aspect, like the Blackology idea is the stupidest idea in the world. The entire world is trying to get the money from everybody. You trying to get money from just black folks like that? That's just backwards, man.
And that's the whole. I'm gonna say this at the end of the day. Market segmentation is the thing. You're definitely gonna segment the market, but not by race. Like it's not smart. It's not wise because what ends up happening is people don't even look at your product because they assume it ain't for them if they're not black. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Well, this is a black product, so it's just it can't be for me because it's the black. And when you push that buy black, the black is what stands out. You understand what I'm saying? So people start to believe, well, this is the black product. This ain't got nothing to do with me, versus but it's soap. Ma'am, soap. You can use soap.
You know what I used to say though? When he used to talk about buy black, I used to be like, why you ain't marketing that to white folks?
Right, exactly.
Like buy black don't gotta be delegated. Just black people buy black.
Exactly. It should be everybody buy. It should be everybody buy black. Yeah, exactly.
I was joking with my homeboy. Like, yo, we should start a buy redneck company. Like, let's start redneck apparel. You know what I mean? but be black people at the same time.
Yeah.
Like a redneck company. You feel me?
Buy redneck.
You know what I mean?
But truth be told, the buy black thing to white people could work for those white people that are
want to support
that they're not racist.
Exactly. They want to.
That's why I would say the same thing. So
they're progressive.
Yeah. I would have made them feel bad to like, yo, you buy from everybody else, you don't buy from us, buy black.
We're saying, we're not saying, we're saying buy black because we're trying to put our community in a better place.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But that comes out when we say to buy black, it's perceived like it's racial domination. We don't want no other dollars.
Yeah.
We only want black dollars.
The thing is we gotta find a way to still get that message across without saying those words because people get triggered by words.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Words trigger people, and once you trigger, you already turned off. You know what I mean?
And honestly, not just that though, but it's not specific to your actual product that you're selling. You understand what I'm saying? It's very generic. Right. People say buy black when they talk about food, when they talk about shoes, when they talk like it's everything under the sun. It falls under that, and that's the whole thing. You're not telling me nothing about your product and why it's better. All I know is that the business owners are black. That's all I know. You know what I'm saying?
A red, black, and green shoe that's black owned, and I'm not naming it the African American shoe.
Oh yeah, right,
bro.
Right.
Tell you, they would have hate me.
I can call it Air Force One design.
Right,
bro. They would have hate me with my red, black, and green shoe in a white model, bro. Yeah. They'd have been wanting to cut my throat, bro. Because I'm like, I'm good. I'm trying to get Chinese.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? With the black, red, green, bro.
I would have been on that. I'm like, yo, put a white girl in them shoes, bro.
Yeah, bro. Like,
Yeah.
come on, bro. Like,
We trying to get this money.
we trying to sell shoes, bro.
trying to get this money.
Oh hell yeah! I'm like, man, look, I be on that same type of mindset, but in this community, it's like, you know, white man's the devil.
Yeah.
So there you go.
But I truly so it's become a lazy thing where people don't even have to invest in making a product any kind of quality. It's just buy because a black person own it. You know, people can literally pull out anything. I remember I was in a group and this dude like, yeah, support my website. You know, I got shoes and I got socks and this, that, and the third. And so I'm like, okay, I go to the website to see because it just so happened to be my son's basketball season. I was buying him some shoes and some socks and goddamn way. So I'm like, let me go slide see what. Man, when I say I was so disappointed in that goddamn website, then I'm like, and where the shoes at? The shoes, I mean, literally, it was one of those generic websites where they just got like a standard sock and then they throw the little print on it, like to kind of. There was no models. There was no and not even like even I would have went for him being in his, you know, just using a child or, you know, his own foot. Yeah, and then there was no actual sample of what it looked like. You know what I'm saying? None of the pictures were real. It's all this image of what it should look like. So I don't know what the material's really gonna be, how thick it's gonna be, and it was expensive. So I was like, what is this shit? And it was only like 6 different variations of the sock. 3 of them, which was corny as fuck, like had like trees or like puppies on it and shit. I was like, man, I don't want this shit. Like. But people like, yeah, I just ordered something. I'm like, what the fuck did you order off that website? What did you order?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they didn't. I mean, it's a lot of things, folks. I be seeing stuff and I be completely disappointed. You know what I'm saying? In certain. I mean, I don't want to say all across the board, just in certain areas. I don't want to put everybody out there in certain areas. But
I just don't like how everybody doing the same shit.
Well, at this point, people are having literal pop-up shops because it's this whole buy black movement. Oh shit, I'm black. Let me hurry up and find a product because people buying because I'm black. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but then again, everybody want to make the same product.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, that's the worst.
T-shirts. Everybody want to make shea butter. Everybody want to make jewelry. Everybody like
they got their own. Got that boy got the gold water.
Yeah, go make technical. Like, what the fuck? What are you doing by making soaps and shit? Like, how's that changing the world?
Like, I like to see, man. Like I said, I like to see. You know, you got to think the community, the conscious community is not an actual reflection of the real world. You do see some aspects of it, though. You know what I'm saying? But you would like to see it. You would like to see it spread out, But as long as that white man, the devil ideology runs rampant, it ain't never going nowhere, bro.
I want y'all to feast your eyes on this shit right here. Y'all see this?
I'm not feast your eyes. I ain't heard that one in a minute.
Let me feast my eyes real quick.
So this is the Nation of Islam, and this is in their book in 1965. And this is, and you have people quoting this as though it's like realistic, right? The economic plan by Elijah Muhammad. Now look at this right here. First of all, check this out. So we'll go right into it right here. It says, if we can just say, first of all, who is the goddamn we? What is that?
I seen earlier it said our. I'm like, what?
Exactly. So look. So first of all, any financial book would never have something like this in there. What you mean if we? Like you gotta give a number. If we can say just 5 cents, well, who the hell is we?
Yeah, how much is we? How many people is we? You know
our nigga. Like,
yeah, and exactly. And like, how do you expect every last black person to participate in some shit? Like that's the worst business plan ever. Now look right here.
That's the 100 man. What's it?
look, it says we number the 22 million and now look, he gave a number. He said we number around 22 million. So he's not counting on 22 million. This is still bad. He said there's 5 million that are wage earners. So guess what? He don't want 1.5 small percent of this right here. He want all of them. If 5 million wage earners,
best case scenario.
Right. So you need all these motherfuckers. So if one person, if a quarter of this don't do it,
all this is trash. Like this is horrible planning right here, man.
Yeah, if
I missed
everything
it. What
works
we
out,
looking at? What we looking at? I missed it.
Let me go back.
that's
So-
NOI, right?
Yeah, so this is the business plan from economic plan for the Nation of Islam in 1965 from Elijah Muhammad. So they messed up right here. He says if we can just save Amber, who's the we? Who's that?
This Amber.
Right, I'm asking you in this message right here. If we just can save 5 cents a day, who's the we?
I'm not really sure. You know, I'll be curious. The we, the they. I mean,
right. I mean,
I'm assuming they talking about the Black community.
Right. Like what business plan you account for every fucking body? Like that shit crazy. So anyway, so he goes over here. He said if 5 million, I'm sorry. He says we number around 22 million. And so now he went to the people who make money. He said 5 million are wage earners. So now you're not going to assume all 5 million, are you? If 5 million wage earners, that's not how you plan. You don't ever count fucking everybody. Because if a quarter of this shit right here, these people don't do this, then all this shit means nothing. Your numbers are off.
Mm-hmm.
So you never include every motherfucker in your group to actually do it.
And I'll go so far as to say you can actually include that just for just so you can get the bigger picture of what the potential is. However, realistically,
we need about 25% of you know Don King just like, yo, if we'd have followed that plan, shit, we'd have been where we need to be. I was like, are you crazy?
Yeah, well, hold up, wait. So you expect 22 million Black folks to all do this shit weekly?
Well, not 22 million, 5 million.
5 million.
No. That's at 5 million. But the other one said if the we is 22 million. But so anyway, you never anticipate that 100% of whatever number you just fucking came up with. You always, like you said, Amber, you got the best case scenario, you got the worst case scenario. You never is a plan for every motherfucker to do it because all it takes is 2-3 not to do it and it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can't do them group things like that because let's say everybody's putting in on this thing. How all these people going to have a ownership in it? You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
so
right.
You're basically just donating for somebody else,
right?
To take their money and try something.
To the holy figure.
Yeah, you're not gonna have any like equity and nothing.
Who has his sole proprietary shit? So when he get locked the fuck up, everything goes with him.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's always my issue with these particular things. First off, I feel like a plan like this of the types of things we're talking about, it really we keep saying we as if everybody gonna pitch in. We gotta unite.
Right.
But really, all it takes is 7 to 10 powerful people with money to put together. Okay, this is a corporation we're gonna start for this purpose, and we each invest in this amount of money, and we're gonna grow it. Then you open it up to the public. But at the end of the day, I would not try to create a plan that's allegedly for everybody or that I'm going to propose to everybody, because at the end of the day, it's just unrealistic. We want decision makers, like you said. I want some equity. I want to know.
Yeah, if I'm going to put up 10, yeah, I'm going to run it up and do this, and I'm going to have this amount of money. And I'm putting this much into whatever it is. Like, what's my stake?
Right.
Yeah,
what kind of return am I looking to get on my money?
Nothing.
Exactly. And then I'm looking at if I'm down bad and I need to borrow against or cash out something.
Exactly.
Where's the contingency for that? Where's the plan
exactly.
for?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's not even thought of because, like I said, the plan is bigger than they even realize. You know what I'm saying? It's like all we need to do, and it's always just all we need to do is this, we do that, and then boom, simple. I'm like, what? That ain't simple, bro.
That ain't
it. Yeah. He said those 5 million. No, those not 5 million Muslims. he said 5 million of the altogether 22 million Black folks in the country. That's 5 million of the 22 million. That's everybody.
You know what I'm saying? And then how can we see where we at? on a month-to-month basis?
Right.
What's the goal?
What's the quarterly plan? Right.
What are we looking to hit at the 6-month mark?
I asked him. I said, bro, I don't believe that shit. I said, look, we're in January. I said, in April, where do you see yourself? Like, they got offended. I said, yo, cause that's some bullshit. Like, y'all don't have any realistic goals. Like, in April, where do you see yourself? So now the next quarter, where you see something there, so you can see yourself growing. Like, you don't see shit. It's just like donate, and we'll make it happen.
Yeah. But that's part of the hustle, though. That's part of the hustle.
Exactly. Because my thing is, who over these donations? Who's,
right.
See, that's because, if they give you a time frame, then they'll be holding to that date.
Exactly.
See what I'm saying? So that's why everything is vague and just
right.
Keep pushing. We almost there. We're getting close.
Hey, we almost there.
Getting close. We're getting real close. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm proud of you. We got to dig deep though. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And that's another thing. It's never what you already have invested is never enough.
Yeah,
it always take a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and again, it's like a bad relationship.
That's cool.
It's like a bad relationship. Like these females that, they've been with a nigga, 3-4 years. He keeps telling, oh man, baby, I'm married. It's not the right time yet. I'm not ready. We not ready. And it's like, well, damn, how much time, how much I gotta invest before I see the actual return? And that's the whole thing. Like, it's always more and more and more and more and more. And then you got a million people with a million different things going on, and all of them want you to invest in their thing.
Yeah, because you can always say, because see, once you keep stretching it out, things naturally happen. So you can always hit it with the excuse. But
exactly, the watcher.
Boom. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
The watcher hit it on the head. The building fund. Yep, the church building fund. That's pretty much what it is.
The churches. Yeah. We're almost there. Oh
man, we're almost there.
Almost there. We're almost there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Then this happened. Oh well, you know what? We're gonna have to take some of that. That's gonna set us back a little bit because we got to take care of this. But once we take care of that, we'll be able to get back on track. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, shit gets dragged out, and before you know it, just people just donate. Don't even think about it anymore.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
And then, if you consider all the support that you've given to, every Black community member that promotes some shit that they feel like you need to be supporting, you could have started your own shit and had your own
right, exactly.
That you don't really need nobody to support you in because you done got your coins together. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't be understanding the logic sometimes of, if we such a community that needs help the most, then why are we expecting our own community to pull us out of the you know what I'm saying?
Right.
If we're the most downtrodden, if we're the most without resources, then don't you think we need to tap into to the people with resources in order to get our resources?
Exactly. You need to think that.
We just shuffling broke to broke. Oh shit, I'm broke. So let me, you understand what I'm saying? Like,
I'm gonna tell you what I did not too long ago. And if you do it, it'll trip you out. Just ride through a Black neighborhood, ride about 5 miles through, and just count the church. How many churches you see?
Oh my God.
Man, they back to back, cross the street, right? Then go to a white neighborhood, do the same thing.
Oh yeah.
It ain't even close, bro. Like, it might be one spread within 5-6 miles.
One cathedral.
One big one.
One cathedral.
You better get there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But in a Black neighborhood, man, they in a shop. They might be 2 in a shopping center, bro.
2 in a shopping center. That's a fact.
Shopping center, bro. Like,
and if they take an offering, they only taking one. Shit, I done been in church. I'm like, man, this is the third fucking offering.
And if they successful, all they gonna do is build another church.
Right.
They're not finna build a grocery store. Oh, no, they're gonna build another church so you can donate to that church. Mm-hmm. And that's it. They're like a black hole, bro.
Or they like to do this too. They'll open up an academy, a school, and then charge tuition.
Yeah, the daycare. That's a little hustle right there because the members. They can double up. We get that donation, and they got kids, so we can kill them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, but they ain't finna build no like what we need, like a grocery store.
Yeah, and I ain't happy.
Nope.
Yeah, man, it's a cold game, man.
Gas station. It's a cold game. Hey, I'll be saying to myself, like, how the hell Africans come over here from another country and get a gas station, and we can't get it for nothing? We've been here for ages.
No. You know, I haven't even heard, honestly, the African American family, anybody even talking about trying to get one. Like I've never heard that. I've never heard that conversation.
It ain't can't, it's won't.
I've never heard the conversation brought up. Like, what about you, Unbiased?
That conversation.
Not ever, never, ever.
Chicken joints,
Right.
like a little wing spot.
Yeah. Right.
Food
truck.
Juke spot. Yeah.
Hookah lounge.
And then I'll go even so far as to say even those joints, they're not even really opening up. A lot of times you see them in there working, but the liquor stores I know for sure where I'm from, and even the ones around here, they all over the Black community, but Black people don't own them.
Right.
Black people don't own no liquor stores.
Yeah, zero. How is that possible?
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Hey, yo, no bullshit. It's a liquor store right around my way, yo. I went in there one time and I heard them talking, and no, they got like some susu type thing going on with their store. Like it looked like a they got like a family and they invested money into this store, and you know what I mean. It was definitely something like that going on.
Okay.
But yeah, like we don't have that thing.
Yeah. We'll buy a barbershop before we buy a liquor store.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's cool. That's cool too. That's a step.
No. Barbershop. I was saying I ain't got no problem about it. But I'm saying that's just more the common route. They'll more.
Yeah.
They'll more go for the barbershop.
Yeah. I never understood that. Like we drink all the goddamn liquor. Why don't we go get a liquor store?
Right.
Yeah.
But you know why? It's because of all the licenses. Because I had homeboys who own
nightclub clubs and shit,
skate rings and nightclubs and shit like that, and they never get their liquor license, bro, because that shit came with a whole bunch of other type.
You got to be clean with that liquor license.
Shit, man. Like niggas gotta be clean then. Like damn,
Yeah, you got. I'll get you a front guy, get you somebody to face.
And,
you know what I mean?
That's another thing I was gonna say. Like, the hood don't think ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody can't be your partner in the streets rocking with you. You gotta have, like you said, a few front guys. You gotta keep somebody cool. But niggas just be riding and everybody fucking dirty. They ain't trying to keep nobody together. Nobody in the, I mean, it's just. Everybody got a felony, everybody, and it's like, where is your guy that can handle the business if it needs to be handled? Where is your guy that ain't got no record?
Yeah, you need that clean guy. You need that face, that clean guy.
Yeah. So, somebody said something that was like important. They said, it's the same business. Like one person do something, then we all want to do it. Like so we got all these like in business. Like the goal is to try to have at least competitors possible. It's like, all the competitors is us. Like everybody want to get the same endeavor. Like we all want to do this. Fucking cake store, whatever it is.
But we can win with that, but we got to use that to our advantage though, because like we know we a monkey see monkey do. So the first time one nigga get a gas station, guess what every Black person go do? Try to get a gas station.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We need that person to set it off.
And ain't nobody gonna win with no damn shea butter and black soap.
I mean,
no, exactly.
But to be perfectly honest, I'm gonna say yeah and no. Like, of course, you want people to be an inspiration when they open up a business. You can do it. But at the same time, this is another thing about business. Do you think that Chipotle and McDonald's and those different places, they don't do a market analysis of what's where, the competitors, they analyze all of that and they make decisions based off of what is going to be most beneficial for our business? It don't make no sense, especially if we're in the Black community and we're trying to, grow. It don't make no sense for me to have a liquor store right here and then 2 blocks away is another liquor store. You know what I'm saying? Because all I'm doing is really, increasing competition for myself by putting it in such close proximity to another liquor store. And that's like we oversaturate the community with different businesses, and then all the funds, because our resources are limited, people ain't coming out of their communities to come into our communities to purchase. So
Right.
we're pretty much when we open up a business, we're pretty much limited to our immediate community, you
Yeah.
know, of people that are buying. So if you got a liquor store here, a liquor store here, a liquor store, you know, maybe 5 blocks away.
Wing stand.
Now you're just spreading out the profit that these businesses could potentially make. You know what I'm saying? You're spreading that out. It's being divvied up amongst them. Now, this one may be more favorable because of the attitude or the selections or what have you. But at the end of the day, it's not going to be as profitable as it could be if it was maybe just that one standalone store and the next one was 10 miles away. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you what though, the Chinese, they don't figure that out. They already know. Wherever there's niggas, that's where we going.
Yeah.
Every time, like they don't give a fuck how it could be gang lace. They don't give a damn. Gangs and all. They gonna be there, bro. They'll put up the bulletproof window. Look, we gonna be there. You know what I'm saying?
All right, they might shut down before dark. They might shut down when them street lights come on, but them motherfuckers is in there.
They gonna be there, bro. Yeah, like they take that risk. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, man, black folks know how to make Chinese food, huh?
I said them herbs too.
Yeah. I know a dude like that. I talked to a dude like that. He on a spot called JJ Chicken and Fish down here, right? And his son, I talked to his son, right? And his son, like, he want to open up a spot. And his son was like, my dad won't let me open over there because it was like, there's not enough black people in the area.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So he like, pick another spot. Pick another area, bro. Because he was saying, like, the style of food we cooking, white folks ain't gonna consume it like how the black folks gonna consume it.
I don't know.
So
white
you gotta
folks want shit clean.
Yeah, you
white folks look around, they gonna want shit clean. Like, hold up.
Yeah,
you gotta clean it over there.
Yeah. And then you ain't finna sell a whole bunch of fried food to white folks like that.
Yeah,
fried ain't
want that fried food like that.
Yeah. Now some soul food shit that ain't fried. Now you can, cause they'll eat damn near anything, all styles, all countries.
They love it. That's they love the cultural experience.
Yeah, they love that shit. No, and make it and do it like that though. Make it fully cultural. Like when they walk into your restaurant, nigga, they walking into a goddamn Haiti,
Jamaica.
Right.
Everything look like Haiti in that mug. You know what I'm saying? But it can't be a bunch of fried food. All that fried shit, they ain't finna do it.
Yeah, give them a selection.
Yeah. You have a couple fried things on the order. Yeah. That's cool, like a little delicacy.
Yeah.
But too much fried, they be like, nope.
It's over.
Yeah.
Problem around my way, we got a bunch of the same food stores that sell the same. Like you got Hip Hop Fish and Chicken. I don't know if y'all heard that one.
I don't know.
We got Hip Hop Fish and Chicken up here, and they franchise that like crazy around here, right?
Okay.
So one of the employees, he branched off and created his own Hip Hop Fish and Chicken, basically. I mean, but it's called Momo's, but it's selling the same shit. So it's like they niggas both in the competition like around here, and it's just like, yo, you literally buying the same thing. If you go, like, they both got the same.
You buy the same thing.
It's nothing different. Nothing different.
Yeah, the dollar circulate different in Atlanta. Like, I'm telling you like this, bro. Like, food places pop if you make good food. Like, and they love wings, bro. Like, within 1 mile, there might be 10 wing shops, bro.
Wow.
They all of them doing business, bro. The trailer ones, they what I'm saying, they knocking the door off the hinges, bro. Like, I mean, like, so they got the cash, so the money circulates like that. They got the cash to buy all the food.
They have their own like signature flavor or something, you know what I mean?
Some of them do, but you don't have to. Niggas want lemon pepper, garlic pepper.
I was just gonna say, when I stayed out there back in 2006. When I lived out there back in 2006, I used to fuck some Raging Cajun up, and I don't even fuck with chicken like that. I ain't gonna hold you. I used to fuck some Raging Cajun up. Literally, that was my lunch every day.
Not the lemon pepper wet.
I found out they wasn't over there no more.
You said it was shut down?
Yeah, recently when I lived out there in 2017 and 18, yeah, they wasn't out there no more. I'm not sure if they shut down completely, but they wasn't in the area because I was in Conyers. They wasn't in that area no more. I was mad as fuck.
Look at this shopping center. There's like 4 wing spot, right? They ran down there and ran churches. Churches were out of business. Churches closed down. Dude went in, bought churches, turned that thing in a touchdown wing.
Man.
with the drive-through. It's jumping. You know what I'm saying? All in the same area, man. Wings and man, like it's just crazy, bro. It's crazy. But like it's but in other areas they ain't buying up the homes like that in certain areas. So that's the downfall, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's just on the wing tip. But truth be told, just like you said, restaurants just in general, like they have so many different style restaurants out there, and just so many different. And that's one thing that I will say is different as far as like the Black community. They'll keep the same spin, like it's literally a wing spot, or a soul food spot, or they don't never put no different flavor, no different spin, or differentiate themselves. Like out there, they might have a Louisiana, but then again, it is kind of like a little melting pot of the South in different areas. So people come out there, like even JJ's, like something that's popping in Chicago, Harold's Chicken, these
we got a
different
Harrods
spots.
down here.
Yeah,
they
got them down there. Now, don't get me wrong, it's different. I mean, people that's from the area know that, okay, this ain't like the hair, but they still fucks with it out there. And for people that's used to having a Harold, just a familiar name, that's from out of from the area, they'll still fuck with it just because it's the familiar name. You know what I'm saying?
Chicago. Yeah, Chicago strong. Yeah, no doubt.
It's just I don't know what Atlanta doing and why people can't why they can't take that blueprint and just make it pop other places, because I mean it's sustainable. It's been like that for years, like it just been the Black Mecca for a long time, and for some reason we can't duplicate that to save our life.
I think because it's kind of like how Reggie we talk about his Black City plan, like that happened in Atlanta but a long time ago. Mm-hmm. So like all the people in places that how you were saying, like how the restaurant don't know who walking in because they got the Black congressman, the superintendent, Black, you know what I'm saying? So there's so many Black people in high up places and the small places that you may not think is important, but it's very important that nobody really talks about, but they're there.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
But then too, I think it's also that, like I think Tim said, Black people are complacent. And I think it's that complacency too, because instead of trying to create that somewhere, people just migrate to Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Like instead of just, spreading out and, like, okay, we know we can do it, so let's do it somewhere else. They just kind of all migrate to that one spot. And now it's getting to a point where you got people from Atlanta like, look, don't bring your ass down here. We can't take no more people. You cool.
They had a good marketing scheme though too, because they had that Freaknik, and Freaknik used to bring everybody down from all the states, and then like a lot of people, that's how they end up being here.
Yeah,
they came down for Freaknik,
never wanted to leave,
and never left. Just, just populated like that.
That's crazy.
Nah, they got pregnant.
Yeah, exactly. But they, they banned. You know what I'm saying? They ain't abandoned it. You know what I mean? Banned Freaknik now.
But I mean, just think for people that come from places where they don't see Black affluency at all, or Black people doing it or having, or just even.
Yeah, that's how I got here, man. I came from a place that was like, man, look, man, my mindset was slavery, bro. My mind was on slavery, bro. I was like a real plantation dude when I came here. I was like, shit, I promise you, nigga. I was like, once I saw this shit, nigga, I was like, oh, like Black people can own stuff?
Right, it's a whole culture shock within your own culture. You shocked, like, oh shit, I didn't even know niggas was doing shit like this.
Excuse me, man, but that your car? Yeah, man, look, man, I'm telling you, man, she was bad, bro. She was bad. Like, I didn't even know. I had no clue, bro. Coming from Charleston. Oh, man. It was embarrassing. I called back home trying to get everybody to come. Guess who came? Nobody. You know what I'm saying? Man, like, they ain't leaving. They ain't leaving, bro. I like, call me struggling. Man, you know how it is down here.
Yeah,
man, when you come to Atlanta, you know I got room. Shit, man, I ain't gonna come to Atlanta, man. All that traffic. Traffic? You struggling.
Right.
About traffic? Man, you know there's a lot of gay people up there. Nigga, you ain't gay. So what you worry about? What you worry about? You know what I'm saying?
Mind
I'm
your
like,
business.
yeah, I'm like, you know what? Because I'm like, listen, man, look, gay men hang out with other gay men.
Right.
Real
So
for
if you
real.
ain't gay, you ain't got to worry about that. But I'm like, all right, bro. Shit, nigga, they never leave, man. Still right there.
Yep.
Still right there, man. That mindset, bro.
But like my cousin, she's a habitual. I'm gonna get out of your area. I'm gonna leave. And then, and the crazy thing is, she's always been like really responsible. Always had good credit. Kept a nice job. I mean, it ain't like it wasn't doable for her to go somewhere else. And she, got all of the perfect mind. You can make it in Gary. You can make it anywhere. She know all the right shit to say, but ain't never going nowhere. So
Right.
I'm like, so you ready to make that move? You ready? Oh, okay, I ain't going nowhere. Okay, I'm like, girl, why are you still here? And the crazy thing is, like, when I first moved to Gary, it was like I said, it was different for me because I never seen so many Black people in one spot because I was raised in a more diverse area. I never seen so many Black people in one spot, and it looked like a straight ghost town. I was used to lively, like a real city with, buildings and, people walking the street. So it was just like weird, and it felt real country. So now to go back, I probably would go through the same thing because I've been in so many busy places, more city places, and just faster pace. If I was to go back, it would probably be like a shock all over again. Like, damn, this shit is really like a ghost town. Because I mean, for the most part, it is a lot of great people there, but it ain't shit there. Nothing.
So, when I came to Atlanta from where I came from, I was like, yo, man, where the white people at, bro? You know what I'm saying? Because I was like, I wasn't used to an area where it wasn't a bunch of white folks. Like, that shit was, you know what I mean? Totally uncommon, bro. I'm like, shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Shit was weird. I'm saying, you go for a minute and not see white folks. I'm like, damn, this is crazy. I'm like, but this is all right. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that took me a while to get adjusted to it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, all right. But
Now, one thing I will say about Gary is, of all the, how they had the Ferguson, and they talk about different places where it's populated by Black people, but most of the people in the government aren't Black. That wasn't the case. So Gary is like kind of different in the sense where, how this is how I know it ain't always the white man. You know what I'm saying? Like, because Gary's local government is Black, and Gary's police force is Black, and like, when I say everything in Gary is pretty much fucking Black, white people come out there, for the meal jobs, to go to work, and they take their ass back to fuck home. They're not just out there hanging out, kicking it, living, none of that. They come out there, make money, and then they go back to where the fuck they came from. You have a few white people on the police force, but for the most part, it's predominantly Black. So you don't even have those white people that just be on the power tripping on bullshit. Like, you really don't have that. Only time you get that, like, I got into an issue with a white cop, and it's only because he was the only cop that showed up to the call. Had it been another Black cop there, it wouldn't have never got physical because they just don't go for shit like that.
Right.
A lot of them went to school, or know a relative, so they be real. They don't play that shit. But at the end of the day, it was a Black mayor that fucked it up. We had a white mayor that fucked it up too, but for the most part, it was our own people that was selling the city the fuck out. Like, and that's just what it is. Stealing money.
Same thing happened in Detroit.
Yep. Not reinvesting and, not doing what they were supposed to.
Is it happening in Baltimore too?
Yeah, and Sheila Dixon right now.
Oh, remember Detroit? What Detroit dude? He's in jail now. Who that was a mayor, big linebacker looking dude.
About. I forgot his name. I want to say it was Byron something, but maybe not.
His whole family was affluent. Like, his whole family was doing well, and they was all in the high places. Shit, he ran that mug into the ground. Having prostitute parties and hoes and all type of shit. But I think I look at us, man, like it's like we like a dog that had the chain on with the chain. and every time we run to the gate, we get stopped by the chain.
Mhm.
And they took the chain off a long time ago, and we still thinking the white man got the damn chain off. No, so we just stop it at the fence.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Every time we get close to the fence, we go, hey, you know the white man. You know what I'm saying? But shit, man,
That's
they've been there. The chain been off a long time ago, man. But as long as people keep still saying, you know, white man, the devil, and all this stuff, like we never gonna realize that the chain is off. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the whole thing. I feel like in making those statements, they realize it. Like when you say the white man, the devil, when you say they set the black man up to fail, and these is the ways that they set him up, I have to wonder, like, okay, if you know this, why the fuck do you continue to fall into the trap? Like,
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
you literally say we see the traps that they be setting, and then you proceed to do some shit to get you caught up in the trap. And
Yeah,
at
you
this
should.
point, it's like it's not even a trap. Then you jumping in that motherfucker, like you hokey
Yeah.
pokey in that thing. Like,
Yeah.
It's a conundrum. It's a conundrum. And then
Yeah, you should know the maze real well. You should be able to go in this
exactly.
maze and come right out the other side, like boop.
Like
You
if
know
you
what
know
I'm
the system that goddamn well, then it shouldn't be no problem to manipulate the fuck out of it. You know, dance around all the loopholes and get it cracking.
but see,
I mean,
black
to
conscious,
know that much, and then still, I just have to question like what's going on then.
black quote unquote woke people feel like the answer or the solution to all of this is just by talking about it. and just keep talking, just keep talking, just keep talking with no solution.
saying? Yeah, and you know, I noticed too from watching, like, there's a lot of money in fear and fear mongering with black folks. Like
Exactly.
that's a tactic too to get them, because if they gonna leave,
That's the part of keep
if
talking though.
if they
Because
realize that they can do other things, then they might be like, well, I don't gotta be here with you. I can wander off on my own now and go find things. But if I keep you in fear, you know, you
no,
stay here with me. You know what I'm saying? I need the guys. You don't go out there, don't talk to them. You
all
know
I
what I'm
gotta
saying?
say is this nigga Inky had me thinking that I couldn't drink water unless I drank his water, son. That's all I'm saying. This
Yeah.
nigga talked me in so many circles for so many videos that I'm up here thinking like, bro, what kind of water do we drink? He like, yeah, I got this water coming out in a couple weeks, you know what I mean? And I'm like, bro, we gotta wait for this water. And I'm like, whole time, I'm like, what the fuck is this nigga drinking? I mean,
In the
you
meantime,
know,
between time, right?
yeah, but it's just like these people will talk you and talk you and talk you, and you never even realize that you're not getting to no real conclusion.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
see what
yeah.
I'm saying? You just
They,
they keep pushing you to the next extreme, or the
yeah,
next extreme, and
yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
damn.
I mean, but
Exactly.
truthfully, it's just manipulating
Yep,
the self doubt that already exists in you. You know
yep,
what I'm saying?
yep. You absolutely right.
It's just manipulating. If you don't have faith in yourself to make good decisions, then you're looking for other people to validate the decisions that you make.
Yeah,
And when somebody question it or they say, well, no, you can't do that. That's wrong with this, that, and the third. And, you know, then you're like, okay, well, let me listen. Because again, you already doubting yourself. So if they present an explanation that you think is even a little bit more viable, then now you're looking at them as an authority on some shit. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
they can
Yeah,
really just run them up, tell you whatever. And that's the thing. This
But you
whole
look,
consciousness is the new hustle, period.
yeah,
nah,
Because
it
most
is.
of the people that's
yo,
in this community is looking for guidance or they're looking for, you know, information. They're looking for something. So
And there's a lot of easy prey.
yeah,
exactly,
yo,
very easy prey.
what I just realized though, what made it so easy is the fact that there's a body of pseudo work in the conscious community that made this information seem like it was real.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Because it wasn't just guys like Inky, it was guys like Phil Valentine, it was
No,
guys
the,
like
the hustle is
Yeah, Bobby
organized.
Hemmett. Yeah, Bobby
Bobby
Hemmett.
Hemmett,
And
it
that's
was guys like Delbert Blair,
Yeah, yeah.
you know what I mean? Like all these guys kind of had these little bits and pieces of stuff people still talking about to this day. So if you don't have a trained mind, you'll be
Yeah.
kind of lost, like
You,
thinking, oh, this is deeper information. This is more.
you,
This is what Bobby Hemmett was talking about.
you know, if you get it right, if you take all those people and line them up right,
Mhm.
you can probably put the new age one right next to the
Oh, absolutely. They
So,
ain't
you know what I'm
saying
saying?
nothing different.
Yeah, you could pick. Okay. Oh, you're the new Bobby Hemmett.
Yeah.
You're Dr. Sebi.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, you're Delbert Blair with the alien thing. You know what I'm saying? Like you can line them up like boom, 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 boom. It's like, yeah, it's weird. It's crazy.
But the
Yeah.
difference too, though, is I think a lot of the older people, like the older ones that kind of did it first and just kind of set up the structure. I don't even think it was their intention. I think they really was looking for some type of way out. You know what I'm saying? I think they was really looking for some information. They was really looking for some guidance. They was really trying to find themselves. And they were excited about the information that they had. But as a result of that, they gained a following, right? They gained people that, supporting them, believed in them, and followed them. And I think the newer age generation, they more so peeping the power that they had. You know what I'm saying? They peeping the influence, and they're like, oh, well, shit, if I could, I know it's bullshit, but if I can get people to follow me and hustle this and just put my little spin on it, then I can have that kind of power too. And for as much as the community talks about, we got to get organized and we got to organize, they're very organized in their manipulation of
The
the
preacher
community.
shit.
Yeah, exactly. Tell you what, listen, this is how you know, right? Now you hear everybody talk about we got to organize, right? But you've never seen nobody put together an organization to organize.
Right.
No.
They just talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying?
That's where they money at, in the disorganization.
Yeah, exactly.
Jay Morrison, he did something. What's
with
that?
the Tulsa,
the
thing.
Tulsa joint. Like I respected that. I think I signed up for that too. Yeah, but I don't know. Like I wasn't with the Dr. Umar thing. I could tell that was a scam from a mile away. But the Jay Morrison thing seemed like it was way more legitimate than what Umar was preaching. You know what I mean?
But at least he is somebody that's his thing.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like he wasn't like that guy, and then now he's trying to talk about reptilians.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like he is in that field, real estate, and you know what I'm saying? So it's like, so I would more try something like that because he has the expertise in that field. Right. Versus somebody who is a a religious scholar.
He teeters
or a pro-black RBG guy. Now he's trying to venture into some multi-million-dollar business thing where you have no background in that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like Jay Morrison thing, like I know he's still having some little struggles with it, but he actually still put it together. You know what I'm saying? He actually got it popping. Like you can actually contribute and help to push the thing forward versus other people talking and you ain't seen nothing yet.
And I think that even without people really donating the money, it's still gonna happen.
It's still circulate. Still circulate. Yeah,
I
still has a chance to
happening on the scale that he predicted it to happen, but it's still happening. Versus to Dr. Umar shit ain't. I mean, what type of real proof or evidence do we have of him doing anything like?
Or even to say forget about the proof of evidence, right? You can't. That's something that you can't get no equity out of that.
Well, yeah.
You said you just hoping that he do right, and then he raise good children, and then they do right.
Right.
Hopefully, you know what I'm saying. But but
at
least with the Morrison thing, you get return on your money, and then you have the money to invest fully in a school. We don't have to prolong it 5-6 years. We got the money to get it now. We can get this building right here, right now. Boom. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, everybody do it backwards. Seem like, man, they that good preacher come along with that good old spin.
It's the preachership, man. Like everybody see that the preacher is the one getting the money. So then they come with this new knowledge. Now everybody want to sell it the same way. You know what I mean?
Because I always notice when I be listening to folk, man, and like what you have this like the information, and then when your information turns into doctrine. You know what I'm saying? When it turns into, okay, I'm not just giving you information now. I need you got to think like I think. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And that's to me is when I always fall back. That's why I don't really join groups, because I need the freedom to be like,
Me too,
yo,
me
you
too.
bugging. Like,
Yeah,
nope, I'm not doing that, and you're crazy if you think that's
yeah,
gonna work. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
I need to see how you handle me saying that.
yeah.
Like,
But
can
that's the
you
whole thing.
still
Everything
respect
needs
me if I
control.
disagree with you? Huh?
Everything needs controls and checks and balances. Like
Yeah,
it when
yeah,
people, and that's the thing, not even necessarily in what the information and what just the culture. When you get into this, like, and again, it's still like that Christian thing. Like if if
Mhm.
you rock with me, you can't rock with nobody. Like you a member of this church,
yeah,
so I don't want to see
exactly.
you over there.
Yeah,
Eh, eh, going to their church and visiting their church, and then everybody can't lead the sheep. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah. You
you
got
a
that
part of my
side eye.
flock. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
you got
saying?
that
That weird
side
shit.
eye. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you was over there with. Hey, I see you
Yeah.
over there talking to him. All right, I see. I see.
And
Okay.
that's the thing. It's a lot, a whole lot of that. Like where people feel like they got ownership over people because they,
That's
watch their content or because they, go in their chat. And then if you don't completely agree, then here comes the propaganda. Oh,
and
you
see, that's the whole reason why I
brainwashed.
haven't been getting into the middle of a whole lot of these situations going on right now. It's just because like everybody has something positive to offer, and it's like I feel like the things we be arguing about is so minuscule. It's like, bro, like why are we even arguing about this stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like, man, we on the computer right now talking to a damn screen. But I mean, we beefing about personal shit, and it's amazing to me sometimes. Like, man, like it should not never be that serious, yo. We don't know each other personally, but then I be hearing
yeah.
these
But you know,
stories.
it's based on things that be going on in the background
Yeah, I
that
know, but even
that
man,
eventually spill over into the live.
yeah,
But true, and but the stuff that's going on in the background shouldn't even be going on.
exactly.
Like
That's my point.
and yeah, that's my point too. But see, my thing is, I be expecting it because if you're messy on screen, then I have no choice but to assume that that's what's going on behind the scenes.
Oh,
Exactly.
you messier behind the screen. You're messier behind the
Exactly,
scene.
But that's
exactly.
exactly why I don't fuck with certain people by like spending my money or nothing like that with them, because I'm like, yo, I can't realistically spend my money with these niggas.
Oh man, bro.
But
Like for me to get somebody 500-600, and then you handle me a certain type of way. Oh man, bro. Like I'm gonna have to come see about you. Like I need the ability to come see about you, bro. Because you can't just like, what if we fall out? You just be like, man, forget you. Oh hell no, man. I'll give you 600. You supposed to take care. We supposed to take care of, family. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like shit.
and for me, it's like you. I know he just said that everybody got something positive, but it's getting to the point where I'm not really even seeing the positive no more. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not gonna even lie. And I'm not talking about nobody in particular. I'm just talking about in this community in general. The
Yeah.
positives are so far and few between that it's just like, what's the purpose here? And I'm not the type of like negative. Literally, I can go through some shit, and I done been through some shit. I can go through some shit, and I'm only gonna give myself about a half a day max to feel some
Yeah.
type of way about it before I said, bitch, you got to move on. Keep it moving, move on to
Hey,
something else.
but you know
I
what
don't,
I gravitate to though? I gravitate to just the people that deal with the information.
yep.
Yeah, for sure.
I am just, this is something that you can learn and I can watch and I can learn something from it. Okay, you got a book, great. That's even better. You know what I'm saying? You put it in a book form, I can get a book. All right, bet. That's tangible. You know what I'm saying? But I try to stay away from like the, this like your information is to go against
Their
this
information.
information. I'm
Yeah,
just
I
taking my
hate that
information
shit.
to knock this information off. Like, no, just spit the information. Just give
And
me the facts.
and
Well,
that's the thing.
Don't put it
Like,
up against that
why does it
fact.
have to be a beef narrative behind it? Like, ain't nobody saying
exactly,
you can't
exactly.
study the same thing and you can't present on the same thing, but like the
Yeah.
whole
Somebody got to be crucified.
yeah, you want to attack some, and that's the
Exactly.
Yeah,
thing. Somebody got to be crucified.
yeah,
Somebody
It's
got to
the
be beat
battle
up.
rap.
somebody
Yeah.
like it's so weird.
Yeah,
It's
it's
so
definitely
weird.
battle rap. It's definitely battle rap, and I hate that part. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, because it's like it's as if people are only motivated
By
when
negativity.
somebody's about to be crucified. Like my only motivation is to crucify. If nobody's to be crucified, it's like everything gets dead. Nobody wants.
But only motivated by negativity, but claiming that it's so you can have a positive end.
Outcome.
Like
Yeah, yeah.
so you're gonna achieve a positive by negative means. Like where is that gonna how is that gonna work? And then like how do you expect to if your whole thing is everybody needs to unite, how do you expect to unite with people that you offend and keep offending? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that was my thing, because like, you know, like, because listen, I always tell people, like, I'm agnostic. I always thought atheism is a belief. I tell people, yes, what I believe, I'm atheist, but I deal with science, so I just remain agnostic. But my goal is not to convert every Christian and Muslim into atheism. That's not my goal, bro. Like, you got to find your own way. I'm more concerned with if you're a good person or not. I'm not here to bang on what, you know what I'm saying? Because like, you know, everybody got family members who are Christians or whatever, bro.
I think MBK want the link. Do anybody know how to drop it in the chat?
Tell them to throw it up in the chat, and it's probably
it should be in the chat. Let me see if I can find it.
When I scrolled, I didn't see it recently.
It's
New Black Knowledge.
Truth.
Oh, let's see if I can find it.
New Black Knowledge. Let me see if I can pull it up from my.
But nah, yo, even with like Team Osiris and Amin Ra, like both, like man, Team Osiris, man, the guys on there, they my guys. Like I talk to them all the time. But it's like, man, y'all arguing with niggas over some stupid shit, and it really
for no reason, bro.
Personal at this point, it don't even seem about the information, like, and that's why I really don't even get involved with it. I know it ain't.
It ain't because like now, because I be on other platforms, right? And they always like a particular person use that against me because let's say I build with a Wujawu and talk to them, all that. They'll use that, slap in my face. If I say something that they disagree with them, like, no, I don't think that's right. They'll be like, oh, man, you just Amin Ra squad. You know what I'm saying? You personality worship. I'm like, no, bro, I just disagree with you. It ain't got nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's how they view everything. Like, you over there, your team so and so. So what you say is, you know what I mean? I hate that shit, bro.
And yeah, like I ain't gonna speak too much on it, but at the same time, man, I just feel like we bigger than that. Like they need to, and listen, and like I always say, certain arguments, bro, you really have to get into the conversation. You can't just be a damn researcher trying to make a damn argument. So it's like at a certain point, you're gonna have to really delve in. And if y'all really care about it to that extent, then delve into it.
You'll wanna dig into it.
Exactly. But nobody's wanting to do that. Everybody's just wanting to say, oh, the authority says this, knowing that the authority hasn't really demonstrated nothing. Like it's crazy, bro. Like I don't understand,
man. I feel. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, we be sometimes we be the same thing, like, yo, I don't understand what's going on. Like, why y'all? Like, why is an argument?
Man,
like, why
that's
you
why
arguing about
this? Even hopping in a lot of times because I don't even want to speak on it, bro.
Because I'm like, man, like, because, you know, like a lot of brothers, like I like brothers on Team Osiris. So like it goes, I be thinking, I'm like, man, y'all niggas is brilliant too. Like,
yeah,
and why? Yeah, like how? Like that's always confused me too. I always be like, why did disagreement become so fiercely like angry? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why is everybody so angry?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? I just have a different viewpoint. Like, I think sometimes it's like they want people on both sides may not let a person walk away,
bro,
just disagreeing.
For example, when Khonsu came on the live with Wujawu the other day, yo, he was off. He was ready to go.
Yeah. I was on the panel. That's when I came on, I was like, bro, why is all the contention? I was like, why so condescending? Because like because you poking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you
Yeah,
poking, bro. Like
and
just
then niggas gonna act like you ain't doing it, and it's like, bro, that's the same thing Chief X was on that day. Like, come on, yo, I know you got something against Assad. I could tell just by
yeah, y'all
listening
ain't.
to you
Yeah,
talk.
yeah, yeah. It's something going on. It's something
Yeah,
going on
yo,
right now. You know?
it's
Yep.
like, yo, address that first.
Smoke free session though tonight. Smoke free session.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know, but
Nah,
I'd be
no,
like, yo, yeah,
they
yeah. Just
find
come
out.
out and be like, hey man, look, I'm pissed off right now, bro. Like I
Yeah,
And
felt
that's
like you so. But look, man, you know what, bro? I ain't mean to do it like that. I was just saying, and then it'd be over with.
yeah.
But
the thing,
nobody's
like
coming out. Yeah, nobody's saying what's really going on.
But
But
then,
act like
yo,
exactly.
everything's all good.
the problem goes back to people not wanting to say, yo, I don't know. Because certain things you just don't know.
Yeah.
You
Like,
just don't know, but then my thing is like the whole hiding behind you have a personal issue or a feeling of inadequacy in a certain area, or you feel like this person is getting more shine or they're more, like so
yeah,
then this jealousy just brews, and then you try to find a justification and it don't make sense. And anybody with real good sense know that nigga, them two things ain't, you saying this for this, but you displaying these types of behaviors and you going off on all these other attacks that ain't got shit to do with what you claim this issue is really about. And that's the biggest problem for me. It ain't the fact that people beef or people get into it or they have disagreements. That's a natural part of life. My thing is the dishonesty and the insulting of my intelligence. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on in front of me. Like, when you try to
I know.
hide behind all these different reasons as to why you got an issue with this person or that person, or why you bringing this to the light, and then it's for the community, it's for the community. And
Yeah,
my thing is
what
like,
is so
again,
obvious.
right, it's
Yeah.
so obvious because this is not the only way that you can solve the problem. If
Yeah.
it's misinformation, then all what corrects misinformation is proper information. But if you
Yeah.
spending your time instead talking about their misinformation and you never presenting no proper information, then at the end of the day, I have to say no. The whole point is defaming this person.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
like that's
whole
my brother.
objective.
You know, that's my brother. That's my brother right there. You know, it's my brother. Like, bro, come on.
Like, you ain't doing nothing but lying.
but
Yeah,
that's the point though. Like, if you can't demonstrate why a person is wrong, then you're what are you saying?
yeah.
What are you
That's
doing?
not your argument. That's not your argument. You need to just step back. You know what I'm saying? I think we was
Like, just
yeah,
relax, bro. Like, why do you care that much? You can't
yeah.
disprove me, so just relax. Just sit down.
And that's why. That's
Oh, I
why.
know
Like
why
I
she
said,
was
you know,
saying
that's
so. Hold on.
yeah.
Because
That's why.
I'm sitting up
That's
here
why
trying
I
to
felt
figure
the way
out.
about that argument because I'm like, you know, what Assad's doing. It's going to be classified as pseudo because he's trying to overturn
It's
something
fringe.
that's standard.
It's fringe, not
Yeah,
pseudo.
I'm
Fringe.
saying I'm saying, but they're gonna label it as pseudo
Yeah,
because he's
yeah.
trying to overturn. You know what I mean? So it's like even if he's wrong, allow him to go through his thing, bro.
Right. Allow him
He
to be
may he
wrong.
may he
I
may
mean,
figure out what's wrong and then correct it and then body slam it. You know what
hey,
I'm
yo,
saying?
the major point that Assad made was the fact that nobody has demonstrated
Yeah,
any.
yeah, yeah.
Once
Solid.
he said that, it's like, yo, what's the argument, bro? Like, what are we arguing about?
Yeah,
But not even just that. Again, people have issues because of their belief or something. Pretty much is people trying to save face. Like, well, no, I'm not
Mhm.
wrong. I ain't wrong with what I
Yeah,
said. He
nobody
wrong.
want to be
And
wrong.
that's the thing. People have made statements and he's presented information that conflicts or contradicts the statements that have been made. And instead of people just saying, okay, well, I could potentially be wrong, I'm not sure. He's absolutely wrong. He's not even a linguist. He's not even qualified as a linguist. And then you have these other issues of I'm gonna prove it, but then I really ain't gonna prove it. I'm bringing up some other shit, and I'm gonna just try to discredit him. Period. So by default, the linguistic shit is thrown out, and that's just not how that works. Even if he was plagiarizing or whatever the case, that does not disprove that he's not a qualified linguist, and that this claim don't still stand. Like you're just saying he may not be so great as an author, but that has nothing to do with his linguistic argument. You still need to demonstrate why that's wrong and how you even say that something is wrong that you yourself don't understand how to. I don't even understand how you do that. Like I can't say the theory of relativity is wrong. Like I would have to be qualified to evaluate it.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying with the whole thing, I was like, bro, like, okay, the plagiarism thing, like, you know what, maybe he did, maybe he didn't, bro. But the jux of what he's saying is linguistic. Show me a linguistic comparison that debunks that. That's the main thing. But it's like, I don't like all the other side stuff. Let's just deal with that later. Like, I'm waiting for somebody to come and demonstrate and say you're wrong because of this, blah 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 blah. And even though I don't understand the argument, at least I have it on record, and then I can get into it and start. Okay, boom. Let me see what he's saying here, and then I can try to figure it out. You know what I mean? But
it's like the analogy I keep using, like for example, you can go read a whole bunch of articles about computers, you feel me? But if your computer breaks tomorrow, you're not gonna read no article to be able to fix your computer. Do you understand that? Like, you have to, at some point, you're gonna have to learn how to troubleshoot what's going on within the computer. So that's a whole different set of skills. You see what I'm saying? So like, if I'm trying to interpret to somebody online that this is what's wrong with their computer, they're not going to be able to tell me that's what's wrong with their computer unless they knew how to troubleshoot. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So at some point, if you questioning this person's method that much, you need to learn what's going on to the point where as though you can demonstrate to other people. That's all that I'm saying, yo. Like, nothing is wrong with that. People shouldn't be offended by that. I don't understand, bro.
No, I mean, but again, the lazy argument becomes, oh, you're just personality worshiping, and that's the whole thing. Like, it's such, these arguments become so circular. It's ridiculous. Like, okay, so I'm brainwashed unless I agree with you.
Mhm.
If I don't take your position, then I'm personality worshiping. I'm brainwashed. You know, I have some type of messiah complex, and I'm looking for a leader. But again, I'm supposed to disregard my personal opinion to take upon what you believe is to be true. So I should just gravitate to you. I should, and that's the whole thing. The argument is really not about personality worship. When you listen closely and you pay close attention, y'all niggas not mad that people personality worshiping you. You saying pick my personality over theirs. Hello, pick me. I'm the one that you should be personality worshiping. Don't pick that guy. I'm better than him.
Right. I mean, when it comes down to people getting mad about who has a wrench and who doesn't, I mean, you got to kind of think that.
Right. And then, like, the fact that people even pay attention, like, oh, I think you need to like, listen here. I've never asked for a fucking wrench. That shit, like I said, I can't put that on my resume.
Listen,
I can't put it on my resume. It does absolutely nothing for me.
I come on here sometimes with y'all and I'm just chilling out, but I ain't trying to be known like that because it's just like, it's not worth my time. I don't get nothing out of this besides talking to good people. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't need none of that bullshit. Like,
oh, it was able to get in the chat. I just didn't have to do it, man. How you put it in there, Amber? The link.
I just tap the screen and then like at the top where you see 492
yeah.
I held it and then it copied it to my clipboard.
Oh, okay.
Damn, that was smart because I didn't know how to do that shit. I was like,
yeah, I had to do that thing manually. Write it down.
I hit the little share at the bottom, but I see it say share your screen or something. So I was like, nah, I give up.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Like I said, I ain't been here that long, and I'm not sure how long I'm gonna be here.
I've been around since 2013, 2014, something like that. But I ain't.
Has it got progressively worse, or is it about the same?
Oh, it's got progressively worse for sure.
Wrench gang, Rob on, jump on, man. Yeah.
It's definitely.
He said, "Why everybody got wrenches?" Like so nobody get kicked off. You got to worry about nobody goddamn blocking you.
Like back then, Amber, it was nothing but pseudo, but nobody was banging on nobody. The only people that was banging was polite against like the Jews and shit. Like That was pretty much the only real banging that was going on.
Yeah,
But
I'm like 3 years in. 3 years
The
as a
whole
crew.
time, I think a lot of this is like if you look at the people, like I didn't even know Umar came. They trying to be the next big wave. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
they trying to be the next Polite. They trying to be the next Umar. You know, they trying to be the next known person. So they going through these extremes. But I mean, the thing.
And then all of us through beefs and different mishaps, everybody started winning solo and forming different groups and branching off because everybody was banging, but they was all banging on one thing.
Yeah.
Like Hebrews. Like
It was
Hebrews and
mostly-
Christianity.
It was mostly always religion.
Yeah, always religion. That was, but it was all of us on the same side.
Yeah.
Seti, Polite, all of them was on
Yeah.
that side banging on. You know what I'm saying? And then everybody start kind of turning
Once
their
Young
aim
Pseudo-
their guns towards each. Yeah,
Once
yeah,
Young Pseudo came out, Seti
Yeah.
turned his head, and then
Yeah.
Gozy came out that same time, and then
Yeah.
Seti, Gozy, and Pharaoh was going back and forth, and then
Yeah.
split his ties with Seti and took
Yeah.
Gozy's side, and Gozy rocking
Then-
out with Ra.
and then Unc and Goldie split up, and because Team
Yeah.
Osiris, all that was, they still was a unit, just like they was separate but together.
Yeah.
And then that split. Wuja wrote the book. They accused him of plagiarism.
Yeah.
That split up. So it was like one big group split up and shattered and became different fragments of what we see. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like everybody was one star. That star exploded. Yeah. yeah. And Dagger Squad was all that was all Rob Boy, Garfield, all that was one unit. They split up, boom. Then you got MBK over here.
Niggas divorced left and right.
Yeah, the shit went crazy. Everybody, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
No, I remember when Rob Bourne was playing the background.
Who got the house? Who got the house? Who got the kid?
Yeah.
Rob Bourne was playing the background. He wasn't even saying much at first. He just recently started getting popping.
Yeah, he didn't jump on the camera like that. Yeah, he went on front. Yeah, he jumped on the gas.
Who started just now getting it popping?
You, nigga.
Talking about. Who are you?
The Zen master. Huh? Yeah. Everybody, man. Like everybody's fragmented, man. Everybody come from a fragment of something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who are you? I'm trying to figure that out. What you mean I just came out? What are you talking about?
Nah, I came from behind the scenes. Like
out, nigga. I said you just came from behind the scenes, yo.
When did I come from behind the scenes? Give me a year. Tell me. I'm really interested in this. Please tell me.
2016.
Nah, you're wrong again.
May 8th, 2016.
Yeah. Yo, way off.
It was a hot day. I remember because I got some to drink and I was thirsty.
About 89 degrees outside.
When you came on the scene, Rob, when you came
way off. I came on that thing in 2014. Way off. Way off.
What was it? What was it about? Let's see if I might have seen the archive of that.
I was talking when they had the evolution debate. So I was talking to Reggie.
Damn,
that was Reggie 15, but and I was debating who I was debating? Black Panther. Me and him was going back and forth.
I seen that video. I seen that video.
Just came on the scene. What are you talking about?
Nah,
what are you talking about?
Hey, Tom be slipping past me, cuz.
And then you have to understand the whole Dagger Squad shit. I'm the co-founder of that shit. So I'm saying, so now you
Dagger Squad new, man.
Nah, that's the same. Nah, nigga, that's 2000. That's 2014 too. So before
he don't get no credit. He's scamming, yo.
Nah,
I don't know about that. I don't know about the scamming part, bro.
They were strictly man cave. They were mostly man cave.
I don't know nothing about that. All I know is this. I'm just telling you how it happened. So you want to talk about it. Everybody was on Blog Talk before everyone came on YouTube. So that's what everybody was doing.
Yeah,
we decided, we said, okay, let's do this. So we sat there, we did it, but we was on Facebook first. So the whole agenda of Dagger Squad originally we was beating up the Bible. That was it. That was all that was. So we had a thing where we went through all 66 books, and it was like 30 of us. It wasn't just the people that you see now. You don't even know who these people are. They all disappeared.
Yeah.
And then that's what happened, and that shit just changed them on down the line. But that's what it was.
Yeah, because y'all had the man cave was y'all thing.
Yeah, but
right?
I didn't understand YouTube. I didn't know that 1,000 people was watching. I didn't know what none of that meant. I just thought it was just like that shit was crazy.
Yeah.
that shit was crazy. We allowed to be 1,000 people on that shit.
What I was referring to was more so Sarnetta, because Sarnetta ushered.
I've been on Sarnetta 2014. The same thing. No matter what you say, I was there. It's just that I don't.
I'm not discrediting.
I don't engage in that bullshit.
No, I ain't discrediting the fact that you was there. You got your rep. Go ahead, get yours.
Nah, I don't got no rep. I'm just telling you what you said. You said I just came around. I'm telling you no.
No, he was saying you was around before, but that you wasn't like
in the
you
front.
wasn't like in the spotlight. You wasn't really trying to be, center of
Nah,
attention.
I always been like that. I've been like that with everything. I don't care about that. What is the purpose of it? I have a different purpose. I don't have that. But when I'm around and if we want to build and we ask questions and we get it in.
Yeah, he wasn't saying like you wasn't around, period. Like you knew to this. He was just saying you wasn't like more so like you
because that's not me. That's not my personality. I don't want to be. That's never. Nah. I like it that way. I like it better that way.
Oh, I don't blame you.
I like it better that way.
That's why you asking me who I am, because I'm that way.
But what is your name? I don't even know who I'm talking to.
It's Zen, nigga. I talk to you every day on Facebook. Damn, man.
Oh, do the dread.
Yeah, exactly. What's up?
Okay. All right. Oh, what up, man? Yeah, all right. So now I know who you are. What's up, man?
Talk to me all the time.
Yeah, I remember when True Story used to have the old symbol with the man with the walking case and shit. I feel like who's this nigga? Who's this nigga with the damn symbol of the man, old ass man with a case? I'm like,
yeah, I remember.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Zen been around. He been, especially Facebook. You see me on Facebook. I used to get it in on Facebook. That was fun.
Me and Dr. Mahat was doing a radio show back in 2014. You see us on Facebook. I mean, we got video on YouTube and everything.
Yeah, but it's not fun no more. It's boring now.
Yeah.
So back in the blog talk days, was it just about the building, or
the blog talk was better than the YouTube, way better.
Yeah,
way better.
So what them videos at?
they there. If you go to look up I'm in Rod Squad thing, that shit is still up. All those things are there. I don't know why they don't upload them and put them on the channel, because niggas got their channel took it down. So all them videos they had is gone.
The thing about YouTube is like it's way too many random niggas that can just hop on, like, you know what I mean? Like when you go to the blog talk and stuff like that, it's niche conversation.
Yeah, but when you go back though, you see people that you didn't even know they had something to do with each other. You be like, oh, they been on it, because I've seen like Ngozi versus Lex Vortex. I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, so you see, it's a lot of individuals like, oh, y'all been going at it and having these little.
I tell you, hey, some back chats used to be popping.
Hey, I saw.
Every debate you ever seen came from the fucking back chat.
Hey, Robo, I saw an old video of there you and Lex, like you was talking about goddamn knocking his head off, his body. You know? I was like,
nah, son, that's the only time. That's the only time I got physical with somebody, yo. Because
like,
he used to be in the back chat talking about, yo, I'ma shoot you when I catch you niggas. Fuck all you New York niggas. I'ma blow up the event. Yo, Rob Bourne, I'ma slap the shit out of you when I catch you. So I'm in the chat with the nigga, like, all right, nigga. And then one day I just happened to be walking that 125th. And I was like, I saw a red pal, like, yo, that's like Vortex? He's like, yeah. I said, oh, he not a little nigga, so niggas can't say I'm a butt nigga bigger than me. I said, okay, this is good. So Carmetta ain't see me. So I made a 1 second decision. So I'm gonna knock him out. Like, nah, let me see what he gonna do. I grabbed the nigga and threw the nigga against that gate. Boom! Fuck you doing over here, nigga? Nigga started shaking and shit. Sarnetta was scared. No, please don't hit him. The camera's on, nigga. You turned the camera on, nigga. That nigga got up out of there. That nigga ran. That nigga gone. Nigga he talking about, yo, we tried to shut him up and jump. Nigga, you pussy. Now what happened to all of that? You gonna shoot me and shit. I mean, and then Sarnetta played the video too. That nigga's dirty.
Yeah, you know, Sarnetta don't miss it. You know, Sarnetta like that footage is there.
I ain't cutting shit. It's staying.
Yeah, but that's the only time that happened. Because maybe be talking shit. And you be talking all this crazy shit. And they nigga playing with you. I'm not playing with you. Okay. You talking shit online. You gonna do what to me? Okay.
He still do that shit to this day. Too. That's still how he is. That's how he roll.
That nigga was mad. That nigga said, yo, why you telling niggas? I'm not telling everybody. Well, what? You still in the city. If you want to, we could go shoot 5. We can shoot 5 minutes and that's it. You want to do that?
Shoot the
I don't have a problem with that. If you want a video with too, we can do that too. You like 260, nigga. You weigh way more than me, nigga. You same height as me. You like 6. Yeah, you a little shorter than me, but you up there. This fair fight.
Yeah.
That nigga did not come back outside. That nigga made 1,000 videos talking about we tried to kill him and set him up and all that. I didn't even know you was out there.
Yeah. I was gonna go way back.
Damn, that's crazy that you remember, because he only had that video up for 1 day. He took that shit down. I was like, yo, take that shit down, bro. Come on, son. He was like, no, man, we gotta let these niggas. Nah, son, take the video down, bro.
I guarantee Sarnetta probably still got that in stash too. Like,
most definitely.
One day, I got these shit.
Waiting for a moment.
No, Sarnetta got everything on archive.
Yeah. That nigga Roy Big was laughing at it. He was like, yo.
You know what I'm trying to see? What was that? What's that Hebrew dude? What's the Hebrew dude that everybody be beefing with?
With Tazariak?
Nah, the dark skinned dude with the hat. He always be
Zion Lex.
Yeah, Lion Lex. Yeah. Then he tried to like press up on somebody one time. I think
he was pressing up on Seti one time. I think him and Seti over got it. He rolled up on Seti one time.
Was it Seti or was it
No, it was Seti.
Yeah, he did Seti too. Might have been somebody else too. He definitely did it on Seti.
No, okay. Well, yo.
Sarnetta played the clip, but then he cut it out.
When I met, ain't nothing happened in that shit. Ain't nothing happened. But when I met these dudes, I was like, yo, I thought Seti was like 6'4". I thought he was my size.
I thought he was too, till niggas start telling me he was short.
Wait a minute, y'all couldn't tell he was short?
No, I thought he always got the camera on him. And he always talking about working out and shit. So when you look at the camera, you be like, all right, this nigga like 5'1", like 140 pounds. I was like, yo, you talking all that shit?
Damn, he looked like he ripped, like he at least 2 something when I been looking.
That nigga 5'1", 5'2", like 140 pounds. So
Now he do look a little cocky for his size, but I could always kind of pick up the fact that he was small.
Like, that small though, Amber, 5'2".
Not that small, but I could tell that he wasn't like average height for a man. I could tell he wasn't.
Young Pharaoh looked the same height as this nigga.
He a little taller than him. He a little taller. Yeah, but it ain't about the information no more. So y'all can kiss the conscious community goodbye. Ain't nothing. This shit ain't got nothing to do with no information. Get down with your clique, nigga. Yeah. And then talk shit in the back chat. Cause everybody talks shit about each other. Yo, fuck that nigga. I don't like that nigga. I can't stand this nigga. Yo, this nigga this, he that, he this. He ain't got no money. This nigga broke. This nigga doing this, that. That's all that's going on. And this is what you guys. This is what the people like. Y'all like to hear this shit, or you wouldn't tune in.
But no, you can't blame it on the people, because at the end of the day, if you came into the community for a love of the information and your people, then that's something that's supposed to stand. You know what I'm saying? That's your own personal value. Now, if you allow yourself to be deterred by the bullshit, then
it ain't about that. It ain't about that. I'm just telling you what it's about. It ain't about that. Like, you think
Yeah.
this is about information and everybody for the people, you lying to yourself.
Oh, I know it ain't about that. That's evident. It's
Yeah, I'll
just
be in the chat
It
though.
ain't
Like,
about
man,
that.
why are y'all debating this stuff?
Like for instance, right? Like, I like information. I've been studying since I was 15, and I happen to run around. I'm like, oh shit, y'all do this, Bill. What's this you got going on? Oh, that's why I came around. I never saw that. I was like, oh, all right. Then I was like, oh, it's different information. So now it's making me study other things because I'm hearing different sides of things. And I was like, oh shit. Oh, well, let me go read this. You know what I mean? But it ain't like that no more. That shit is not about that.
Definitely. That's why I came into it. Cause I, you know what I mean? I was like, okay. I was like, all right, these brothers doing something. I like the debates. Everybody giving information. You know what I'm saying?
It was fun at first, man.
Yeah, I learned a lot. I was like, okay, I learned it because I ain't know nothing about no Moors when I first came into the community. I'm like, Moors. Okay,
Yeah.
what y'all on? You know
and
what I'm
really,
saying?
I ain't know nothing about no Moors.
and realistically, I'm more drawn to the debate aspect. You know, I just like to see people argue their points and try to make,
See,
you know,
there you go.
Yeah.
That's right. Tell the people,
like,
you
But-
like to
yeah, but I don't like the messiness. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
just present a strong argument. It don't gotta be messy. It don't have to be a personal attack. You know, like, because I'm not looking for myself. I'm not looking for, you know, no secret information or to unlock the Black community. You know, like, that's not what I'm looking for. You know, what brought me in was more so the debates. I like to see the debates, the energy. You know what I'm saying? But
back
and
then,
I can
though,
even take
that's
it
a
on.
wrap. It's
yeah,
over.
back then
It's
it was
all
like,
personal.
yeah, back then it was all debates. Like it was like just everybody had a debate. It was like a debate.
Yeah, but
every
it's
day.
all. Yeah, but it's personal now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And everybody got a different background. Everybody's different. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let you like overtalk me or think that like, dude, I don't care. Yo, nah, son, that ain't gonna work. I ain't gonna listen to you. I'm gonna straight shut down on you. Like, nah, son, that ain't gonna work. Nah, I don't want to hear it. I'm not gonna sit there. That's just me. I mean, everybody's different.
That goes back to the point where as though like niggas, I mean, we not really debating, like we just arguing, you know?
Yeah, because I'm like, all right, let's do it like this, right? Let's say, okay, I have a X amount of information on something, but you don't know that because I don't talk about it. If I don't talk about something, you don't know that I know. A lot of people don't know that I know about Kemet or none of that. They don't know I know about it because I don't teach it. I don't talk, but I know it. So I don't talk about it. So when you get into conversations, people who study it, they'll be like, oh, you don't know this, you don't know that, you don't read the language, you don't know this, you can't. When somebody's telling you that, now you putting me on a deal. I'm like, yo, dude, what the fuck is you talking about? Now I'm not trying to be cool with you no more. Now I don't want to. Now it's not building no more though.
Yeah,
it's not building
not
no more.
Scientific, bro. Like that's not scientific. Then, like we be on here preaching all this. We need to be scientific and all this other shit, but we arguing back and forth with people who might have more information than us. We won't know until really listen to what they say.
Yeah,
like we have to listen to it and then evaluate it. Like if we don't,
but it ain't about that, bro.
Nah, I know. I get your point. I'm just saying, because I'm just trying to like for the listeners, like people need to be thinking more so less egotistical, but more so you know, let me listen to this and see.
Well, I'm to the point now. I'm eager to. I don't want to hear it. No, listen. If I have a conversation with you, ever since I had that conversation with Jabari, everybody hate me. All the commission niggas is on my head. They not my friends no more. Niggas defriended me. All that. I was like, oh shit, you ain't my friend no more. I knew you was religious, you crazy niggas. You know what I mean? So I just don't fuck with you no more.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk to you. But that's what I mean by personal. It's only information. So if I've been acting the same way since I came in this shit, when I get hype on Hebrews, nobody say nothing. When I get hype on Moors, yeah, he going in. I get hype on Aboriginals, he going in. I get hype on the commission niggas and oh my God, he has no discipline. He's a savage. Oh my God. No, I've been the same way. I'm just passionate, man.
That's because consciousness is built off of Kemet.
Now I'm gonna tell you straight up, like the first conversation y'all had, I more recently, because I don't know how many exchanges y'all have had, but
Yeah, only two of them. Yeah, just two of them.
So the one that you had where you were kind of presenting and y'all were at his house, that one it was cool. I felt like it was, a clean, argument. Now, when they did the weigh-in, and I really couldn't understand like
I don't know
why
what
it
happened. I can't
escalated.
remember what happened. I don't remember
Yeah,
what happened.
yeah, I don't really know why it escalated so quickly. I felt like you were maybe agitated because I felt like Jabari was trying to keep his countenance because for the most part he says his little snazzy things and his little remarks, but he's never gotten like loud and just blatantly like disrespectful with anybody. From what I know, from what I've seen. So that one I was a little lost, like, what happened there? But for the most part, when I seen that wasn't nothing I would have been upset about. Now I've seen some stuff said and that I just felt like was unwarranted. Like, you got a problem, okay, cool, but don't tie your problem to the information. Keep your problem separate. And that's my thing. Like, people talk about emotions in the community, but it be some of the most emotional people calling other people emotional. Like, if you can't.
The Bills used to be like that though back in the day, like how Rob and Jabari get down the first one. They had the little exchange, and you walk away getting a little both sides of the argument, and then brother would sit on the couch and laugh afterwards. You know what I'm saying? Even if there was somebody, even if it was Ali Muhammad and them, like they would go against each other, battle, and then it'd be over. They could be say sit, chop it up, laugh, boop, 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 dap up. You know what I'm saying? That was just crazy.
Yeah, and I'll tell you my second reason why I was frustrated about that. Period. I never asked anybody that you see me talk to on Sarnetta. I don't ask to talk to them. These people ask to talk to me. I never asked to talk to this dude about this. Sarnetta called me on the phone. Same thing with Zion Lex. Called me on. The only person I ever asked to debate on that channel was Polite, and he ran. That was it.
Yeah,
and then Zion ran too. After that, he ran. He's like, nah, all right. So he ran. So what got me upset about that is, all right, you want to talk? What we talking about? Are we talking about? I want to talk about Black history and the importance of the authors that we don't talk about. And I'm not Commission, and the Black Americans here are not Commissions. That's what I want to talk about. He's like, okay, we can talk about that. And then it turns to something else. So I said, okay. So now the second time, I said, okay, you want slides? Okay. So I come down here, I got 27 slides. So now we talking, he don't even want to go first. I was like, yo, why you don't want to go first? He's like, yo, I only got 6 slides. That's not my point. You said I'm here to represent my point. And that's it. So now if I'm listening to you talking and you just blabbering and talking, and you ain't getting to the point, and you keep talking like you lecturing, you not telling me nothing, you not addressing my information. One, you telling me that my information is agreeing with you. No, it doesn't. It doesn't agree with you at all. So why are you saying this? And why are you talking about stuff that we not supposed to be talking about? I don't have patience for that. So that starts to bother me. And then when I'm listening to you, I'm like, dude, everything you telling me, I know already, bro. You're not telling me nothing I don't know. I taught this before. I just don't talk about it. So like, I have videos with the same shit you showing me. I've taught it already, and that got me mad.
I did on that because
that got me pissed off. So at the end of the day, if I got 27 slides here that's representing each one of my points, you can say I'm appealing to authority. You can call me whatever you want. I'm gonna go to get 3 Egyptologists to deal with what I'm dealing with. You're not an Egyptologist, and that picture shit you doing, I don't agree with none of that. You need to come with more for me. And that's what get me mad. So I was like, yo, I can't do it. And that's really what happened.
All the time though, man. He's one of those guys. He's like Polite with that a little bit. You ask Polite one question, Polite gotta go all the way around the merry-go-round with his shit.
Yeah, I just want the straight up answer. And then when I talk, like she right, he don't get disrespect. He just say little slick shit. And I'm not gonna let you do that. You know what I mean?
That's why y'all should have did a formal debate.
Yeah, but it wasn't a debate. That's the whole point.
Yeah,
it wasn't
a debate.
It wasn't that at all. It was just supposed to be a discussion. Like I never really had and it just went in the wrong way because sometimes I'll pop on Garfield's show and it is apparent that I'm doing this because I'm fucking with Garfield. No, I don't got my conversation don't got nothing to do with him. My shit is completely
But
different. But
but
that's
it
how it
seemed
looked.
like it though. It did seem like it because just
Right.
because of the timing, it was like,
Yeah, the
damn,
timing.
it's like y'all trying to
Yeah.
everybody trying to double team and triple team Jabari. You know what
Nah.
I'm saying? That's what it looked like.
And what I've been saying this for a long time. This is not nothing new. That I always been saying this. Zen been on Facebook. I'll be like, yo, Egypt is the original pseudo. I'll just start saying
you
shit.
said you said on MBK.
I've been saying
You
this.
said
I've been
MBK,
saying this shit for a long time, bro. I'll be like, yo, I'm not no comedian. I ain't none of that. You niggas ain't comedians.
yeah.
You know what I
You
mean?
go,
And I always did that. That's not nothing new. That's something new to these dudes because they haven't heard that before. Because everybody's saying the same. Yo, they African. Yeah, they are African. Yeah, they related to us. Yeah, but now we talking about a culture that's removed from us from 3,000 years to now. You tripping, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Let me say something though.
And that's the thing. Oh,
Go ahead. Go ahead. You good.
Two things. Firstly, I'm not even, and if anybody go, because I don't change my position. You know, I'm pretty much cut and dry. How I feel is how I feel. I don't even think Jabari is a great debater. I've said it before, even before I've started interacting with Garfield platform, and I don't really want to call names, but before I started interacting with that platform, I've always felt like Jabari is educated, yes, but he does, especially for him to be a trained debater, he does a poor job, in my opinion, of putting together a clear and concise argument. It's typically, you know, you got to kind of fish around for his point, and he's never straight on, dead on, just attacking the points. It's like you said, it's always extra stuff. It's always a little fluff in there that's unnecessary. It's not even central to the point that you're making, so you don't even have to include it. But what I do like about him is the fact that, again, it doesn't turn into a personal thing. Like, my thing is, argue without getting personal. Make your point without the personal attack and without hitting below the belt. The second thing that I wanted to say is that at the end of the day, I don't, and I'm not sure if it's just something that people are getting confused, or if it's just being disingenuous. But I don't think anybody that practices the Commission spirituality, I don't think any of them think that they're actually Commissions, and I don't think that ever was the argument.
Some do now. Some do, Amber. Some do. I gotta be fair. Gotta be fair.
But Jabari does not say that.
No, I agree.
So,
I agree.
No, you got it. Not here's where we tread the small waters. This is where the waters come into play. This is why I was telling him this, because I've been having this argument. So when I start talking about West Africa and I'm going through the cultures and stuff, niggas always keep bringing up Egypt. And I was like, yo, why you keep saying that Akan came from Egypt? Tell me what you got. I already know the oral traditions, so I already know where you're going. And then
saying the Akan come from Egypt, you saying?
Yeah. So they'll show me a picture of a dude with a gold ankh, or they'll show me this and that. Be like, yo, look. I'm like, nah, son, that's you tripping. So if you really listen to this conversation, right, from there's different little snippets in there, and the snippets are that some people came from West Africa, which is what his teacher is, because you have to look at who is his teacher. So when you look at his major teacher and what he's under, he teaches that people came from Egypt, they went into West Africa, and from West Africa, they got put into slavery by the other African tribes there and sent to America. This is what his teacher says. Does he agree with that? So this is when I asked him this question. This was off camera. I was like, yo, he's like, well, you know, we see things different, but he does. So when I'm talking to him, he goes, runs and pulls his book up. So Sato got the camera on. So he was like, oh yeah, the Yoruba book. I was like, what? By Lucas? He was like, yeah. I said, yeah, I know. That's the Hermetic Hypothesis. Go ahead, go get that book. Go ahead. Let's talk about that book. So now he thinks that I don't know about what you're about to say. Duke, I looked at this shit because I wanted to see, is it a deep connection? Is there some things there? Is there some things there? Or is it a mass migration? But this is what he's saying. So now when I'm talking to him, here's where all of this comes into play. He said out his mouth that Egypt is the foundation of civilization. And Sa Neter did some sucker shit and cut that out the video. But I got the original video because it's on Patreon. So he cuts that out when we talking. And then you'll hear me telling him about Gobekli Tepe predates this. And then you look at these wild dates that he's telling you. He's told everybody that the Nabta Playa is 14,000 years. Where you get that number from, bro? You know what I'm saying? So you have to listen. There's a layers of this conversation where they want Egypt to be the foundation of all civilization, because he did say it. And then they'll say that some mass migration of Egyptians came from there, and that. But then you'll have other people that will say that only a little bit of people came. And okay, that's a possibility. Nobody's saying that they did.
Well, let me ask this then. Let me ask this though. When your studies, have you seen or come across material where there's the interaction to the degree with Kemet in West Africa?
Yes, I saw in
like what time period? What time period?
In Nigeria, I don't know. I don't want to pronounce the word wrong. It's a city there, and they say it come around the 9th century or whatever. But when they dug under the ground, they found some carnelian beads and glass that was made in Egypt. There,
CE or BC? So BC.
This BC. BC.
All right.
But it's 2,000 years ago. So now we have artifacts. So now that we have an artifact and we have something that they traced to come there, yes, they was doing trade. Who's saying that they wasn't? I mean, so that in that point, yeah, we could say that. But when you look at the oral traditions, that's what I've been looking at for all these years, because if I'm dealing with Hebrews, a lot of those Hebrews are not dumb. These are just the people that just don't. Some of them we was debating in the back. Those dudes are smart. They're not stupid. And they come in with these oral traditions that's telling you straight up the Africans are saying, we the Israelites. I'm like, where the hell do you get this from? So now I wanted to know about, okay, where's the oldest history in West Africa? So now I know it's from the Arabs. So now I got the Arab books. I'm looking at all of them, and now I'm seeing where it all come from. So now when we having this conversation with Egypt, now we talking about the historical method and how do you know oral tradition is correct. You got to use that, and then you look at the actual evidence. I mean, and then you do it. Some people use linguistics. Hey, go for it. I mean, but you're not gonna tell me that a group that just came around in the 1600 AD or 17 AD that them niggas is Egyptians. I'm gonna laugh at you. I'm gonna laugh at you. But it is a complicated actual thing. So I won't say that there was no trade. I won't say that there is no relation. I won't say that. But you're not gonna sit there and tell me no millions of people came up, because we don't have that evidence. We don't have it.
But so the oldest they really have that you can say evidence of is probably about 9 BC. But
no. The artifacts they found, the glass and the what's the name, it went to 2000 BC. There's something, there's some things that you could look at certain part of cultural aspects that you can see, like some kingship stuff. You can see some things. I mean, you can see there's some things you can see. The language thing, I don't really get into that, because there's evidence that you can use depending on the school of thought. See, when you deal with linguistics with that, this is my understanding. That shit is like the Bible. Because if you deal with the Bible or you deal with the church, there's different denominations of it, but they all use the Bible. But there's just different denominations with different schools of thought. The same thing with linguistics. You have that Diopian school, you have your Obengas, you have all these other people and then you have the others. And then you have the Eurocentrics that try to make everything some European. That shit all over, and they using the same method. They using the same methods to reconstruct language. Okay, we're gonna use the historical comparative method. What is the first thing that you do? Okay, we're gonna establish the cognate list. Then we got that shit crazy. I don't like that shit, bro.
Well, then that would appear to me like it's no actual science or methodology behind it. If everybody is actually performing the method as it's supposed to be performed and coming out with different conclusions, then it can't be a verifiable methodology to it.
No, I mean, I think
it
Greenberg. I
is
think what it's
because
saying, like Greenberg has a different method, right? I think you
no,
talking
he don't
about
have.
mass comparison or something like
Yeah,
that.
he did that, but you see, it's when you dealing with that, it's mathematics. It's a qualitative over quantitative. That's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with math. That's what you're all dealing with when you're dealing with that. How many cognates, and you go through all of the 6 steps of this goddamn method, and then you break it down, and then you do your reconstruction. What is not being told is that when you look at those when they talk about the origin in proto language, that's a hypothesis, bro. That's all assumption. It's based off of that method that you did with the math, but it's all hypothesis. It's not 100% like, yo, this is what it is.
It's a
Because
reconstruction.
so the big argument too, I see is like the starting point, right? Because I think Asar want to start with Proto-Bantu, right?
Yeah.
And then
I don't
somebody,
get,
I forget, and then
I don't
somebody
get
else
into
gets.
that. I don't get into none of that.
I'm
I
gonna
had
get
my conversation. I had my conversation with him. I bet, yo, son, how you come up with this? He told me he used the method. He showed me his cognate list. Oh, okay. Well, this dude used the historical comparative method. Let's just say with Suma. He said this shit is an Indian language. He used the same method. This is what he said. And then I'm gonna ask you the question. And this
You
is the
should learn
million.
that, Rob. You right there, bro. You
Nah, I don't like that.
You got everything
I
else, nigga. You got all the other tools.
I don't like it. I don't like information that
you got the hammer, the screwdriver. Everything.
Nah, I don't like information. I don't like stuff that you could
wiggle out
find,
of like
no, that you can find information to go with both sides. I don't like that. You know what I'm saying?
You want cut and dry.
Let's say you're talking about Afro-Asiatic. Asar and them have a point. Yo, the dude didn't use this. He didn't use the historical comparative method.
So what if linguistics by itself is pseudo?
No, I'm not gonna say
but I don't
it's
even
not
think
pseudo.
it's that. I don't think it's that. It sounds to me like people are trying to make a definitive conclusion where there's not one. At best, it sounds like you could say these languages could be tied to this language, this language, this language. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but that goes to my
there's
major
an array
point.
of answers. You said,
Look, that goes to the major point I was about to say. Here's the major point. If you did this work, this groundbreaking work, and you can prove that all of this is African languages, I'm all for it. You don't supposed to be talking to me or none of the. I'm not even gonna argue with you. I'm waiting to see you argue those people who are pushing that other theology. When is that gonna take place, or when did you challenge these people, or do the white people just don't want to talk to you?
The white people just don't want to talk to them.
So what do we do? You know what I'm saying? Well, are we gonna say that?
Well, what you do is you create a conversation. And I mean, we are attracting attention by talking about it on YouTube right now. I mean, we might not see it right now, but in the next few months, a year, 2 years, who knows what the fuck, this could snowball into.
Yeah, it might be a good thing. I mean, put a lot of time into that shit. And for me looking at that shit is hard. I don't like that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's just me.
Asar outlined it on his past couple live streams,
That shit is not simple, bro.
It's not simple. Yeah, shit. I like to see a showdown though, just so I feel like if I saw a showdown, at least I can pick through pieces and start goddamn.
Yeah, but you gotta read on it, son. I'm saying they show you the book. I got the books on it.
Well, no. Like I said earlier, it's a little bit more than reading. You gotta understand what's going on.
Yeah, you gotta do it. I'm saying you gotta do the work. But like, let's say if we look at Greenberg, and I ask everybody, okay, really, what did Greenberg really do? What was his major focus? And then most people kind of don't know the history of the person. His whole objective was to destroy the Hermetic hypothesis. He wanted to destroy that Hermetical, that all these languages came from these Bible bullshit myths. That's what his focus was. Now, do he have errors in his method? Absolutely. So now you looking at the new people like Ehard, and there's like 4 others, Zackenberg, and all these other weirdos. I can't remember their name.
Like Christopher Eric or something like that.
Yeah, he's one of them. Another one is Zackenberg. But they tell you that, yo, there's debates about this phylum. They tell you that there's problems with the phylum. So what are the problems with the phylum? And then you got to go through all of that. You got 6 languages they got classified under that shit. So go, hey, go for it, my nigga. I don't like that shit.
Yeah, that shit is very. It's just very.
That's not
like,
me. So
like that
when
shit
I
make
have
me
questions,
dizzy when it get. I get dizzy when it talk about it.
my questions come from an informed place. At least I know the methodology. I know the history of the people. I know who did what. I know that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do all of the work. I said, well, how you do cognate? How do you make that? Okay, what's a phoneme and what's a morpheme and how you reconstruct? What do you do? So I know that part. But now that I know the methodology or the foundation of it, I don't really want to hear nothing. I just want to see why the Europeans are saying that shit is pseudo-linguistics. When do we get that? When do you get this peer reviewed? And because that's big if we do that, yo. Nigga, you just proved that the Sumerian language is Bantu, nigga.
Did you watch the video?
The thing that I didn't like, that I kind of felt that he was saying, I was like when he was saying that they be having these meetings, these international type forums, but they don't have about that. But the Africans ain't involved in it. Like that's the part I'm not getting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Did you watch that video he made the other day when he was discussing that? And he also discussed the letter that Obenga wrote to them, basically.
And the other dude wrote, the dude that was a king or something wrote.
Bobo,
Mboli. Oh yeah, Mbolo. Yeah, somebody. Yeah, Balola. Yeah,
So,
like I do it with the king. Yeah.
One of them niggas. But
all I'm saying is this, right? I just find it weird that we can use the science of evolution. We don't have no problems with none of the theories that's in there. And if somebody comes with something new or just say the phenomenon now of the genome being cracked and these people are finding new bones and now they can cross compare, it's changing. Shit is changing like rapidly as far as even the emergence of man. They have no problem accepting.
I already know where you about to go with this.
They have no problem accepting this new evidence. The European has no problem, but the European has a problem accepting this linguistic part. That's why I don't care no more, bro.
One thing you ain't considering though is how much money and funding is being pushed towards evolution versus being pushed towards linguistic. It's not
but
the
not
same.
only that.
It's not the same.
I think we kind of already get. Well, I think the answer has already kind of been given as to why they would not be willing to, because we're looking at a situation where it's not a finite answer, it's a range of answers, right? So technically, we're not wrong. You understand what I'm saying? We're not wrong. Yeah, you could be right. You could be a part of this range, but we're technically not wrong. So why give you credit and add you on when you really didn't disprove anything? You just gave another alternative answer.
But I'm looking at it like this, is like the way Asar even detailed it is like nobody's really doing this work compared to all the other scientific studies, like compared to where the money is going and everything else. Like nobody's really asking these questions. So therefore,
nobody really cares. They feel like it's already answered.
Yeah, they feel like it's already answered and it's not being debated. So like when a guy like Asar or whatever Mboli, yeah. Like when these guys come and they try to rehash these things that they thought was already finished. Like they like, what are you talking about? I can truly see that happening, especially when there's not really a lot of people trying to peer review your shit, because there's just not a lot of funding on it. I mean,
so let me get this straight, all right? So if I'm in the field and I'm a scientist, and let's say I found something groundbreaking, let's say I discovered the different part of the chromosome, and now I can prove that the Americans really came from, let's say, not Siberia or some other place. There's a forum to present this information, bro. You can go present this information. It's not like they don't. Like, I don't know, man. I don't give that shit.
Nah. What you said was just some real groundbreaking shit. But what Asar and them is talking about it seems minuscule compared to something like that.
No. Because when we look at certain other books, right, and certain history books that they still have, they still teach you that Sumerian dudes is the origin of civilization, writing and shit. And they still teach this shit.
Yeah.
I'm saying now, what you're doing is you're now telling me that Bantu people went in this area, and that these people are the origin of this specific language group. That's groundbreaking. That's not like, so I look at the other people who made up different theories on this shit. We got people with the Indo-European shit, the dude with the Indian, I can't remember their names off the top of my head. They did their little comparisons and all that, cognate this. Look, this is where they came from. And then they come up with DNA and they like, okay, all you niggas is wrong. These niggas is Marsh Arabs. So for me, I don't get it, because I'm looking at the DNA and this shit from the bones. They say, all right, these are Marsh Arabs, right? And I'm looking at the material culture that's left behind. I'm looking at these pictures and all of these stones, and I'm looking at they lapis lazuli and they nipples and these weird ass face. These niggas is Europeans. They ain't nothing African about these dudes, bro. Or they not us from their material culture. So then when you saying that that's groundbreaking, bro, I don't see why the scientific community wouldn't want to talk about it.
Hey, but you saw the thing when he was doing the some of the comparisons as far as like some of the staff.
Mm-hmm.
I
seen the
staff to like the South African. I think it was one of South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
He had like different staff, and it was showing like some of the concepts, showing like where pasta could have came from. I mean, it's some pretty interesting shit. Like I said, the linguistics is real hard, but
yeah. It's not far. It's not far fetched at all.
All I'm saying is this, brother. Here it is. The European has tried to hide from us, and he tried to put himself in every place. He said that he's the founder of the Egyptians. Nigga, you're wrong. You said you the founder niggas of Persia. Nigga, you're wrong. You said you the founder of the Indus Valley civilization. Science says you're wrong. Every place that we were at, that we founded civilization, this nigga tried to put himself here. Science has proven you wrong. And you have no choice but to admit it now. Okay, all men came from Africa. All of us came from Africa. They saying that shit in the records. They like, yo, son, we new on the planet. They telling you, okay, we got the oldest Briton, Cheddar Man, 10,000 years old. Okay, this nigga had dark skin. We wasn't here. They tell you this. So what the fuck is the problem with the linguistic shit, bro?
Yeah.
That's my problem. It don't make sense to me. You already told the whole world that Africa is the founder of all this shit. So what's the problem?
Nah,
something ain't adding up.
Something. You know what it is? It's the fact that they can't claim Egypt. If you change it,
they still can't claim Egypt, but ain't no fucking Europeans. They gave that up too.
Well, I mean, can't be out there. Oh, European can be out there with their shirt off, goddamn. Just.
But look, to the layman,
But quick question though, because I understand what you're saying, Rob-Orn, but has it been, who is making these groundbreaking discoveries?
As far as what?
As far as
it's not just it's not. I don't want to limit this conversation to Sarvino, but it starts with Obenga. Start with Sheke.
No, I'm not talking about the linguistic. All the ones that you've just given for an example.
Oh, those are all half of them are Europeans, bro.
So it's other Europeans discounting other Europeans' previous work, right?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
So.
And DNA. Once that DNA came out, DNA was a game changer.
That should change everything.
It's a wrap.
But my thing is, the difference is these wouldn't be Europeans discounting other Europeans' work. These would be Africans discounting other Europeans. Like, at the end of the day, the narrative is still being controlled. Now, it's parts of the narrative that they're like, okay, we're going to tell the truth. And honestly, I think that comes from it being a new generation of scientists that are not as threatened by things having their inception in Africa, where they'll tell the truth. I don't think the science ever proved that whites was here. So it ain't that the science disproved it. It's just you just have more honest scientists. You understand what I'm saying? That are willing to actually be honest about what the science actually said.
Yeah,
So-
but they. Oh, I'm sorry.
So for me, and it's not so much as because I think Asar is trying to get his voice out there. I think he's trying to, be in spaces where his arguments can be heard. But we are, for the most part,
He
pigeonholed.
ain't got no business talking to me. I ain't got nothing to do with that shit. I ain't no expert, and I'm gonna leave you alone. How about
And
that?
and
Go
that's
for it.
and that's the right approach, though. That's the
But
right
that's the
approach.
thing. I don't think it does, but I think it's kind of like, if we're relying on them to tell us our story, it's kind of like, here's a part of the story that if it never gets to mainstream to everybody else, I want my people to know this. That's how I take it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
me
don't
too.
take it, I don't take it as, he trying to goop the people. I think he really believes in what he's saying, and he just wants his people to be aware. If it never makes it to mainstream, I want y'all to know who you are, or I want you to know these different lies that we've been told that are not necessarily true. I want you to understand that there are Black scientists that understand the methodology, and we're coming out with different results than what the Caucasian, populace is coming out with. And that's how I take it.
And
I
he's
got you.
passionate.
So now, just to add on to that, I want to ask you this, right? Or anybody here, does understanding the science of, we all on this panel agree that the original people on the planet is Black and brown, correct?
Correct.
We all agree to that. All right, so we can scratch out everything else. Now, when we talk about who we are and what you are, what does even dealing with Afro-Asiatic have to do with who you are? Is this going to bring you closer to the gap in the history of who the hell you are?
Well, no, but here's, and for me, I'm not looking for an identity. So for me, it never does. But there are so many people stuck today that feel like if only they had their history, they wouldn't be lost. So they're literally spending their life trying to dig up a history so they can feel like they can find themselves, wasting their life in the past. So, I mean, it's irrelevant to me to the extent of I'm not waiting on it to live my life or to feel, validated. But there are some people who absolutely feel that they're so distraught by not having an identity. They just want to know everything there is to know.
Well,
I was a big York
I agree,
fan.
Amber. I agree 100% with that.
Yeah, I was a big Diop fan, though. I was a big Diop fan. I'm rooting for him, bro. Like, that was my guy, Diop. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that shit changed my life when I read his books and shit. Like, he was deep into like some information science and shit. So I like the fact that he's kind of picking up the mantle and trying to push him forward. You know what I'm saying? If it fails, it fails. But I want to at least see him get the shot. You know what I'm saying?
We all we are all in agreement with that, and it seems like we all saying the same thing.
Yeah.
If we using scientists for everything else and saying this is the authority, this evolution is 100%, this DNA is 100%, but we looking at these same scientists in a different field, and they're saying that what you're saying is wrong, and we need this information to be pushed to these people so it can be shown and proved. That's what we're saying. At that point right now is at a stale point. Is after you get what you get. For me, and how I look at it is this. I understand that we supposed to uplift all of our ancestors, and they had a fight. They had a different fight. They was doing an academic fight. This is Diop and the rest of them. They tried to tell us that we did not contribute nothing to civilization. So they went straight for Egypt. They started comparing shit with Wolof, Senegal, and they was going in. So we must, understand that part of that fight. But because of that focus, being in that point, we lose a whole other history. The world doesn't stop at Egypt, bro. We lose the whole part of our history that nobody knows about. So when I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, that's what made me even stop studying, because I got tired of hearing Egypt. So I'm like, yo, son, I don't even want. I know this shit already. I'm good beyond. It got boring to me. Then I found out that, wait a minute, there's free Blacks in the 1600s. Wait a minute, we was doing what in the 1700s? What, we had businesses? Black people was organizing? How was we organizing and they was killing us and the other people were, wait, Black people didn't care what the person's religion was and they wasn't debating about what your religion was. They just knew that you was enslaved in the South and made a way for you to come here. And when they did capture you, when they made these slave laws, that they actually went in the courtroom in the 1800s and shot it out with these people to make sure that somebody that they don't even know is free.
Yeah.
What? I want to know this. This is the stuff that's not told to. This is crazy to me because this is our history. And then I'm like, now I'm going back. I'm starting at this point. Now I'm going backwards. Okay, so what was we doing before we got off that boat? What was these civilizations about? See, it's a gap there. It's not that they wasn't talking about it. They mentioned it. He mentioned it in his books, but that wasn't the focal point because it was a different fight. And that fight was to prove that Africans had an origin or have something to do with the origin of civilization. And they did their job. I mean, they did their job thoroughly. I mean, and you know,
and you feel like we got stuck there. And you feel like we kind of got stuck. We got stuck.
This whole
definitely got
community is stuck in that shit, bro.
Well, you can see about it.
And that's my argument. My argument is not about that. I just like to talk about information. But I'm like, yo, son, there got to be some kind of balance. So everybody plays a part. A linguist that plays his part, a person who studies evolution plays his part, a person who studies AD stuff plays a part, a person who studies but if we all on the same page, why we don't all get along? Because we got that nigga shit in us. We different, nigga. We tribal, nigga. And that's just how it is. And once you accept that, you just take your information and what you could get on and teach your kid and keep it moving. Knowing them niggas is talking about banter, that shit don't got to me. That right there doesn't bring me closer to who I am. It doesn't. I'm not them people from 3,000, 4,000 years ago culturally. I know I'm not. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is.
I mean, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm not the people from 50 years ago. We're not the same, you know, like.
How are you not the same? See, that's different now. So 50 years ago, if you go back, my mother is still here. She's 67 now. The culture and the dynamics is the same. The same music. Listen, the same music. When you look at all the rap music, they put all of the same old beats, old songs, same culture. We speak the same language. We do the same thing, same dances. We do the same parties, same culture. We make our own slang up. We call the police 5-0. They called the police fuzz back then. It was crack in the 90s. It was dope in the 70s. It was coke. It was coke in the 80s. It was B-bass in the beginning of the 90s. It's the same culture. So you are them same people because that's your mother and your father. If you go back 50 years ago, that's your mother and your father. The culture is the same, and the people are fighting the same people. So we developed our own culture here because one, we genetically mixed with Europeans and Native Americans, and now we are a whole separate, different culture. We are Americans, and it's just different. It's a different culture. I mean, so they the same. 50 years ago, yeah, that's who you are. So now that's a good question that you said that. If I asked, what was we doing 50 years ago? What was going on 50 years ago? Right where you stand at in your city, in your state, what was going on 50 years ago?
I don't know what was going on in Minnesota. I'm not from here, but in Gary, I know that probably about 50 years ago, Gary was still a vibrant town. Steel mill was popping. It wasn't fresh off of the migration, but they still had quite a bit of migration from the South, people coming up north to the mills. It was starting to become white people were starting to move out because it was so heavily populated by Blacks. They were starting to move out. But for the most part, yeah, it was probably one of the first areas where Blacks kind of really boomed and were successful. And
where you said Missouri?
Gary, Indiana. I'm currently in Minneapolis, but I'm not from here.
Okay, he's from Indiana. Okay. All right. So just dealing with one part of that history. I mean, I'm not gonna go too crazy, but what you talked about is white flight. And that's what you talked about, right? So when this integration stuff comes into play. Same thing like if we look at LA, we look at the area you're talking about, we look at certain parts all over. There were white people in these areas. We started to move in. What did they do? They started to move out. So it's funny to think about 50 years ago and 60 years ago, the whole LA or Compton was white people. You know what I'm saying? And then black people moved in and they gone. So now, fast forward to 2020, what is going on in every city? There is what you call white flight, but it's different. The white flight is coming from those urban areas into the cities. And now that they're coming into the cities, now these people are raising the prices, and now another movement is happening, and this gentrification that's pushing the people out of the city. This same thing happened in the 1600s. We in New York, we have Little Africa. The British come, they take over from the Dutch. They change the slave rules around. What the niggas do? Immigration started happening. Italians started coming in. Chinese niggas started coming in. They started to move up. They moved to 20-something street. Now you have another different Africa. What happens? More people start moving in. We don't want to be around them niggas because we don't know what them niggas talking about. We start moving. We start moving. We get to Central Park. We start moving, and it keeps going. So when we have these conversations to just deal with just like right now, is a problem. If I ask somebody who's the first 5 fucking Egyptian pharaohs, niggas could tell me about Imhotep, Zoja, you could go down the whole line. I ask you what happened 20 years ago. I ask you what happened after the Black Panthers. What organizations do we have to build? So what the European was successful at doing was destroying our ability to organize and not being able to look at those things that are right in front of our face that just really happened. When you lose your ability to organize, your enemy organizes your life around you. And this is why we in this position we in now. Just look at this right now. It's a national disaster going on right now. This thing is going to affect this whole world economy and our economy. But what's happening now is people are starting to realize that their jobs are all service jobs and they're not essential. And this is going to cause people to move around, and either you adapt or you die. So there's a bunch of things going on. You know what I mean? And it is racism, but you know, it's
Hey,
crazy.
everybody on the panel, I'm out, yo. Peace out.
We're crazy, man.
All right, Zen. Peace.
Holla, Amber.
Zen
Right.
Buddha. I'm gonna call you Zen Buddha now, man.
Yo, wow. All right, y'all. Peace out.
Zen Buddha is your name now.
Yeah. I feel that though. Like, you know, I love hearing about it all. You know, I love hearing about it all. Like, I mostly focus on the same thing. You know, y'all boys don't go live no more. You know what I'm saying? But that's more. I'm more.
What you said?
You know, y'all don't go live like y'all used to.
Nah, we just be posting videos.
Yeah, it used to be a bunch of good bills back in the day. You know what I'm saying? We had the whole 80OS versus 808. We just get it in. But I like hearing about the more recent stuff and stuff. But I still like,
it messes my head up, bro. I realize I don't know shit, bro. I've been on this journey for 3 years now, son. I'm still learning. I'm like, yo, son, this is crazy. I don't know nothing about nothing. And then I realized that, yo, son, this is like them niggas destroyed our ability to organize, bro.
Shit, it's a lot to learn though. Like it blew my mind too.
Destroy is like today. To say destroy is like we can't get it back. I don't think it was destroyed. I think it was damaged.
Oh, it was destroyed, sister. And I'm gonna tell you why it was destroyed. So you remember I just spoke about something about 1850, right? They made a slave law, Fugitive Slave Act, and that was for the people from the South to come back and claim people from the North. They made up lies and shit and made up kidnapping clubs and to come from the South, and they was just snatching up black people, and they would go to the court, make up some fake shit, and bring them back. So now this is
where your slave was about, right? Pretty much, right?
Yeah, that's a part of it. So now this is a national disaster for black people in our communities because we trying to build. So what do? This happened, but we had stuff in the place. We said, okay, we're gonna have to make a vigilance committee to control so we could patrol our block. We're gonna have to have people that go to the school for these people. We're gonna have to have some food that gets to go to these people. We're gonna have to have some more jobs and more stuff and more money. So we gotta pool our shit together. Thus, you have mutual aid societies and all these other different organizers. Right now in 2020, with this shit going on right now, yo, you can't even go across the street and talk to somebody that look like you and be like, yo, I need some sugar. I can't send somebody upstairs to the third floor because you don't even know them niggas. The community is not together. It's not like that no more. We don't have nothing. We have no infrastructure. We have nothing in place at all. We have nothing. You don't even own the go. Yo, all these stores that's open that they letting us go to, they not black. They Chinaman, the Arab man, and all these other niggas. So when I say the ability to organize was destroyed, them niggas destroyed that shit. It's done. And the only way niggas gonna get it back is when we put in a position where we forced to have to deal with each other. Sorry to say that, but that's just my opinion.
Well, I don't.
Right.
I mean, not to split hairs, but I think it's because, like I say, I'm from Gary, and literally, if I was living there now, I know enough. I have enough connections in that community where I could go and ask somebody for some sugar. I could and that's the whole thing. I think if we look at it on the large scale, no. But if you think of the interaction you should have within your community, now here I'm a fish out of water. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a no new friends type of person. So here, no, it ain't nobody I can, unless I run by my mama house, and I don't really do that. But other than that, I'm a fish out of water. But if I was to go back to where I'm from, yeah, I can give me a cup of sugar. I have if I was low on a pack of meat, you know, I can call my homegirl and she'll bring it by. If I need to use her food stamp card and put some groceries, I could do that. There's a sense of community where I'm from, and I have that structure. Now, that can't happen everywhere I go. It ain't like, oh, because you black, I'm gonna look out. But we do have these little, you know, hubs and these little niches where we have these relationships established. The only thing we need to work on is growing a network.
I got you, but people don't want to grow a network because we have been brought up to be super capitalists. We don't give a fuck about you. I only care about me and mine. Fuck you. That's how it is. That's the truth of the matter.
Yeah, that's the negative effects of capitalism.
We are super capitalists. We don't give a fuck about you. I mean, and it's just the sad reality. And when this shit goes down, or when shit get real bad, people gonna be forced to have to deal with each other. And then, you know, that's when, you know, shit'll change. It might be a virus that does it too.
Yeah,
we don't got shit. We talk all this shit about the church, right? We beat the fucking church to the ground, burning the Bible, doing all this shit. Guess what? The church is the niggas that got all this shit. You're gonna be going to the church to go get that food. You're gonna be going to that church to go get that homeless shelter. You're gonna be going to the church to get them clothes. People that's a part of the mosque, they gonna be going to that mosque. You said fuck Allah, remember? You said fuck that Quran. Fuck them niggas. You said they God is fake. Them niggas got shit and play for their people.
yeah, no doubt. Yeah, that's some real shit.
Shit crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Now I ain't gonna lie, if I had to be anywhere and go through this,
you ain't gonna. I bet you this. You ain't gonna find no comedic. You ain't gonna find no. You might find like
we ain't gonna find no shrines with food pantries.
Yeah, you might find me a shrine just cause.
Yo, you might find one or two, but what could they do? They not big. They ain't no fucking church.
Yeah, they don't got the power structure.
They don't got the power, the structure to do that shit. They little communities. We talking about, nigga, the church is gonna be right there. So the same Bible the same God you was talking shit about, the same God that you gonna be right there with your grandma. If she's still alive, going right up in that motherfucker when shit hit the fan.
But to me, that just kind of goes to show the power of the European and his doctrine. Because if you look at it, because if you think about it, if they're practicing Kemetic spirituality, they should be able to they should be able to file it as a nonprofit and be entitled to all the different, all the different resources that a church is, right?
They
Because
do, but come on, sister. Let's be
but
for real.
but here's
Ain't
my
too
thing.
many. Go ahead.
But here's my thing. Not only is it not too many of them, but also the people that practice it are emotionally attached because of what they think it confirms for their identity, versus the Christian who has a church. They have a church, and Black people are super spiritual, and they take Christianity to a whole nother level that white people do, but it was also structured in a way that mimicked how white people structured their church. So when people look at a church, they automatically see the opportunity for those resources, for the food pantry, for the tax credits, for all of these things, because they're mimicking the white man. However, when you look at an African spiritual system like Kemet, they're doing everything they can not to identify with that white, influence. So I don't think that they capitalize off of it as much as they could if they were to look at it as, look at it like they run in a church. You understand what I'm
Well,
saying?
I get what you're saying, but well, number one, it ties into the history of Black people in America. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? People believed in Jesus, God, whatever, right? So originally people did it because they said that you couldn't enslave a Christian, so they became Christian to get free. And then somewhere down the line, niggas started believing this shit. Anyway, wherever any free Black community, from any of the Black Wall Street you want to bring up to whatever you could think about, the Black church is there. But these people separated from the European. So the Black church was our center of power. So now you have the church from literally the damn near 1800s. It's 2020 now. So you got a 220 lead of Black churches being built. So around these churches is infrastructure. The infrastructure is dealing with what we dealt with originally when we had them churches. We wasn't debating about, is Jesus real with them? No, we didn't have no time to deal with that. We're gonna form a mutual aid society that is non-denominational. We are all believe in the Bible, but we're gonna base this off of virtues and the morals of the book. No drinking, no alcohol, and everybody has to put money into this thing. What does this money go for? This money goes for the widows, it goes for the sick, it goes for the elderly, and it goes for the education. Now the people don't have to depend on the European to do what? To take care of their elderly, to bury their dead, and to take care of their sick. Because why? They built their own hospitals. These people did all of this in the church, believing in Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? So that infrastructure is 200 some odd years deep in. Ain't no religious denomination you gonna ever bring up that's fucking with the Black church. Can't do it. And know why? No matter which we ever point to, nothing is fucking with the church. And you can't even point to Marcus Garvey because he was a Catholic. You can't fuck with the church because it's an organization. That's the thing that you got to look at. So if we look at Kemet, that shit is new. I'm saying to us over here, they can't do shit. They can probably help their members. And the people around them niggas, they suffering. They really need donations to be doing shit. So again, it points back to the ability to organize. All I'm talking about is organization. Fuck the Bible, fuck Jesus, fuck all of that. What is the organizational principles that is around that religious faction? And that's what they do. They take care of each other. We don't take care of each other.
I think you overlooking my point.
The European, yeah, you said the European, and that's why I try to, maybe I'll make sure I specified it. You said it's because of the European. Yeah, they gave us the religion, but we took it over. We became our own church, our own thing, our own all that.
And I'm not saying I'm saying, so taking your guidance though, as far as using the religion or the religious belief to
to organize. You understand what I'm saying? Using it as a tool to organize. For me, I look at people who are into Kemet, they're not using it as a means to organize. You understand what I'm saying? Like
Okay.
it's just the emotional attachment to the spiritual system, but they're not looking at it as being a resource for potential organization.
I get now. I understand what you're saying. I think they are. I can't speak for them. I mean, only thing that I know about that I was around was the Offset Society, and their major office closed and all that. But these people were doing stuff to take care of their community. All I'm specifically saying is, if we really get down to the come down, ain't no organization that deals with the stuff of the vital needs when things get really go down is the Black church. We have nothing to point to because our ability to organize has been dismantled.
Hey, peace to the panel.
Peace, y'all.
Peace.
Peace.
I see y'all talking. It's interesting conversation. I want to inject the Masonic order, especially the Black Masonic order, comes out of the church and is tethered to the church, and that's a organizing structure. But what people fail to do is they fail to create a system, because we can organize, and we have organizations that's been abundance. You got stuff that's been in the early 1900s up until today, still functioning, but we fail to create a system. And we talk about the white man's system, or we say the system, but we fail to create our own. So we have to be able to dump these organizations within a system. And so that's what people are missing. The system, the systemic, our own system that we can organize within. And so that's what's missing, because the Black church been around for a long time, but yet collectively we're still in the positions that we're in, because we haven't created a system that can thrive in. And so one of the important things about Kemet, because a lot of people run their mouth about Kemet because it's old, but real people who study, I ain't gonna say real people, but there's people who study Kemet for strategic reasons, because Kemet represents a time when Africans had agency before colonialism, before all this other stuff, when they had complete agency, and on top of that, they have records that was kept, because there was Africans all over the continent in different countries, weren't countries back then, that had agency, but there's no records of it. And so Kemet represents that. So you have people who are engaging Kemet to have an intimate relationship with it, to realize and understand how they organized and how did they create a system to where they had a polity that survived approximately 3,000 years, give or take a couple of bumps in the road, but 3,000 years. And so that's the value. That's one of the many values that Kemet offers. All the other stuff people argue about is just really irrelevant, and it's really stupid, because a lot of people who argue don't even know about Kemet like that. So that's the value that people have. Like if you read the actual scholarship on Kemet, and not the things that want to argue if Jesus comes out of Horus and all this other kind of stuff, people who actually write about Kemet from an agency perspective, how did they administrate each other? How did they set up the government, the different agencies, the different systems that they had there? That's what's very valuable and pertinent that could be used today. But nobody's really talking about it or dealing with that. And now you got this thing going on between West Africa and East Africa, and even west of West Africa in America, and our recent history after the transatlantic slave Holocaust and things. So we got a lot of straightening up to do. And what I typed in the chat is, every time these conversations come up, people don't address the elephant in the room, is that this community that we call the conscious community is operating to our detriment, because it doesn't promote the progressive, mature conversations. It actually promotes adversarial, oppositional, confrontational dialogue. It's centered around the debating model, a failed debating model. If you really look at it, it's everything is about argumentation within the circles that we all interact with. That's what it's based on. It's not based on, congregating ideas and expanding, having mature and problem solving. It's just not. That's not what's promoted. And so we never going to change anything, with the attitudes and behaviors that we got going on right now, until people are ready to step up and address that and be real about it and set aside the little egos and stuff like that and be real and be honest, which takes character. Then we're not going to get too far. There's going to be very few that's going to do it. And while they do it, of course, they're going to be, attacked or whatever the case is, maybe.
Yeah, I'll say this, right? The conscious community makes up a very small population of the average person. A lot of people are not lay people who study this stuff or study history. So this is like a small thing. To the point of being redundant arguments, I could agree with that, but I have a video on MBK that is titled The Sons and Daughters of the COINTEL program. And what I specifically did in that is I pointed out what the objectives was, and I compared it directly to Facebook, how we interact with each other there, how we interact on YouTube, and how we interact with these specific conversations. So, like I was building with the sister about, we always had debate leagues. They started with lyceums. We got this in the 1800s. We have this, which brought forth our libraries, etc., literary societies, and all these things of that nature. Women had theirs, men had theirs, but these debates were different. The debates were on science, philosophical topics, but the debates were dealing with how to deal with our problems and what course of action should we take to deal with the problem. So as soon as something happened in any community, or let's say a riot that happened in Cleveland, Ohio, this happened around the 1830s, they all have an organization in play to be like, okay, these people got beat up by these white people, they got ran out their house, we need to take the money that we got out of this, that to put to that. That right there, when you say organization model, I like to point to that. If there is some Egyptian organization models that you could point to, I think you should bring it out. Because when I bring the information, or everybody else who brings it that I'm around, I'll point to West African secret societies. Before the church, before we even came to that, the first thing we developed was those mutual aid societies, which come directly from those West African secret societies. And again, that's dealing with taking care of the dead, the widow, etc. And we had to keep it secret because the European would have broke it up. So we could point directly to that. I don't know about Egypt models, because for me, they all dealt with religion or their own spirituality that dealt with that. So that's always been a part of it.
But see,
if you want to go through the gnomes and be like how they had the central government, stuff like that.
But that's the problem. Like even what you just said, people mistakenly, like people have this thing about religion, and they use it like it's some little thing over there. When I look at Egypt, all I see is they were into religion.
I didn't say that.
No. I know you didn't say it, but I'm saying when you brought up religion, like
it's a part of it.
You're comparing African secret societies and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But now we're not labeling it a religion; it's labeled as a secret society.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to Kemet, you don't hear that language. You don't hear anything about secret societies in Kemet. You don't hear Kemet.
Yes, we do. We hear the brothers talk about mystery schools. Yes, we do.
Wait. I'm being very specific. You see how you just said mystery schools?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't say secret societies.
Okay, so what are some secret societies in Kemet? Bring it out.
No. No, listen to what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm listening.
I'm saying the way that you just articulated that, that's not when it comes to West Africa.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't say mystery school. You said
it wasn't called that.
Okay, that's my point. So I'm making a point here. I'm saying that how these things are articulated is causing people to see things differently. because for whatever the reasons are in different people's minds, buzzwords trigger certain attitudes and towards information and towards, the cultures and things like that. So if I talk about West Africa, I'll say things like West African secret societies. But but something equivalent in a conversation about Kemet, it becomes mystery school. And then mystery school triggers a different attitude towards it than describing something as secret society. So people get caught up on the shallow stuff about these different words. And I was bringing up the word, with religion as well. The same thing happens with that. When things are identified as a religion instead of something else. And so it's a turnoff, it's a put off. People don't try to go into it. It's like, oh, that's that spooky belief stuff, religion. And that's all become in a bucket of disregard type stuff. But secret society,
I don't think it's a regard, because I'll just point to two of them. I could say Poro and I could say Sandy. I'm saying, so the European calls it secret society. They just initiation rites, and those initiation rites are for women, men, and they take on specific duties to take care of the community, to handle judgment, justice, taking care of the elderly, learning how to be a man, learning how to be a woman for the things in that community. I can directly show how that really has nothing to do with religion or God or none of that. That's just the way of life that they develop to establish or maintain their culture. So when I point to Egypt, that what I just said was, when you made that comment, I said, all right, if there is these specific things like I just talked about, then bring them up. I said, when I look at how those gnomes are set up, if we want to talk about the 42 gnomes, I don't know about any of these, if you want to call them secret societies or that. I see the religion there. Each gnome has a netta by it. If you don't want to say a netta is a god, that's up to you. But if it is, bring it out. Because you said nobody never talks about it. But you should be talking about it because you are the one to do it.
So hear me out. Here's what I'm saying. It is mentioned, but my point, and I don't think you quite getting it.
No, I don't get it.
It's the way it's being articulated. That's why I'm homing in.
Can I say a quick way?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's like calling a black man when he on the news doing something, when he get caught with a gun or he shoots somebody a thug. But when the white person does the same thing, they're presented as innocent. You understand? It's like a different depiction.
I got you, but I don't see what's wrong. I don't see nothing wrong with religion. Period. No, that's just me. But I don't understand. What I'm not understanding is I'm being like real specific. I'm naming stuff. I'm telling you what I'm talking about and how it directly relates to us. You made a very good argument. You said people are not talking about the things that we could learn from Egypt on how they organize in their society. So now that you're here, you're the Kemetic person who studies this stuff. Tell us about these organizations that we could utilize that what they did. What was they doing?
Okay, so but before I do that, what I'm saying is that you earlier when I first came on, or I was still then, you mentioned something about we don't deal with things or things being in front of our eyes, front of our face.
I didn't say that.
So, yeah, you mentioned that earlier. You mentioned how the
black. You got on?
Yeah, no, but before I actually came in here, I had came back to the YouTube. And you were mentioning something along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, along the lines of the here and now, like the here and now, what's going on right here now within the last 20 years, and how people don't deal with what's in front of us and things like in plain sight and stuff. You mentioned something to that effect, right? Remember that?
Yeah, but you must have came into the nail end of it because there was a point of that of what I was making. But go ahead.
Okay, okay. We all know that Egypt was a well-organized, structured kingdom. And so in order to be as organized as it was and to last as long as it did, mind you, outside of the hiccups, they had to be able to solve problems. They had to be able to do everything you just said and mentioned in specifics about West Africa, how they had judgment, they did this, they did that. They had all of that stuff in Kemet. But what happens is when it's being articulated, it's put into the category of religion. I'm not saying it's wrong or you see something wrong with it. I'm saying it's articulated differently, and for the most part, it becomes a turnoff because like religion, you don't have a problem with religion, but then there's a lot of people in our circles that just left a religion, whether it's Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, and anything that they deem as religious, it's a put off. They're like, nah, nah, that's spooky. That's that belief stuff, and I ain't with that. I just left out of that, whatever. And so it's not the same. So like I'm not an active Freemason, but I've accomplished all the degrees of Freemasonry with the exception of the honorary 33rd. And so I've traveled to York, Scottish Rite, and the whole nine, and crossed the desert and became a Shriner. And that system, that structure, people don't even describe that the same way that when the conversations about Kemet come up. But the structure comes and mimics the Egyptian or Kemetic structure. And so over there, you won't say, okay, that's religion or whatever, or that's, Freemason, that's religion and whatnot. People don't really describe Freemasonry like that. Even though they use the Bible on the altar, and the Quran and the shrine and stuff, they don't even call it religion. So we have to get better articulating. So specifically though, there are rites of passage in Kemet. There are things that are identical, not in the exact way, but identical to what happens with what you described. But the deities, like if I mention a Netcher or a deity, people say, okay, that's a god. Boom, religion. They don't see that as an organizing tool because these Netchers are ontological and taxonomic mnemonic devices that how they organized their worldview and their communities. And so like Sekhmet will govern the medical physicians. And so everything dealing with Sekhmet in the mythos was a way of documenting, recording whatever it is that they did for that specific sphere of information or whatever the case is. But when people talk about these different gods and goddesses, they say, okay, religion, or they prayed to this, they did that, they had a shrine this and shrine that. So it's the manner in which it's being articulated is for the most part put off.
All right, so I'm gonna say this, right? So based off of my conversation I was having when I was building with Amber, I was specifically speaking about when a national disaster happens, the European has basically dismantled our organizing ability. Meaning that, and I pointed at, okay, if something does happen, what is the organizations that we do have today that we can go to? And then I started talking about the church. And then she made a comment and I went through a brief history of the Black church. All right. So now when you're saying what you just said, when you deal with all of these, here's the difference. The understanding that you just gave about how you see Egypt with the ontological points and all that, I don't see it that way. You already know my view. I'll stick to the same thing with West Africa. They was religious. I'm not going to metaphysical it. They believed in obosoms, they believed in spirit realms and all that. But what they did with that is the same thing that all Africans did. All humanity did this. They based their religion and their mythos around their society, and they created things to maintain and hold their facilities or their society together. What I'm doing is I'm focusing on the organizational parts. And the organizational parts is the parts that I'm really speaking about. When you strip all of this shit away, when you strip God away, if you strip the bare bones of the rituals and everything it is, everything they was doing or paying reverence to is the stuff that sustained them. Whether it be a river, whether it be a yam, whether it be a kind of fruit, whether it be the sky, whether it be the sun, whether it be whatever that is. If you strip it away, all they doing is basically paying reverence to that, and they develop stories around it. So I don't care if they did that. I'm looking at the stuff that they did to organize that I could specifically point to. And what I was telling her was, when we get to these conversations about there's no Egypt versus West Africa, I don't know who made that up. I don't know where that came from. It's basically my argument with people is talking about, millions of people came from Egypt and went to West Africa. That's how I'm even in that conversation. I'm not never saying that there was no people who came, whatever. But anyway, back to the organization part. When I'm thinking about them secret societies, I could directly point to them and show what the names are, what their operation was, and how the free Black community in America was built off of that. Why that's important is because we're not taught that. And it's right there in front of our face to look at, and we could directly use that as a tool. On your hand, though, if you could point out these same exact things, because they had to do the same things, because all of these things are part of human evolution. They made these things to sustain their community. If you can point that out, then bro, point it out. It's not.
Yeah.
So when I listen how you talk, you're like, people don't do this and people don't do that. We don't gotta build like that. Just son, just come add on. Like, you was talking about secret societies, this, but this is what they was doing in Egypt. So that's why I have disagreements with you back and forth. Not what you're saying, the same way how you say articulate the way you are. Well, people are not doing. No, forget about what people are not doing. You have the knowledge. So if we having a conversation about secret societies and organizations, Rob Bourne, what you know about this in Egypt? We was doing this. Oh shit. Let me go write that down. That makes me more encouraged to deal with you.
Okay, so
let me mute my mic.
Okay, so what you were saying, you were saying that our ability to organize is destroyed. So you do what I was doing. When I talk like people don't do something, I'm identifying a problem. I see that as a problem. Just like you're articulating your opinion, your thoughts on the fact that our ability to organize has been destroyed by X, Y, and Z. So we're both identifying problems. But me, that's a large that's on a larger scale. I'm talking about within our circles and things. I see problems and I point out those problems that are immediate problems, that little elephants in the room type of things. And I unapologetically do so. And I really don't care about what anybody feels about that. But I hear you on the say what so-and-so did. So what actually happened in Kemet. And so I already do that. I've been teaching about these things for 8 years. So I actually do that. I just don't do it readily publicly, because a lot of people have a hard time, it's a sequential pedagogy that has to take place. Because if I mention certain things, like for example, I had an art.
Just try us, Mujah. Try us one time, bro. Just try us.
No, okay, but here's the thing. Like just the other day, yesterday or day before, I mentioned talking about atheists, talking to an atheist. We got this new age atheist movement that's creeping up recently, and people can't get past, and it's not just them, but people can't get past the fact if I mention a Netcher, all the recalls in their head is whatever they read about the Netcher, and it's put into a category of spookism, pseudoism, and stuff like that. And when I explain it, so the other day I mentioned Happy Itaru as a god or a deity, and I said that's the Nile River, and the Nile River is what sustained the ancient Egyptians. Without that river, it would never have been in Egypt. But that's a deity, and they organize around that. So a lot of these deities are organizing principles that they establish certain routine things called rituals and things that they did to help organize. Even the very calendar itself, with all of its rituals, was a way to get a lot of people to do the same thing at the same time. They had a lot of different things to organize people and to get people on the same page. It was about synchronizing minds. And so they put things in place so that people will be in sync. And the deity would be the governor or, the head of a cascade of different things. But if people see it as, take it literal, like, okay, the Egyptians really believed that Sekhmet, the story of the destruction of humanity, she killed people, drank some wine and did this. If they think that the Egyptians thought that was literal, then there's no way that I can have a conversation to a person who thinks that way. So what I end up having to do all the time is I have to actually teach people how to actually, change a paradigm and forsake their present biases from us growing up or whatever, shake that off, empty their cup, and then like refeed them. So that's why I'm giving you the reasons why I don't just go out public on a public live forum and do this and do that.
I respect your understanding, but when you come in here, right, on the channel, you like the conversation. That's why you came on it, or you went and came on it. So then you say the elephant in the room is what you just stated, and that now you're saying that when I talk to people, I got to start at this point. At this point, when you come in this room, you don't got to start that way with me or anybody on this panel. So if we having this conversation, yo, just what I'm telling you is, yo, just bring the information, bro. Now you got me really wanting to know what is these similar societies that were organizing that are similar to the ones in West Africa. So, yo, if you have that information, yo, just bring it out. You don't got to tell me why you don't do it, and you do it sometimes. We here talking about this subject.
We open, baby. We open.
That's taking the conversation someplace else. I'm not here arguing with you about did the Egyptians really believe that. Amber is not. The other brother's not. I want you to add on to the conversation, man. You bring that knowledge out.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that what you describe about West Africa and the sacred societies and how people met and how they passed judgment, the elders in the community or whatever case is, the Egyptians did the same thing. So outside of me saying that they did the same thing, if you wanted me to show you, I could show you texts that actually say so. And like I came on here not prepared to like pull up
that's okay.
Real quick. But what I'm saying is that I do talk about this though. Mm-hmm. I mean, see, you, whenever I get you, since we're not talking about a vague community, we're talking about only the people here on this panel. When I talk to you, I don't get to the point of bringing that stuff up, because only time you and I interact is when you have a contention, at least in the past on Facebook and stuff like that, when you have a contention about some stuff that don't have to do with that. It's mainly about, because I remember for a long time you were bringing up topics about whether it was science and stuff like that, like all the Facebook posts. So you and I never had a chance to engage, but like what I'm showing on my screen right now is a pyramidal curriculum that I deal with all the time, been dealing with for the longest. And so I always had these conversations. See, you're never involved in the conversations when I have them, when I'm actually showing things, demonstrating things, explaining things, and so on and so forth. When I came on here,
I know all about your little pyramid, bro.
Empty your cup, bro.
Empty
your cup right now from the past. We throwing it all away, bro.
No, I get. Wait. Listen, I get it, but what I'm saying.
Ujabo, I seen you pull up that thing. Using it for multiple different things, especially dealing with evolution. I seen that. So
no, I never dealt with evolution though. But
you pulled the pyramid up. Don't look like that though, but it's the same color.
Yeah, so it's completely different. So right, that's what I'm saying. It's nowhere near.
I get what you do. Hold on. So what I'm saying is this, right? When I engaged with you, or the only last time I engaged with you was we had a little whatever that little dispatch, that Dr. York shit. Prior to that, I only came on your show because you're talking about a conversation that I was in with Jabari. So I'm gonna come on the panel. Prior to that, I haven't spoken.
But I want you to understand. Listen,
but now that we here and we're talking about organizing principles, and we're talking about what could we look at, we all just saying like, yeah, fuck the religion. Let's see what they was using it for. You keep telling us it's in Egypt. So if it's in Egypt, yo, bro, just tell us the society. You don't got to go through all of this.
I know, but you just repeated yourself. The only reason why I said that, I'm not saying that it's a problem. I'm saying that I'm addressing what you're saying, that why I don't, or why am I talking about it now? First of all, it's like 4:15 in the morning. I just came in here. But I'm saying what I'm telling you is that when I do have these conversations, it's ordered and structured, and I'm showing you the pyramid that has nothing to do with evolution or whatever. But I'm saying I have these conversations in a very ordered and structured way. So what I can do for you is next time I have one, I'll invite you. And how about we do that? I'll invite you, and then you can see how I get down on those kinds of topics. So because I it's a teaching moment. I don't just ramble on, stuff. So it's
Yeah, I'm not. I get what you're saying, and I'm
okay.
not just rambling in either. The same way how you do. I have presentations. I could just go to my thing and pull it up right now. I could show
Right.
you, but I know it on my head because this is what I'm dealing with. So
Right.
I'm like, yo, if you ask me about benevolent societies, I'm gonna show yo, Rob Bourne. What do you mean that those societies are the foundations of free Black societies? I'm gonna take you through them. I don't have to like set nothing up, but I understand it's late. It's cool.
Yeah,
But I'm
I was
I'm
gonna
gonna
say, y'all
hold you
both
to that.
really, y'all
Every
both
time
really
we have
saying the
hold on,
same
Amber.
thing.
Every time we have these conversations, you always tell me we gonna get to talking. We ain't talk about none of the other stuff we ever had supposed to talk about. Son.
No,
This never
because
happened, son.
but hold up, but see, that's what I'm saying. So
If I may though, y'all both saying the same thing. It's just
right.
about two different locales.
Yeah.
You're pretty much saying that there's so much greatness to see in West Africa on the organizational perspective. Forget the religion, but people can't get past, this thing. And Wujawa was saying the same thing. There's so many great organizational elements in Kemet, but people can't get past this spirituality, this religion thing. They get stuck there. So they
But
don't
that's not
see.
us right now. That's
Right,
not us.
right.
I
That's
know,
not
but what I'm
right.
saying is it explains why y'all hesitant to have these conversations.
Well, I'm
Because
not
I'm
hesitant.
not.
it's hard
Nah,
to
I'm not
find
hesitant.
somebody that's gonna. Well, you may not be, but he is I think more of a serious person. I think your skin is a little thicker as far as for the foolishness. You understand what I'm saying? So for someone who takes these things
But
seriously,
hold on. Wait. Hold on. I don't take this as being foolish, or there's no way for me. I don't have nothing open. I don't have no tabs open. I'm
no,
telling you this off.
no.
No,
I'm not
hold
talking
on.
about you personally. I'm talking
Yeah, but
about his
it's
experience.
not. There's nothing foolish about what I'm talking. What the
I
conversation we're
don't
talking
think
about.
you're saying what you're saying is foolishness. So the
No.
foolishness that the what I call noise is the foolishness that goes on. There's hardly any productive conversations that come out of that noise. You know what I'm saying? So I'm more reluctant to just come off the hip and have build sessions just out of the blue and stuff like that. So the way I operate is that I'm very organized, very structured, and I have a mature overall situation when I do build on stuff like that. I can joke and play also, but when I get down, I get down. And so that's one reason I'm showing this on the screen. So all I'm saying is that next time I'm able to, I'll invite you, and then we just kick it from there. But as far
Can
as
we just joke and play right now, though, please, man? So
you
we
said
can get
what?
back.
You said what now?
Let's just joke. Can we joke and play and just get to it so we can have? Because we were just kind of going back and forth with stuff. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
just
yeah,
ad libbing.
yeah.
We just ad-libbing, like,
So
you know
so
what
let me ask you in terms of organizing. Now I'm sure you know about Freemasonry, or you all know
Oh,
about Freemasonry.
Yeah.
Um so now I'm sure if anybody do any studies on Freemasonry, that that's a solid structured organization and stuff, and it pumps out productive people. Like a lot of productive
No
people
doubt.
are involved in all walks of life, and the whole nine.
Yes.
So what, if anything, is wrong with that model, or why isn't that model of being a manufacturing plant for productive people, why isn't that adopted among our communities?
because the same thing that I was speaking about earlier, the ability for massive people to organize have been dismantled. And it's been dismantled through a lot of things. It's been dismantled through drugs. It's been dismantled to the things that produce after the drugs, where you have different family structures, where it's more single home families. Then you have adolescents growing up, becoming fathers when they're not really supposed. There's a bunch of factors, not just one thing. So when you talk about those things, when I deal with Freemasonry, I have the same kind of knowledge you have. So when I'm not looking at anything else except the organizing principles. And those organized principles, again, deals with a certain moral character that everybody must have. Everybody must have that. We'll erase the belief in God, creator, or whatever you want to call that. All of that deals with the science of paying dues. Why are you paying dues? Those dues are for the community to do what? To take care of the widows, to take care of these things. These things are things that we already put into play before we even accepted Freemasonry. And then you have most of us were actually odd fellows more than we were Freemasons. But in the beginning, that's what we grabbed to because it was an organizing body. And we used that as a tool to organize the build. And then we built off of that and made other things.
So let me restate my question because
why haven't we?
No. Okay, so let me give you a different question then. I'm saying, what would it take for us to adopt a model like that then? Because I heard what you said.
I said it earlier.
You explained why we haven't and all the reasons why we haven't. I'm saying, but what would it take for us to
I said it earlier.
Here forward?
You probably didn't hear me. Amber asked me the same thing, similar. It's going to take a national disaster, or it's going to take something where something very horrible.
Coronavirus.
It might even be a virus. It could be that. It could be anything to make us come together as one. Because I gave an example. I was like, yo, I can't go next door and ask somebody for food. I don't even know who live on the 5th floor. I don't know. It's different now. I'm saying back then it was different because we were forced to be together, but we understood without us being together, we won't survive. We need that. And it's sad to say that, but yo, nothing doesn't happen to create that dynamic. We done.
Oh, okay. So let's look at kind of recent history. The levees breaking in Louisiana, and all that. So now let's take that was a localized natural disaster. You know, I don't know how natural.
Wait, what year did that happen again? Because I
think that was 2008, 2008.
Okay.
But
no,
okay.
it was earlier than that.
It was before that. But let's just use that as a. Let's just use that. No, I'm saying check on. So no, I'm saying let's just use that as a snapshot and everything. So localized to Louisiana or that area, when it occurred, people did come together and help each other out. Like we saw the news reports and I know people who were from there, and it was like what you said, a disaster did bring people together, and there was some camaraderie there and all this other kind of stuff. But look at how that quickly just evaporated and started to fade. And so this is what I mean by even in the situations of disasters and things like that, our human primal instincts will kick in to survive, and we'll have this communal thing because we need to help our fellow man out. But when it gets all good, things fade. And so what has to happen is, this is why I said what I said at first when I first came on. Among organization, regardless of what motivated it, we also have to have a system that contains it. And and we never kind of reached that level of having a build a structure around the organization that will maintain it and sustain it so it'll last. And so yeah, we'll get together like New York, like boroughs get together. If something go down, natural disaster, earthquake and all that kind of stuff. When 9/11 happened, 9/11 happened, a lot of people kind of got real friendly and stuff. And I've seen it, So
give example of a structure that could have been built around it. Give me break it down so I can see it. Like, what are you talking about? What type of structure? Like, what happens afterward that leads towards that structure?
Well, the structure that's going to be necessary is not going to be something that's physical, like tangible. That's what sparks people to start to work together. But what's going to take is a synchronization of the mind of the people. And so until we put institutions in place that's going to synchronize those minds, then we'll get together because that's our instinct to survive, and we'll come together and work together. But then when everything gets gravy and good and all rosy and peachy again, we'll start to fade and split. And this is what happens. It's the same thing that happens when we have these round table things that you see get announced, where people, name a location, say, all right, let's all come to the round table. Let's put your beliefs to the side, leave your religion out the door, and put your beliefs to the side, and they'll come together. Everybody will agree right then and there, and then you leave, and then over time it starts fading. Look at the Million Man March. That was a lot of people out there. And then look at what happens after. Like look how time progressed, and look what happened. Everything faded. It wasn't. I mean, if ever we were going to organize in numbers and quantities, that was the time. But look what happened. So what I'm saying is that if you want an example, I can't even give you an example, a real living example. But I can tell you what needs to
I'm
happen.
saying, like, are you saying like we would need to come together under a banner, like a traditional, I don't know if we call it a spiritual system or a traditional system, becoming
No,
sync?
No, I think you just mean a system, period. Like, if I can just give like maybe 2 examples, because I think I understand what you're saying. So let's take Hurricane Katrina, right?
No.
So it's a natural
Tell me
disaster.
what type of system? Like,
Amber, can I say something quickly?
No, but what I'm saying, I'm just going to give an example, and then because of the system doesn't exist. So
Amber, hello.
Yes. Hey, how you doing?
Sorry, I'm not cutting in. Robon's dropped off. He needs you to put the link back in the chat.
Oh, okay.
yeah, like, I'm just talking about, like, I understand the argument. I'm just talking about, like, what is the
but
like,
that's the thing. The system,
what is the rally? What is
Let her walk through it, bro.
No, but I'm saying, like, what is, just so you can be clear, because I don't want to go back to the hurricane. I want to be like, what is the rallying cry that holds us together after the aftermath? Is what I'm asking.
Okay, so let me say what I'm saying, like, because at first you asked me for an example, and it's actually hard to point to an example, but
that's why I kind of rephrase it. I don't want. That's why I'm saying, like, because I don't want to go that route. I'm just talking about what holds us together, like what keeps us locked in after we got everything.
Okay, that's a good question. So what I'm saying is that a behavioral modification system or institution needs to be put in place that will cultivate people's minds, that will in turn synchronize those minds, and then everybody will act accordingly. And that's I know I gave you the super cliff note version, and that
like
is
commandments, like you know what I'm saying, like
a constitution.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, like that's
like a code.
No. It's like, okay, look at the school system, K through 12.
Yeah.
The Board of Education and the K through 12 is pretty much similar across nationwide. And so everybody's pretty much in sync with K through 12. If you pass your grades, you're cultivated. Everybody has a similar cultivations, a certain similar molding. And so what we have to create is an institution that's going to mold the minds of the people geared towards sustaining. Right now, that's not in our educational system, whatever. So when I say behavioral modification system, it could come through school, it could come through the church, it could come through anywhere. All of those are behavioral modification systems. But we have to develop one specifically that's geared towards cultivating the synchronizing the minds that's going to keep people jailed and held together. And that's a psychological thing. It's not something that has to be coercive, like you said, like laws or something like that. It has to be, built in, burnt in.
So my question is, what is this system for Asians, for Mexicans, for Europeans? What is this system for them? Because to me, like, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but the way, so when you were first kind of explaining it, I was thinking, like, that's like, how everybody pull together if a family member died that was uninsured, and everybody pull together and they make it happen. But instead of organizing and saying, okay, how can we prevent us from being under this stress? We know we all gonna go, so why don't we collectively come up with a way to make sure that everybody is insured, so that way we alleviate that burden. But instead, people get through it in the moment and they forget the stress that they went through to bury that family member or to pull it together until the next family member that's uninsured dies. Same thing with like Hurricane Katrina. Like, of course, it was unexpected, but because natural disasters occur, there's already a system in place, FEMA. You understand?
Yeah, yeah.
So FEMA is the system that kind of deals with these natural disasters. So to me, it's like, okay, I understand what you're saying as far as pretty much kind of shaping and molding the behaviors. But I don't even think that we have to go that deep into it in order to be effective.
Well, but here's the
Can I
thing,
speak?
like
Okay.
just real quick, like that was a good example you gave about the funerals and stuff. But look, just look at your health. Look at our personal health, right? When we get sick, that's when we start paying attention to what we're eating and all this other kind of stuff. But the moment that we get good and everything, we don't pay attention what we eat. We lack sleep. We do whatever. And so people who don't do that, they have a lifestyle change where they're not just eating healthy once they get sick. It becomes their lifestyle. It becomes a way of life. So what I'm saying, an institution that has to bring people through to where it becomes second nature or a way of life, and not something that, okay, I'm going to do this at this point or that point. And so this is what you call culture building. And so on. This is part of problem solving. Like a culture is how a group of people solve their problems, among other things. And so we have to start to build from the bottom up again, to mold and create this culture that's gonna be a sustaining type of culture. Because system is the same word as culture. Culture, system, cosmos, all those are the same words. And so we have to do that. We can't like kind of cherry pick. We have to like intentionally build an institution that's going to do that. And we can't just luck up and stuff like how we've been doing, because certain organizations do that, but it's like a luck up thing over time instead of intentionally building an institution for that. And so like I mentioned West Africa, certain cultures in West Africa intentionally built that. Whether we want to call it secret societies or whatever, that's what that's for. And so we have to do that here and be serious about it and be intentional about it.
I got it.
Were those things established by a council, or was they established by the entirety of the community? Because I think the issue we run into is we try to make it a community decision instead of it being a council decision.
Well, it can't start with a large quantity, and most of the time, successful seeding of institutions are started by dictatorships. I mean, that's just the reality of it. That's how nature works. That's how everything works. You start off with it's not democratic. Even in initiatory systems, there's no democracy until you get to a certain level. Even in Freemasonry, when you first get initiated as an entered apprentice, you have no say so at all. You can't open your mouth. Your name's not even uttered. You're given a new name. Your name is caution. You keep quiet. You can't even wear the symbols. You can't vote. You can't do nothing. It's a dictatorship. And so people fear that because we don't have the character and the interactions with each other, the brotherly and sisterly love with each other, to even put a trust in somebody else for it to be a dictatorship. You know, it's a lot of chiefs and not enough Indians, as they say, or too many chefs and not enough whatever, however those sayings go. But I'm saying, but it usually starts off with dictatorship. So you're right. It can't be a full-on community thing at first. That's not how it's built. That's not how it starts. And that's why, you know, symbolically, with Kemet, you always, or not even just Kemet though, a lot of these things start off with one person, and it's usually symbolized with war. You look at either Menes, if people believe that's the one who did it, or Namir, if people that's the one who did it. But look at the unification. Whenever you see a unification story, whether it's an oral tradition or what we can read, there's usually war surrounding that.
So you're saying, because you know, I mean, normally you still have to rally behind that person. So you're thinking it's gonna take like a civil war in a sense.
It's gonna take a mental revolution or mental war to take place, because we're talking about a psychological paradigm shift that we need, because we have been psychologically damaged over time through the transatlantic slave Holocaust. And we're trying to find our way. And, you know, we're doing what we can, but it's going to take a whole reorganization of the minds of us collectively. And that's and Rob Bowen mentioned COINTELPRO, and that's a good point to raise because, and he mentioned, I think he said he mentioned Facebook and stuff and how things are playing out. But now think about that. COINTELPRO's main objective in relation to Black people was to prevent the rising of a Messiah type or Messiah figure. And this is what I'm talking about. The fear of some kind of dictating body, whether it's a single person or just a cluster of people. That's the biggest fear, because they know that indigenous cultures around the globe start off their renaissance or you know, whatever, by way of a dictatorship, by way of some form of leadership.
No, because we can use a dictatorship. I think that kind of throws it, because I wouldn't see Martin Luther King as a dictator.
No. He's not, and that's why it's not. It's bigger than that.
And the
But
Messiah,
people are
like,
fearful of that word.
Messiah,
Like,
no, I'm just talking about.
That's why I wanted to contribute.
Huh?
I know I'm saying that's why I wanted to contribute, because I feel like we're walking and dancing all around the point. Because I feel like, and again, I feel like I don't mean to speak for people. Is that Sosa?
Yeah, go ahead. Just go ahead, run.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, no, because, oh shit, I don't want to be too long-winded, but I initially, I get the point that we're all trying to say, because back to the original example, when you see people coming together in moments of crisis, or even when we try to get together to solve problems or solutions, whether it's police brutality or inequality, or just like when they had those conferences where you'll see Tavis Smiley and Cornel West and Farrakhan and all these quote unquote leaders all coming together like we're unified. But right after the meeting's done, everybody goes back to their individual cliques. Like there's nothing bonding or holding together. But the real reason is nobody wants to solidify their power or concede their power, whether you're in media or you're in the educational field, you're in the religious field or hemisphere or whatnot. And in order to make that sacrifice, you have to assimilate into that situation or into that group. Like I see the value in what Rujal was saying and what he's doing, but a lot of people are real pessimistic or even dismissive or hand waving a lot of the Egyptian or Egyptomania or any other derogatory term they use for it, because they say it's spooky. And no one's coming right out saying that, but nonetheless, what Rujal was trying to, well, at least my opinion, we have to make a sacrifice and try to immerse ourselves into something that means something and stand for something. Because if you don't have something that you're willing to buy into and everybody come to a consensus on, then it's always going to splinter off. It's always going to break off. Even like I found interest in MBK's group and Rob Bourne's group, and they're more into the point right now where they're doing historical slides and text and giving information. That's great. And I was following it. And then I'm seeing groups with the West Africa stuff, but I'm real hesitant because I feel like there's that 5% or that Islam and Muslim information. I feel like that more than anything probably is what broke up West Africa. It's like everyone has their preconceived notions or their bias towards it, and no one's willing to put all that aside and then just say, fuck off. I'm about to use profanity, but no one's willing to put everything aside and buy into it, whether they're scared of a religious aspect or having some leader run it, or they're scared of the dictator aspect of it. But we all have it. Like I see in the chat, it's in our household, it's in the family. Somebody has to be a leader. Everybody can't be the chief, but nobody wants to concede that power. We're not trusting because we spent so many years or centuries or whatnot giving into it, and then we have people who betray the trust of the people in the group. So it's,
but see, we conceded that to Malcolm,
right?
To Martin,
right?
Elijah, Farrakhan to a degree now.
Yeah,
Farrakhan to a degree now. So I mean, we can, if the right rally cry comes along, we will. Sometimes we do it for the wrong reason. Umar Johnson.
But to be perfectly honest,
I
think that proves the point though, because just think if
all of
the leaders that you mentioned would have got together and said, listen, we're all powerful on our own in our own right, but if we merge everything, then we will be that much stronger. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's not but that's not a dictatorship. That's why I asked before, because see, all the people I named though, it's a doctrine that goes with it. And I'm not saying I disagree with that. That's why I was asking, like, is that what we're saying?
The common denominator with everything is that we're all humans, we're all flawed. So whether the person's on top is using infidelity and they're preaching, you know, abstinence, or they're drinking, smoking, or they're messing with the church funds, you know what I mean? Whatever it comes down to, we're so quick to dismiss the whole organization and run off in our freedom once we gain our little bit of knowledge or a little bit of independence, or we're cleaned up off the street, no longer doing drugs. It's like we're not really dedicated to the cause, because you look at how those pyramids are built. So whether it was done by force or whatnot, a whole group of people had to come to a group of mind for a long period of time and organize specifically to it. So if you're looking at the great monuments and the building structures in West Africa as well, you have to concede and buy in.
Well, that's it though. I'm saying, based on that, Idi Uja, I'll frame that to you.
No, what I'm saying,
the mindset that made that get all the people together to start building those pyramids. What was it centered around a spiritual system? Like there had to be can't just be just a dictator saying do this. It had to be some type of group.
And that's my point. And so this is what I'm saying. You know, so I'm trying not to use Kemet as an example.
We already there, bro.
We're not offended by it. I don't think any of us have an issue with it.
Okay, but
don't get spooky,
No.
You alley-oop, baby, dunk it.
I'm teasing.
I know, but listen,
I'm taking the class.
But let me start with what y'all were saying, like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and so on and so forth. Even Farrakhan today. Farrakhan amassed 1 million people to come hear him speak at the Washington Monument and so on. But what happens after is really what counts, because anybody, I didn't say anybody, it's not easy to gather a lot of people, but we've done that. We've gotten good at that. But what we haven't done is sustaining something. And so, but it's not what we're not attacking is the psychological aspect of things, the mind. And so what happens is, you asked about how the pyramids, people coming together. There's something that motivated the people to even do that, because the equivalent of building those 3 pyramids would have taken a national movement, a kingdom-wide movement to be able to do that. The resources it would have taken, the time,
over generations.
Exactly.
That's why I'm asking. What was the key in your opinion?
The key was what was their psychological program that was going on in Kemet, that a lot of people call spooky and stuff like that. It was a curriculum that molded the mind, shaped the mind. Because a lot of things deal with the mind. This is something that I always talk about, and people, I try to educate people on. But that's another topic, because I know if I say certain couple of things,
take that chance, bro. You gotta take that chance,
man. It's gonna be.
You gotta take that chance, even though I'm not gonna put myself in the barrel, because I made joke and troll about it. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't have no problem taking a chance. But let's say for example, the so-called Book of the Dead, the judgment scene. You know that's all about the mind. So, but a lot of people. But okay, it is.
I'm saying, but we don't we don't know that.
I know, but listen to what I'm saying. That judgment scene is all about the mind. And see, that's why.
Pour your cup out.
Wait.
Pour your cup out. Empty your cup, baby. Empty your cup, man.
That's why Rob Bourne is saying saying that. See, we could have fun with it. But
man.
But listen, this is exactly what I'm talking about, though.
Keep going. Keep going.
So how we get when the organizer to the Book of the Dead? He asked for a question.
Let's rock with him, Rob Bourne. Let's hear what he got to say.
No, because
tell him to be up front, but as soon as he gets, that's my whole point.
You're going to lead him to something else.
That's my whole point.
Talking about that.
No,
from A to Z, and we stopping him at C.
Let me have the microphone.
We asked for whatever example he could provide.
I know.
I love black people, man.
Hold up, but listen, look what just happened. Y'all asked me, right? And I said I'm trying to stay away from Kemet, then y'all said, hey, I throw you alley-oop,
I
duck
threw
it,
the
dog,
alley-oop,
duck
baby.
it,
I
duck
threw
it.
that.
And so
Yeah, I threw the
and then
alley-oop, bro. I'm
and
sorry. I threw
then
the alley-oop.
and then when I started, I said, nah, let me stop because I don't want to. I go somewhere else. And then you're like, man, tough skin, or don't be afraid. So listen, I
He did
mentioned
that
something.
on purpose. He came in right when you was for. He did that on purpose.
I know, but listen, when I mentioned that, because I listen, I know I've been dealing with this for years. So when I mentioned that, everybody has their preconceived things, and then it comes into a long conversation about that. That's why I want to avoid it. So let's go back to Malcolm and Martin Luther King and all that kind of stuff in these organizations. So the thing is that what we tend to I just downplay or not see as important is a psychological institutions that's going to work on the psyche of the people, the mind, the mentality, because every action that we do, it starts with the mind. Everything you do in your life, it starts with your mind and how you live and how you behave, how you react to different situations. It always starts with the state of your mind, where you are mentally, how mature, the maturation process, where you are, all that stuff. And so if we don't develop institutions or an institution that focuses on that intentionally, then we're always going to have this band-aid type of thing, this temporary thing where yes, we can gather together, yes, we can rally behind a cause. Like look at the Black Lives Matter situation when a certain threshold of people got gunned down by police, people rally behind that. But now what's up? It's faded. It's like
All them
nobody,
folks, they done killed most of them folks.
nobody, right? But I'm saying, I'm talking about like the whole movement and like what was the outcome of that? Like what's like that stuff is still going on.
A whole lot of big to do about nothing.
Okay,
Nothing.
so
Nothing came out of it.
that's my point. We have the ability to rally behind something, but we don't have the foundational mindset that encompasses it. And so until we focus on that and create something that's just as serious and surgical as school, like K through 12, but instead of just basic K through 12 stuff, let that be what it is. But we need a system or institution that's going to focus purely on behavioral modification, and the training and cultivation of our minds.
Do you think it can happen without a spiritual system?
Yeah, it can happen. Let me add on real quick. You can see my screen. You can see my screen, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so to add on to what he's saying, right? When you talking about institutions, so this is like a that's what we talking about. We talking about originally this whole conversation is about people being willing to organize. I'm not gonna talk about spiritual things. You can talk about that another day. So what we tend to do is not look at the things that's already in place and around. We don't talk about these things. We don't know about them. We're having conversations about the Book of the Dead. Is it real or not? Is Jesus alive? Is he not? Did Christianity come from Egypt or did it not? This is the things that we want to talk about. We want to talk about Hebrews more because I don't know. I think it's a band-aid. But anyway, if you look on my screen, right, this is a part of one of my presentations. It's called the Republic of New Africa, right? So these organizations exist today. So this is called the New African Independence Movement. It's a multi-tendency movement struggling to liberate the southeastern portion of the so-called mainland territories now colonized by the so-called United States, right? So inside of these organizations, there's like 50 organizations in one, and they operate all throughout the South and a couple in the North. So if you look on the top, you'll see the youth program, you see the ages, right? From 6 to 17. This mayor here that you're looking at here, he died. He was the, forget the city, I'm gonna get to it, but he died and his son took over for Mississippi. So these groups, you probably heard of some of them, but we don't talk about them. So what he's talking about is the infrastructure. We don't have it. We do have it. We just don't know about it, and we don't talk about them. So you have the Malcolm X grassroots movement. You have the New Independent African movement, etc. Right? So if I go to the next page, this mayor made this thing called the Kush Plan. And it says the programs and pillars. The J-Plan Plan has 3 fundamental programmatic components that are designed to build a mass base with the political clarity, organizational capacity, and material for self-sufficiency to advance the objective of building an autonomous power. The 3 fundamental programmatic components are building people's assemblies, building an independent Black political party, building a broad-based solidarity economy. Now, the Republic of New Africa, they originally had a plan to take over 5 states. Well, that didn't happen because of shootouts and all this other stuff. But he adapted this plan to deal with his actual city right now. So
All right.
when I go to this next page, his son name is Shuko Enta Lumumba. They call this man right now the most radical mayor in the United States. So his program is called Cooperation Jackson. And it's based off of that same process, but there's all of these organizations around it. And then you see it says from 2004 to 2010. So now there are something called liberation schools. And these liberation schools are an outbreak of the Black Panther Party. These schools still exist, but we don't talk about them. So here, what he's talking about as far as institution that's dealing with politics, body politics means that you're controlling your economy, you're controlling the things that's directly in your neighborhood. This is not just talking. This is not like, I have a plan and follow my plan. No, this is being put into activation. So these things are out here, but we don't know about them because we don't talk about them. So do we have the ability to do so? Yeah, we have the ability to do so. But again, there's no connection, cohesiveness, where this is in the shadow. So to Bujawa's point, in the conscious community, this doesn't get airplay. Nobody wants
His
to
son.
Nobody want to really look at that. They don't want to talk about that. So I just, I don't want to keep going because I don't want to go too long. But the organizations are there. That's created by Black people, for Black people, and we have actual mayors that is in place, especially in a part of New Jersey. You have a Mayor Barack Hassan there. So these are people who are controlling body politics that directly affect the things that go around you, and they have the same Black power mentality that you have, know the history and know the importance of education and all this other stuff. I mean, so it's a tough situation. It's a tough pocket that we in, man. And I'm gonna say the same thing, man, that Jawa said earlier. We gonna have to be put in some kind of disaster in order for motherfuckers to change. This conscious community shit ain't working.
Or no, I think it just needs to be maybe some new people stepping up, because as you're outlining, we have all these different organizations, but what's lacking is the connection. What's lacking is the kind of like the
interview
the
on
relationship,
TV show so we can see
the
these
relationship from one organization to another. So to me, if this is the case, then I feel like we actually have less work that needs to be done than we realize. Because if these different leaders of these organizations could collaborate and come up with a moral code, because essentially that's what it sounds like. You could say spiritual system, but
I'm gonna say this, right? It's more, this specifically is dealing with the exact problems and the issues that the community is having. No community is really all just Black, you know what I'm saying? And where they're at, the majority of the people are Black. So when you are in politics, you have to deal with your whole constituent. You have to deal with all of these people, but their focus is more on that. So when we talk about moral code, it is based off of the principles of organizations that passed off, but they got that same ideology. So what is the backbone of the Republic of New Africa is what we call the Malcolm X doctrine. And that's a whole nother bill. So, we talk about these things all the time. We have these bills, but nobody want to talk about this. They want to hear me beating up Moors. They want to hear me arguing with Ujawu, me telling him that the Egyptian Book of the Dead is. I'm doing what Ujawu did. I'm doing what he did. I'm doing what he's doing today. I'm gonna do exactly what he could.
And I'm gonna do what you did. They not on the panel. Talk to us.
Well, all right. I am talking to you though. See, I'm showing it to you. I direct you to the video. This is a presentation. I direct you to the video. It's called The Republic of New Africa, the Malcolm X Doctrine. So we all can play a part in it. You know what I'm saying? We can all add on. To me, Ujawa was crazy. He know that the do-wad is some spooky place. And that's it, man. But go ahead, man. I'm done.
But essentially what I'm saying is, if people could come together, and that's the thing, you have to know when you work in a group, you're gonna have to concede something. You're gonna have to.
Mhm.
You cannot have everything your way. You're gonna have to give and take. So if people can collectively come together and just focus on, okay, what are the core values? What do I have to have when I go into this situation and when I come out of it? Because essentially everybody in the community cannot be a decision maker. It's gonna take a council. And that council has to be mature enough to say, go in and say, I'm not gonna get everything I want out of it. I have to learn to negotiate the things that are core to me, core values and principles that I believe have to be involved in this thing in order for me to play ball. You
Can I be
understand?
heard?
Right.
Yeah.
Can I be heard? Y'all using too many big words, man, on a point of what y'all don't even do in your own homes. You're so worried about what
Can't hear
everybody
you,
else
bro.
is doing.
Lastly,
All of this stuff is politicianal, man. Y'all just doing government talk right now. A lot of things that y'all say. My name Big O. I don't know if y'all can see it or whatever. And I love all y'all, conscious community, everything. And a lot of the things y'all say, y'all run big words and everything. But the truth of the matter, ain't none of y'all let people know who you are as a person, where your morals and your principles stand as a person. Y'all don't really get that y'all really talking as spokesmen and salesmen of a system that you're promoting, that you're fighting against, but you're really sitting there indulging in the and acting in the same system that you say you're fighting against, and you're using it to prosper yourself.
Man,
Because
yo, hey, brother, we confused, brother. Like what you just said, like you don't know none of us, and I don't even know who you are.
No,
So what is your name? Who are you?
My name is my government, or you my
who are you?
Go, my government name is I'll tell you my government, my American name, my government name, Sharon Otis Washington. I live in Richmond, Virginia.
Okay, all right, brother.
You
We
want
got
I
you.
give you my
No,
social
we don't
security
want.
number
No,
and
I just
everything.
asked you. No, we don't want that.
Crazy.
Don't do that. Don't do
Don't
that.
play,
There
bro.
ain't no problem for me.
No, don't do
play,
that.
bro.
Hey,
Don't
but hold
do
up,
that.
wait, but hold up, brother Big O. Listen, I think what you said is not quite fitting into what we've been talking
Yeah,
about.
I
At
just
least to
jumped
me.
in because I ain't got no friends tonight, so I just thought I would jump in.
Appreciate
So what
you.
I'm gonna jump in, but what I'm gonna jump in and doing is be very real. A lot of the things people talk about on and look, it's really like we can utilize it to really do something. But a lot of things that people are saying out their mouth and me observing and watching and jumping from channel to channel or whatever, people are scared to let other people know the real them. And the other problem is you're scared to believe in what you're telling everybody else to believe in.
Yo, that's a lot of assumptions, brother.
So all you're really doing is making entertainment. You ain't doing nothing.
Well, you must
The
have been
truth is, Big O,
hope-
real quick, to
If
address
this
that.
was
Big
another
O,
panel,
we have
I
a
probably would give you that. But
That's just what I'm
tonight-
getting at, Amber. Let me get that. Real
So
talk.
my jump
What
is
you're
big
saying,
old, and I
homie,
be having
let
a
me address
flight.
you real quick,
I be having a flight jump. I just got on my unbiased sports. I've been watching all this shit and whatever, and through time, through I've been watching through time, Sinetta, all this shit. Man, all this shit is straight up hustle. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. Y'all ain't
All right, well then,
y'all talk
Go
about
ahead, brother.
shit and niggas get out of
Speak your
library,
speech.
this and that. Y'all ain't talking about doing shit for nobody but you. All we
Yo,
really
right,
here
brother.
doing,
Okay.
all we really
Yo,
here
but
doing
who
is
is
talking
selling
about
something on here?
ego.
Who
All
is
we
selling?
do,
Yo,
we
brother,
release
who is
the stress.
brother? I know you must.
Let's try to
Did
get
you
back.
get the
You should have came in
Man, you
earlier.
can say,
Let's
look,
try-
You should have came in
I
earlier.
ain't
You
came
caught
at
us saying all of
nobody
that.
earlier. No, I won't here earlier. I'm coming now.
Hey, but hold up.
Hey,
but
Big O, you
let's
gotta
get back.
understand
Let's
there's
get
more
back. Let's get
solutions,
back.
my guy. You can't
All
come
this
attacking
shit
the
is
people
fake.
who are
Let's
breaking
get back.
away
All
from
this
the groups
shit is
that you're
fake.
critiquing. Big
All right,
O,
let's
my
get back.
guy,
Let's get
you
back.
know that we are
Oh, hold
not
on,
those
and let me
groups.
fall back. And I want to listen. I want to have a dialogue and conversation too. so I'm gonna fall back. You
Right
know,
on.
I'm a little. Yes,
You
I
off that
have
blunt,
been.
right?
I'm
No,
so
off
mad
that
I'm
blunt?
biased to sleep.
I
Next
don't
time he
smoke
gonna
no
have to.
weed. I
No,
don't
Okay.
smoke.
that's that
Okay,
Henny.
my fault. I
That's
apologize.
that.
I'm not trying to
That's that.
assassinate your character.
No.
I was wrong.
But it's
Let me
nothing wrong.
address
That's
something
what
real
we
quick.
do. We
That's
always
that Henny.
assume. That's the other
And
problem.
I'm
So
willing to
the
apologize if I'm
conversation
wrong.
gonna get
And I'm
that
real
willing to
Henny.
good.
apologize if
But
I'm
you
wrong
just
But I
instead
am
of
assumed about
running with
us.
it.
You
That's
just
that
assumed
Henny.
about
And
us, so
you
it's
right,
fair.
you right.
It's
But let
fair.
me explain something.
That's that
No,
Henny.
My
I
guy.
didn't assume about y'all because I am y'all. Because
And
I
my
do
man
the
was about to fall
same
back. Y'all
dumb
let him
shit.
fall back. Hey, Big
Okay,
O, we
my guy.
appreciate it.
Go ahead.
We
Go ahead.
appreciate it, Big O. The Watcher. Yeah, you were about to say something.
Oh yeah, you
Okay.
ran a
What
good show the other night when you fell asleep. I ain't gonna lie about that. Just the Watcher.
Big O, my guy.
Yeah.
Okay, what you have to understand is, first of all, is if our goal was to try to be a leader and be self-serving, then we'd be pushing ourselves. But the fact that we're not really pumping ourselves and throwing ourselves out in the forelight trying to be a leader, that should be able to tell you something right there, and opposed to some of these other channels that are out there that are trying to.
Say it again. Hold on. Just replay what you just said. So that means you're on the stage. You're on a stage. People watching. And you said, I'm
my
not
guy.
throwing myself out to be a leader or whatever. So what really are you doing other than ego tripping? Because
Well, first of all, it's
That's
4
the
o'clock in the
opposite of
morning.
ego tripping, my guy.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. We're not even expecting nobody to be up watching this. We're just building.
We're building.
Okay,
you know what I mean? We don't care about an
I wanna
audience.
build with y'all.
We're not
I
saying
wanna
like
build
and
with y'all.
subscribe and follow me, the Watcher, at my own channel. That's not the goal of what we're doing right now.
Right.
Everybody has majority of these people have their own channel. MBK, I mean, like, come on, everybody on here pretty much has their own channel, or they support and contribute to other people's channel. We're not the ones that you really should be attacking. And I think you know the difference, but you got a situation
I don't like
where you
that
can
word
actually
attack
voice
because
your
I ain't
opinion.
attack nobody. I'm just keeping it real.
Okay, but let's
right on.
okay,
When keeping it real goes wrong, it comes
let's get
across
back.
as if you're coming at next, bro.
Okay, I
you
know,
ain't
but
pulling
let's get
punches
back.
and you. Yeah.
Let's get back to the because what Rob Bourne just
listening.
showed right.
There you go.
What Rob,
Who is
what
this
Rob
talking
Bourne,
right now?
Yeah, I
Whoever
wanted
this
to
is
address
right here,
Rob Bourne's
no,
info.
not.
Right. So
Could you mute your
let's
mic?
get back to what Rob Bourne talking about.
You
okay,
right.
No,
you right.
what I was saying was what Rob Bourne was showing is
this brother right here talking got sense.
Talking what?
Whoever you got
okay.
Yeah.
Damn, man.
No,
Big O love, bro.
So listen. This is what what happened. So Rob Bourne presented some social, to show the books and stuff, and was saying some organizations. So the thing is that how do we get to the point where once we do organize, because we know how to organize, we have organizations that are living right now, spread out. We got some that's been existing for a long time, from the early 1900s, still going on. Whether it's, of course, the center of it is a religious belief system or politically based or whatever the case is.
No.
What I want to say, one second. What I want to say, if, for example, the recent rally and battle cry, at least within the United States, is a movement, a political, educational, and advocacy movement under the moniker ADOS. And look how that spawned a bunch of tension in the communities, in the flat black communities,
so
and things.
Right.
So hold up, I'm just saying. So even when
if y'all want a person to tell the truth, I'm gonna tell the truth. But I'm listening.
But
no,
all right, tell
the
the
last
truth.
thing
Are
I
you
just heard
drunk? Are you
was
drunk
the
right now? Listen, let me ask you a question. Have you been drinking?
Yes, I have. And
There
that's
we
the
go.
problem that moved me up.
Okay.
And so that means I don't got no clarification and I don't know how to talk.
No. You do. You know how to talk because I can hear you and I can understand you. But your judgment in our conversation is you're throwing us off a little bit. I'm just being truthful. See, I'm
not
being
going
real.
to throw you.
You're
I'm not going
bullying.
to throw you up.
You're bullying.
I'm not going to throw you off.
I'm being truthful
I'm gonna
with
tell
you.
the truth of.
And I appreciate that.
I'm gonna tell the truth.
And I appreciate that. But I'm telling you the truth right now.
Y'all are looking for something that you ain't even looking other than YouTube.
I get it. You're being disruptive.
You're not even looking for it in your own. So I'm gonna listen.
Okay, so appreciate it. So what I'm saying is that let's take real examples. So look at the educational, look at this movement. ADOS is an educational and political advocacy movement. And look at the behavior and the tension that's created and all the noise that's involved still to this day and stuff like that. So something has to be beyond that, above that, that we're obviously not getting to or making a concerted effort to do. And so this is what I mean by a overall overarching system that these organizations can fall into. And I keep saying that the system is going to have to be highly focused on psychology, psychological, the mind, and so on and so forth. And I want you to notice that in African communities, what's considered spiritual is really psychological. Like, for example, the Nigerian and the Yoruba speakers, they organize around Isheshe and Ifa system of divination. They actually make decisions based on dropping the divination and things like that. Not everybody, but I'm saying some of these things are an organized system. Now, to us or to somebody who's not a part of that, whatever, we say, okay, that's spooky, that's this, that, and whatever. But it works for them, at least in the past, and to a degree that it does today. But so people are quick to knock these things and call it what it call. They invoke these words that gives them the excuse to toss it to the side and whatnot. And so this is what we have to deal with. So we got something that's completely unspiritual, unreligious, such as ADOS, that gets flack. And then we got people who try to reinterpret something religious, something that's being called religion and spooky or whatever, that gets attacked. So it's like everything that we do, we seem to be our
How
own.
in your conversation you went from spiritual, this,
Man.
that, you dropped 5 gems.
Damn, OG.
Listen, I don't know what you drinking, but man, you're gonna have to market that. But what I'm saying,
Thunderbird.
but seriously, so anyway, that's why I typed in the chat right here. Or what I mean by an overhaul. We need something on a higher level. And by higher, I'm talking about like high level, less resolution, high level system, institution that's gonna I don't mean high like high off of alcohol or
damn, man.
Yeah. When we get our new system, can we take that out?
Man, for real, right?
When we get our new system.
What did Umar say?
But anyway, I just want to say because I have to get ready to go, but I just wanted to say that give it an example with ADOS, because ADOS, the what's being advocated and everything like that, man, it's like really serious and on point, but it's got caught in a bunch of noise and immature back and forth type of things to where it's detrimental to its very own progress. And so like
Jabo,
I'm gonna give
ADOS is dead now, bro.
Is it?
That's what it appears to be. It's dead.
Nah, that's still going strong.
Nah, it's still going strong. I just saw Yvette's thing. But anyway, but hold up. I mean the corona got everything, slowed down right now. But you may forget. Oh, back to Freemasonry real quick before I go. Within Freemasonry, the main point of Freemasonry is within the byline or the motto. They take good men and make them better. And so it has a lot to do with psychology to cultivate or mold people's thinking and mind. And so we already admitted that the institution of Freemasonry pumps out progressive and productive men, adults. And so what they do in Freemasonry is mold and shape the mind, but they use different tools to do so. Symbolisms, allegories, to actually teach and to inculcate things in the minds of the men, and then the women with the Eastern Stars and all the other good stuff. So systems like that. So when you ask me what would it take and stuff like that, without trying to use the word spiritual system, we need a psychological system in place. That's what an institution that's focused on psychology, that's focused on the minds of the people. But I gotta bounce, man. I didn't realize it was so late, and I gotta be up. So I'm gonna say peace. But I would love to continue this. Well, I'll check it out when y'all finish. I'll fast forward because it's been on for 7 hours. I fast forward to what I missed. But I'm gonna say peace to y'all.
Peace.
Peace.
Rob Bourne, you there?
Yo. Yeah, I'm here.
For sure. Okay, now with those organizations, is there like a central meeting group, or those are just different arms of an octopus? I'm trying to understand. Do they all do the heads?
No, they're arms of an octopus, but they
Okay.
all fall under what you call New African Independent Movement. So they call NIAM, or that's the acronym for it. So it's like 50 of them. So you have a group called Amnesty. Those people deal with the political prisoners that we forget about, that nobody talks about, that are still sitting there for actually shedding blood for us to have the things that we have, and took it to the level that people talk about. So they deal with them, trying to free them. Then a lot of that is really dealing with the actual community of what's going on. So what Java was talking about, psychological, those organizations are attacking all of those points. One is dealing with schooling, one is dealing with curriculum, one is dealing with stuff to do for the kids, like after school. A lot of it is based around education, and the most important part is dealing with a body politic. These people are actually talking about the way their city is run, is actually talking about them controlling it without having that much import, exports and stuff for the. That's a whole different thing that we ain't. That's different, bro. That's a whole different kind of thing right there. But because of us being distracted with everything that comes out, because we now have social media and all this other stuff, we distracted about everything, bro. Nobody even know about this dude. Nobody know about this man. Nobody never heard of this program. You know what I'm saying? I gave this to what's her name? I gave that to Dr. Mayat to add to her thing. But you know, that flew over people's head. They just wanted to hear her beat up whatever his name is, from Pastor Ben or some shit.
Is this stuff in the Discord? Like, is this stuff in CK's Discord? Like, is it in do they have locations in different states?
No, it's not there. I could put it in there. All you gotta do, if you look, I'll put the video there and you just watch the video. Because what it's doing is I'm basically showing how a group from the 60s transitioned all the way to 2020 and kept their core ideology. So when people tell you that Black Power is dead, that shit ain't doing nothing for the people, ain't nothing being produced, these dudes is running a city. They are the mayor and his constituents. And they tweaked the plan because, of course, the government's not going to do what the original plan was, and that was to own 5 states.
That's where I was getting at, because I wanted to know, because I'm sitting over here on the West Coast. So I'm trying to see, do they have branches out here? Because in order for something like that to thrive or even survive, they have to have people pulling their resources. You got to have certain donations, and it can't just be flipping. It has to be on time, monthly. I mean, you really have to buy into something. That's why I kind of respected the churches, because they're knocking people pretty much 40% of their monthly wages. If everybody's tithing 10%, you know what I mean? That's a big chunk. You're probably taking more than the government. So I can see how the Nation of Islam and all these organizations could low-key just blow up and sap resources and create their own organizations. However, I'm just trying to see, is it just on the East Coast? Is it just one city, one state? You know, I'm trying to understand. Like,
yeah, this specific plan, as far as what this guy is doing, this is in Jackson, you know, that's in Mississippi, it's over there, because this guy is the mayor of the city. But he is the son of the person who was directly a part of the Republic of New Africa. And, you know, just to give a little history of those people, they were 2 brothers, and Richard and Henry, and they were very close with Malcolm X. Actually, we have most of Malcolm X tapes when he left the Nation of Islam, or right prior to it, when he went to Africa, because of this person, because he owned the audio company. So all of these tapes and speeches and certain things that is not really public that much is because of those brothers. So, you know, after he died, they formed this it was called the Malcolm X Society. That's what they called it. Then after that, they decided to change it to the Republic of New Africa, where they got a bunch of people that is from all over the states. They came together and they made this plan. And this plan was we want all the black people to have these 5 states, and this is what we gonna do. And they wasn't playing. So they wound up, you know, the government ain't like that. They sent the police after them. They had a shootout with them in the church, and then they had a shootout with them at their house, and then it dismantled. So now this guy that is Chuko Lumumba, this dude is one of the dudes that was busting his gun or that was there with these people. He became the mayor, bro. That's crazy. And that plan is still in motion, is just tweaked. But all of those other organizations, like the Malcolm X grassroots, they have stuff in California all over the place. It's like an octopus, but we don't talk about this shit, man. I don't want to talk about it. It's boring. It's not philosophical.
Y'all don't bring it up. Talk about that King James and shit.
I bring it up. We come to MBK. I told you that's where the video was at. It's there.
When you do that one?
I did that probably like 3 months ago, maybe 4 or 5 months ago. I did it on Sonetta too. Not that whole presentation, but I was walking by and I was talking to him, and we was talking about Detroit. And I was talking about I believe it was the 1968 riot they had there. And that riot was crazy because black people, which is the same 2 brothers, they was a part of that thing. But these people was fighting the National Guard, yo. He was just shooting out with the National Guard. These people wanted their freedom, man. But, you know, yeah, so keep that quiet. Let's talk about Jesus, baby. Let's talk about Egypt. Let's talk about Carisha, baby.
Shalom.
Damn. I'm sure I know it's getting late. I done heard you yawn like 4 or 5 times in your paragraph.
I wasn't even tired, and I'm like, shit. See,
you know what I mean? That shit, yawns are contagious, though. What is it? It's 2 o'clock over here, so I know y'all suffering. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night and catch up with y'all tomorrow.
All right.
Peace to the panel. Y'all. But yeah, I'm gonna be looking for that Rob, if you post it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the channel, check it out, man. Good bill, Rob.
Yeah.
all right. Peace to y'all.
Peace. How you get off of this?